Story 10 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 10, Toilers of the Sea. Victor Hugo's Toilers of the Sea is a story of the Channel Islands between England and France. Gilliatt, the hero, was a seaman of extraordinary skill and physical strength, a solitary fellow who used to cruise about alone in his sloop, dreaming of Déruchette, the prettiest maid of Guernsey. Déruchette was the niece of Mess Lethery, an old sailor who was fast growing rich from the income of his steamboat, the Durande, which plied between Guernsey and the French coast. One foggy night, the Durande was wrecked on the Douvres, dangerous rocks in the open sea, 5 leagues out from Guernsey, and her skipper, Sieur Clubin, was drowned. The Durande, however, did not sink, but hung suspended between the 2 great rocks, and her valuable machinery was safe so long as the wreck should hold together. Déruchette promised to marry any brave man who would rescue the engines of her uncle's boat, and for so great a prize Gilliatt resolved to undertake the dangerous and almost hopeless task. He sailed out to the Douvres, and for 2 months lived among the barren rocks, suffering every kind of peril and privation while working on the wreck of the Durande. At last, after superhuman efforts, he succeeded in loading the machinery upon his sloop, and was about to return triumphantly and claim his reward, when a fearful tempest burst upon him, and forced him to terrible exertions in order to save himself and his completed work from being dashed to pieces in the caverns of the Douvres. Successful at last, but utterly exhausted by the struggle, Gilliatt sank upon the deck of his sloop, and fell into a heavy sleep. The famous story of his adventure with the devilfish begins at this juncture. A Struggle with a Devilfish, from Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. When he awakened he was hungry. The sea was growing calmer, but there was still a heavy swell, which made his departure, for the present at least, impossible. The day, too, was far advanced. For the sloop with its burden to get to Guernsey before midnight, it was necessary to start in the morning. Although pressed by hunger, Gilliatt began by stripping himself, the only means of getting warmth. His clothing was saturated by the storm, but the rain had washed out the sea water, which rendered it possible to dry them. He kept nothing on but his trousers, which he turned up nearly to the knees. His overcoat, jacket, overalls, and sheepskin he spread out and fixed with large round stones here and there. Then he thought of eating. He had recourse to his knife, which he was careful to sharpen, and to keep always in good condition, and he detached from the rock a few limpets similar in kind to the clonaces of the Mediterranean. It is well known that these are eaten raw, but after so many labors, so various and so rude, the pittance was meagre. His biscuit was gone, but of water he had now abundance. He took advantage of the receding tide to wander among the rocks in search of crayfish. He wandered not in the gorge of the rocks, but outside among the small breakers. It was there that the Durande, 10 weeks previously, had struck upon the sunken reef. For the search that Gilliatt was prosecuting, this part was more favorable than the interior. At low water the crabs are accustomed to crawl out into the air. They seem to like to warm themselves in the sun, where they swarm sometimes, to the disgust of the loiterers, who recognize in these creatures, with their awkward sidelong gait, climbing clumsily from crack to crack, the lower stages of the rocks, like the steps of a staircase, a sort of sea vermin. For 2 months Gilliatt had lived upon these vermin of the sea. On this day, however, the crayfish and crabs were both wanting. The tempest had driven them into their solitary retreats, and they had not yet mustered courage to venture abroad. Gilliatt held his open knife in his hand, and from time to time scraped a cockle from under the bunches of seaweed, which he ate while still walking. He could not have been far from the very spot where Sieur Clubin had perished. As Gilliatt was determining to content himself with the sea urchins and the chantagne de mer, a little clattering noise at his feet aroused his attention. A large crab, startled by his approach, had just dropped into a pool. The water was shallow, and he did not lose sight of it. He chased the crab along the base of the rock. The crab moved fast. Suddenly it was gone. It had buried itself in some crevice under the rock. Gilliatt clutched the protections of the rock, and stretched out to observe where it shelved away under the water. As he suspected, there was an opening there, in which the creature had evidently taken refuge. It was more than a crevice, it was kind of a porch. The sea entered beneath it, but was not deep. The bottom was visible, covered with large pebbles. The pebbles were green and clothed with confervae, indicating that they were never dry. They were like the tops of a number of heads of infants, covered with a kind of green hair. Holding his knife between his teeth, Gilliatt descended, by the help of feet and hands, from the upper part of the escarpment, and leaped into the water. It reached almost to his shoulders. He made his way through the porch, and found himself in a blind passage, with a roof in the form of a rude arch over his head. The walls were polished and slippery. The crab was nowhere visible. He gained his feet and advanced in the daylight, growing fainter, so that he began to lose the power to distinguish objects. At about 15 paces the vaulted roof ended overhead. He had penetrated beyond the blind passage. There was here more space, and consequently more daylight. The pupils of his eyes, moreover, had dilated. He could see pretty clearly. He was taken by surprise. He had made his way again into the singular cavern which he had visited in the previous month. The only difference was that he had entered by the way of the sea. His eyes became more accustomed to the place. His vision became clearer and clearer. He was astonished. He found above the level of the water, and within reach of his hand, a horizontal fissure. It seemed to him probable that the crab had taken refuge there, and he plunged his hand in as far as he was able, and groped about in that dusky aperture. Suddenly he felt himself seized by the arm. A strange, indescribable horror thrilled through him. Some living thing, thin, rough, flat, cold, slimy, had twisted itself round his naked arm in the dark depth below. It crept upward toward his chest. Its pressure was like a tightening cord, its steady persistence like that of a screw. In less than a moment some mysterious spiral form had passed round his wrist and elbow, and had reached his shoulder. A sharp point penetrated beneath the armpit. Gilliatt recoiled, but he had scarcely power to move. He was, as it were, nailed to the place. With his left hand, which was disengaged, he seized his knife, which he still held between his teeth, and with that hand holding the knife he supported himself against the rocks, while he made a desperate effort to withdraw his arm. He succeeded only in disturbing his persecutor, which wound itself still tighter. It was supple as leather, strong as steel, cold as night. A second form, sharp, elongated, and narrow, issued out of the crevice like a tongue out of monstrous jaws. It seemed to lick his naked body. Then suddenly, stretching out, it became longer and thinner as it crept over his skin and wound itself round him. At the same time, a terrible sense of pain, comparable to nothing he had ever known, compelled all his muscles to contract. He felt upon his skin a number of flat, rounded points. It seemed as if innumerable suckers had fastened to his flesh and were about to drink his blood. A third, long, undulating shape issued from the hole in the rock, and seemed to feel its way about his body, lashed around his ribs like a cord, and fixed itself there. Agony, when at its height, is mute. Gilliatt uttered no cry. There was sufficient light for him to see the repulsive forms which had entangled themselves about him. A fourth ligature, but this one swift as an arrow, darted toward his stomach, and wound round him there. It was impossible to sever or tear away the slimy bands which were twisted tightly round his body, and were adhering by a number of points. Each of the points was a focus of frightful and singular pangs. It was as if numberless small mouths were devouring him at the same time. A fifth long, slimy, ribboned-shaped strip issued from the hole. It passed over the others, and wound itself tightly around his chest. The compression increased his sufferings. He could scarcely breathe. These living thongs were pointed at their extremities, but broadened like the blade of a sword toward its hilt. All belonged evidently to the same center. They crept and glided about him. He felt the strange points of pressure, which seemed to him like mouths, change their places from time to time. Suddenly a large, round, gluttonous mass issued from beneath the crevice. It was the center. The 5 thongs were attached to it like spokes to the nave of a wheel. On the opposite sides of this disgusting monster appeared the commencement of 3 other tentacles, the ends of which remained under the rock. In the middle of this slimy mass appeared 2 eyes. The eyes were fixed on Gilliatt. He recognized the devilfish. It is difficult for those who have not seen it to believe in the existence of the devilfish. Compared to this creature, the ancient hydras are insignificant. If terror were the object of its creation, nothing could be imagined more perfect than the devilfish. The devilfish has no muscular organization, no menacing cry, no breastplate, no horn, no dart, no claw, no tail with which to hold or bruise. no cutting fins, or wings with nails, no prickles, no sword, no electric discharge, no poison, no talons, no beak, no teeth. Yet he is of all creatures the most formidably armed. What then is the devilfish? It is the sea vampire. This frightful apparition, which is always possible among the rocks in the open sea, is a grayish form which undulates in the water. It is of the thickness of a man's arm, and in length nearly 5 feet. Its outline is ragged. Its form resembles an umbrella closed and without a handle. This irregular mass advances slowly toward you. Suddenly it opens, and 8 radii issue abruptly from around a face with 2 eyes. The radii are alive. Their undulation is like lambent flames. They resemble, when opened, the spokes of a wheel of 4 or 5 feet in diameter. A terrible expansion, it springs upon its prey. The devilfish harpoons its victim. It winds around the sufferer, covering and entangling him in its long folds. Underneath it is yellow, above a dull earthly hue. Nothing could render that inexplicable shade dust-colored. Its form is spider-like, but its tints are like those of the chameleon. When irritated, it becomes violet. Its most horrible characteristic is its softness. Its folds strangle, its contact paralyzes. It has an aspect like gangrened or scabrous flesh. It is a monstrous embodiment of disease. It adheres closely to its prey and cannot be torn away, a fact which is due to its power of exhausting air. The 8 antennae, large at their roots, diminish gradually, and end in needle-like points. Underneath each of these feelers range 2 rows of pustules, decreasing in size, the largest ones near the head, the smaller at the extremities. Each row contains 25 of these. There are therefore 50 pustules to each feeler, and the creature possesses in the whole 400. These pustules are capable of acting like cupping glasses. They are cartilaginous substances, cylindrical, horny, and livid. Upon the large species they diminish gradually from the diameter of a 5-franc piece to the size of a split pea. These small tubes can be thrust out and withdrawn by the animal at will. They are capable of piercing to a depth of more than an inch. This sucking apparatus has all the regularity and delicacy of a keyboard. It stands forth at one moment and disappears the next. The most perfect sensitiveness cannot equal the contractibility of these suckers. Always proportioned to the internal movement of the animal and its exterior circumstances, the monster is endowed with the qualities of the sensitive plant. When swimming, the devilfish rests, so to speak, in its sheath. It swims with all its parts drawn close, and may be likened to a sleeve sewn up with a closed fist within. The protuberance, which is the head, pushes the water aside and advances with a vague undulatory movement. Its 2 eyes, though large, are indistinct, being of the color of the water. The devilfish not only swims, it walks. It is partly fish, partly reptile. It crawls upon the bed of the sea. At these times it makes use of its 8 feelers, and creeps along in the fashion of a species of swift-moving caterpillar. It has no blood, no bones, no flesh. It is soft and flabby, a skin with nothing inside. Its 8 tentacles may be turned inside out like the fingers of a glove. It has a single orifice in the center of its radii, which appears at first to be neither the vent nor the mouth. It is, in fact, both one and the other. The orifice performs a double function. The entire creature is cold. The jellyfish of the Mediterranean is repulsive. Contact with that animated gelatinous substance which envelops the bather, in which the hands sink and the nails scratch ineffectively, which can be torn without killing it, and which can be plucked off without entirely removing it, that fluid and yet tenacious creature which slips through the fingers, is disgusting. But no horror can equal the sudden apparition of the devilfish, that Medusa with its 8 serpents. It is with the sucking apparatus that it attacks. The victim is oppressed by a vacuum drawing at numberless points. It is not a clawing or a biting, but an indescribable scarification. A tearing of the flesh is terrible, but less terrible than a sucking of the blood. Claws are harmless compared with the horrible action of these natural air cups. The muscles swell, the fibers of the body are contorted, the skin cracks under the loathsome oppression. The blood spurts out and mingles horribly with the lymph of the monster, which clings to its victim by innumerable hideous mouths. The hydra incorporates itself with the man becomes one with the hydra. The spectre lies upon you. The tiger can only devour you. The devilfish, horrible, sucks your life blood away. He draws you to him and into himself, while bound down, glued to the ground, powerless. You feel yourself gradually emptied into this horrible pouch, which is the monster itself. Such was the creature in whose power Gilliatt had fallen for some minutes. The monster was the inhabitant of the grotto, the terrible genii of the place, a kind of sombre demon of the water. All the splendors of the cavern existed for it alone. On the day of the previous month, when Gilliatt had first penetrated into the grotto, the dark outline vaguely perceived by him in the ripples of the secret waters was this monster. It was here in its home. When entering for the second time into the cavern in pursuit of the crab, he had observed the crevice in which he supposed that the crab had taken refuge. The pieuvre was there lying in wait for prey. Gilliatt had thrust his arm deep into the opening. The monster had snapped at it. It held him fast as the spider holds the fly. He was in the water up to his belt, his naked feet clutching the slippery roundness of the huge stones at the bottom, his right arm bound and rendered powerless by the flat coils of the long tentacles of the creature, and his body almost hidden under the folds and cross-folds of this horrible bandage. Of the 8 arms of the devilfish, 3 adhered to the rock, while 5 encircled Gilliatt. In this way, clinging to the granite on the one hand and with the other to its human prey, it enchained him to the rock. 250 suckers were upon him, tormenting him with agony and loathing. He was grasped by gigantic hands, the fingers of which were nearly each a yard long, and furnished inside with living blisters eating into the flesh. It is impossible to tear one's self from the folds of the devilfish. The attempt ends only in a firmer grasp. The monster clings with more determined force. Its effort increases with that of its victim. Every struggle produces a tightening of its ligatures. Gilliatt had but one resource, his knife. His left hand only was free, but the reader knows with what power he could use it. It might have been said that he had 2 right hands. His open knife was in his hand. The antennae of the devilfish cannot be cut. It is a leathery substance, impossible to divide with the knife. It slips under the edge. Its position in attack also is such that to cut it would be to wound the victim's own flesh. The creature is formidable, but there is a way of resisting it. The fishermen of Sark know this, as does anyone who has seen them execute certain abrupt movements in the sea. The porpoises know it also. They have a way of biting the cuttlefish which decapitates it, hence the frequent sight on the sea of penfish, pulps, and cuttlefish without heads. The devilfish, in fact, is only vulnerable through the head. Gilliatt was not ignorant of this fact. With the devilfish, as with a furious bull, there is a certain moment in the conflict which must be seized. It is the instant when the devilfish advances its head. The movement is rapid. He who loses that moment is destroyed. The things we have described occupied only a few moments. Gilliatt, however, felt the increasing power of its innumerable suckers. The monster is cunning. It tries first to stupefy its prey. It seizes and then pauses a while. Gilliatt grasped his knife. The sucking increased. He looked at the monster, which seemed to look at him. Suddenly it loosened from the rock its 6th antenna and darted it at him, seized him by the left arm. At the same moment it advanced its head with a violent movement. In 1 second more its mouth would have fastened on his breast. Bleeding in the sides, and with his 2 arms entangled, he would have been a dead man. But Gilliatt was watchful. He avoided the antenna, and at the moment when the monster darted forward to fasten on his breast, he struck it with the knife clenched in his left hand. There were 2 convulsions in opposite directions, that of the devilfish and that of its prey. The movement was rapid as a double flash of lightning. He had plunged the blade of his knife into the flat, slimy substance, and by a rapid movement, like the flourish of a whip in the air, describing a circle around the 2 eyes, he wrenched the head off as a man would draw a tooth. The struggle was ended. The folds relaxed. The monster dropped away like the slow detaching of bands. The 400 suckers, deprived of their sustaining power, dropped at once from the man and the rock. The mass sank to the bottom of the water. Breathless with the struggle, Gilliatt could perceive upon the stones at his feet 2 shapeless, slimy heaps, the head on one side, the remainder of the monster on the other. Fearing, nevertheless, some convulsive return of his agony, he recoiled to avoid the reach of the dreaded tentacles. But the monster was quite dead. Gilliatt closed his knife. It was time that he killed the devilfish. He was almost suffocated. His right arm and his chest were purple. Numberless little swellings were distinguishable upon them. The blood flowed from them here and there. The remedy for these wounds is sea water. Gilliatt plunged into it, rubbing himself at the same time with the palms of his hands. The swellings disappeared under the friction. End of Story 10. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Story 11 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 11, The Man in the Cannon, from '93 by Victor Hugo. One of the cannonades of the battery, a 24-pounder, had broken loose. This is the most dangerous accident that can possibly take place on shipboard. Nothing more terrible can happen to a sloop of war in open sea and under full sail. A cannon that breaks its moorings suddenly becomes some strange, supernatural beast. It is a machine transformed into a monster. That short mass on wheels moves like a billiard ball, rolls with the rolling of the ship, plunges with the pitching, goes, comes, stops, seems to meditate, starts on its course again, shoots like an arrow from one end of the vessel to the other, whirls around, slips away, dodges, rears, bangs, crashes, kills, exterminates. It is a battering ram capriciously assaulting a wall. Add to this the fact that the ram is of metal, the wall of wood. It is matter set free, one might say. This eternal slave was avenging itself. It seemed as if the total depravity concealed in what we call inanimate things had escaped, and burst forth all of a sudden. It appears to lose patience, and to take a strange, mysterious revenge. Nothing more restless than this wrath of the inanimate. This enraged lump leaps like a panther. It has the clumsiness of an elephant, the nimbleness of a mouse, the obstinacy of an axe, the uncertainty of the billows, the zigzag of the lightning, the deafness of the grave. It weighs 10,000 pounds, and it rebounds like a child's ball. It spins, and then abruptly darts off at right angles. And what is to be done? How put an end to it? The tempest ceases, a cyclone passes over, a wind dies down, a broken mast can be replaced, a leak can be stopped, a fire extinguished. But what will become of this enormous brute of bronze? How can it be captured? You can reason with a bulldog, astonish a bull, fascinate a boa, frighten a tiger, tame a lion, but you have no resource against this monster. A loose cannon. You cannot kill it. It is dead, and at the same time it lives. It lives with a sinister life which comes to it from the infinite. The deck beneath gives it full swing. It is moved by the ship, which is moved by the sea, which is moved by the wind. This destroyer is a toy. The ship, the waves, the winds, all play with it. Hence its frightful animation. What is done with this apparatus? How fetter this stupendous engine of destruction? How anticipate its comings and goings, its returns, its stops, its shocks? Any one of its blows on the side of the ship may stave it in. How foretell its frightful meanderings? It is dealing with a projectile, which alters its mind, which seems to have ideas and changes its direction every instant. How check the course of what must be avoided? The horrible cannon struggles, advances, backs, strikes right, strikes left, retreats, passes by, disconcerts expectation, grinds up obstacles, crushes men like flies. All the terror of the situation is in the fluctuations of the flooring. How fight an inclined plane subject to caprices? The ship has, so to speak, in its belly, an imprisoned thunderstorm, striving to escape, something like a thunderbolt rumbling above an earthquake. In an instant the whole crew was on foot. It was the fault of the gun captain, who had neglected to fasten the screw nut of the mooring chain, and had insecurely clogged the four wheels of the gun carriage. This gave play to the sole and the framework, separated the two platforms, and finally the breeching. The tackle had given way, so that the cannon was no longer firm on its carriage. The stationary breeching, which prevents recoil, was not in use at this time. A heavy sea struck the port. The carronade, insecurely fastened, had recoiled and broken its chain, and begun its terrible course over the deck. To form an idea of this strange sliding, let one imagine a drop of water running over glass. At the moment when the fastenings gave way, the gunners were in the battery, some in groups, others scattered about, busied with the customary work among sailors getting ready for a signal for action. The carronade, hurled forward by the pitching of the vessel, made a gap in this crowd of men, and crushed four at the first blow. Then sliding back and shot out again as the ship rolled, it cut in two a fifth unfortunate, and knocked a piece of the battery against the larboard side with such force as to unship it. This caused the cry of distress just heard. All the men rushed to the companionway. The gun deck was vacated in a twinkling. The enormous gun was left alone. It was given up to itself. It was its own master, the master of the ship. It could do what it pleased. This whole crew, accustomed to laugh in time of battle, now trembled. To describe the terror is impossible. Captain Boisberthelot and Lieutenant La Vieuville, although both dauntless men, stopped at the head of the companionway, and dumb, pale, and hesitating, looked down on the deck below. Someone elbowed past and went down. It was their passenger, the peasant, the man on whom they had just been speaking a moment before. Reaching the foot of the companionway, he stopped. The cannon was rushing back and forth on the deck. One might have supposed it to be a living chariot of the apocalypse. The marine lantern, swinging overhead, added a dizzying shift of light and shade to the picture. The form of the cannon disappeared in the violence of its course, and it looked now black in the light, now mysteriously white in the darkness. It went on in its destructive work. It had already shattered four other guns and made two gaps in the side of the ship, fortunately above the water line, but where the water would come in case of heavy weather. It rushed frantically against the framework. The strong timbers withstood the shock. The curved shape of the wood gave them great power of resistance, but they creaked beneath the blows of this huge club, beating on all sides at once with a strange sort of ubiquity. The percussions of a grain of shot shaken in a bottle are not swifter or more senseless. The four wheels passed back and forth over the dead men, cutting them, carving them, slashing them, till the five corpses were a score of stumps, rolling across the deck. The heads of the dead men seemed to cry out. Streams of blood curled over the deck with the rolling of the vessel. The planks, damaged in several places, began to gape open. The whole ship was filled with the horrid noise and confusion. The captain promptly recovered his presence of mind, and ordered everything that could check and impede the cannon's mad course to be thrown through the hatchway down on the gun deck. Mattresses, hammocks, spare sails, rolls of cordage, bags belonging to the crew, the bales of counterfeit assignats, of which the corvette carried a large quantity, a characteristic piece of English villainy regarded as legitimate warfare. But what could these rags do? As nobody dared to go below to dispose of them properly, they were reduced to lint in a few minutes. There was just enough sea to make the accident as bad as possible. A tempest would have been desirable, for it might have upset the cannon, and with its four wheels once in the air, there would be some hope of getting it under control. Meanwhile, the havoc increased. There were splits and fractures in the masts, which are set into the framework of the keel and rise above the decks of a ship like great round pillars. The convulsive blows of the cannon had cracked the mizzenmast and had cut into the mainmast. The battery was being ruined. 10 pieces out of the 30 were disabled. The breaches in the side of the vessel were increasing. The corvette was beginning to leak. The old passenger, having gone down to the gun deck, stood like a man of stone at the foot of the steps. He cast a stern glance over this scene of devastation. He did not move. It seemed impossible to take a step forward. Every movement of the loose cannonade threatened the ship's destruction. A few moments more, and shipwreck would be inevitable. They must perish or put a speedy end to the disaster. Some course must be decided on, but what? What an opponent was this cannonade! Something must be done to stop this terrible madness, to capture this lightning, to overthrow this thunderbolt. Boisberthelot said to La Vieuville, "Do you believe in God, Chevalier?" La Vieuville replied, "Yes." "No." "Sometimes." "During a tempest?" "Yes, and in moments like this." "God alone can save us from this," said Boisberthelot. Everybody was silent.
letting the cannonade continue its horrible din. Outside, the waves beating against the ship responded with their blows to the shocks of the cannon. It was like two hammers alternating. Suddenly, in the midst of this inaccessible ring, where the escaped cannon was leaping, a man was seen to appear, with an iron bar in his hand. He was the author of the catastrophe, the captain of the gun, guilty of criminal carelessness, and the cause of the accident, the master of the cannonade. Having done the mischief, he was anxious to repair it. He had seized the iron bar in one hand, a tiller rope with a slip noose in the other, and jumped down the hatchway to the gun deck. Then began an awful sight, a titanic scene, the contest between gun and gunner, the battle of matter and intelligence, the duel between man and the inanimate. The man stationed himself in a corner, and with bar and rope in his two hands, he leaned against one of the riders, bracing himself on his legs, which seemed two steel posts, and livid, calm, tragic, as if rooted to the deck, he waited. He waited for the cannon to pass by him. The gunner knew his gun, and it seemed to him as if the gun ought to know him. He had lived long with it. How many times he had thrust his hands into its mouth. It was his own familiar monster. He began to speak to it as if it were his dog. "Come," he said. Perhaps he loved it. He seemed to wish it to come to him. But to come to him was to come upon him, and then he would be lost. How could he avoid being crushed? That was the question. All looked on in terror. Not a breast breathed freely, unless perhaps that of the old man, who was alone in the battery with the two contestants, a stern witness. He might be crushed himself by the cannon. He did not stir. Beneath them the sea blindly directed the contest. At the moment when the gunner, accepting his frightful hand-to-hand conflict, challenged the cannon, some chance rocking of the sea caused the cannonade to remain for an instant motionless, and as if stupefied. "Come now," said the man. It seemed to listen. Suddenly it leapt towards him. The man dodged the blow. The battle began, battle unprecedented. Frailty struggled against the invulnerable. The gladiator of flesh attacking the beast of brass. On one side brute force, on the other a human soul. All this was taking place in semi-darkness. It was like the shadowy vision of a miracle. A soul! Strange to say, one would have thought the cannon also had a soul, but a soul full of hatred and rage. This sightless thing seemed to have eyes. The monster appeared to lie in wait for the man. One would have at least believed that there was a craft in this mass. It also chose its time. It was a strange, gigantic insect of metal, having or seeming to have the will of a demon. For a moment this colossal locust would beat against the low ceiling overhead. Then it would come down on its four wheels like a tiger on its four paws, and begin to run at the man. He, supple, nimble, expert, writhed away like an adder from all these lightning movements. He avoided a collision, but the blows which he parried fell against the vessel, and continued their work of destruction. An end of broken chain was left hanging to the cannonade. This chain had in some strange way become twisted about the screw of the cascabel. One end of the chain was fastened to the gun carriage. The other, left loose, whirled desperately about the cannon, making all its blows more dangerous. The screw held it in a firm grip, adding a thong to a battering ram, making a terrible whirlwind around the cannon, an iron lash in a brazen hand. This chain complicated the contest. However, the man went on fighting. Occasionally it was the man who attacked the cannon. He would creep along the side of the vessel, bar and rope in hand, and the cannon, as if it understood, and as though suspecting some snare, would flee away. The man, bent on victory, pursued it. Such things cannot long continue. The cannon seemed to say to itself, all of a sudden, "Come now, make an end of it," and it stopped. One felt that the crisis was at hand. The cannon, as if in suspense, seemed to have, or really had, for to all it was a living being, a ferocious malice prepense. It made a sudden quick dash at the gunner. The gunner sprang out of the way, let it pass by, and cried out to it with a laugh, "Try it again!" The cannon, as if enraged, smashed a cannonade on the port side, and then again, seized by the invisible sling which controlled it, it was hurled to the starboard side at the man who made his escape. 3 cannonades gave way under the blows of the cannon, then, as if blind and not knowing what more to do, turned its back on the man, rolled from stern to bow. injured the stern, and made a breach in the planking of the prow. The man took refuge at the foot of the steps, not far from the old man, who was looking on. The gunner held his iron bar in rest. The cannon seemed to notice it, and without taking the trouble to turn around, slid back on the man, swift as the blow of an axe. The man, driven against the side of the ship, was lost. The whole crew cried out with horror, but the old passenger, till this moment motionless, darted forth more quickly than any of this wildly swift rapidity. He seized a package of the counterfeit assignats, and at the risk of being crushed, succeeded in throwing it between the wheels of the carronade. This decisive and perilous movement could not have been made with more exactness and precision by a man trained in all the exercises described in Durosell's Manual of Gun Practice at Sea. The package had the effect of a clog. A pebble may stop a log. The branch of a tree turn aside an avalanche. The carronade stumbled. The gunner, taking advantage of this critical opportunity, plunged his iron bar between the spokes of one of the hind wheels. The cannon stopped. It leaned forward. The man, using the bar as a lever, held it in equilibrium. The heavy mass was overthrown, with the crash of a falling bell, and the man, rushing with all his might, dripping with perspiration, passed the slip noose around the bronze neck of the subdued monster. It was ended. The man had conquered. The ant had control over the mastodon. The pygmy had taken the thunderbolt prisoner. The mariners and sailors clapped their hands. The whole crew rushed forward with cables and chains, and in an instant the cannon was secured. The gunner saluted the passenger. "Sir," he said, "you have saved my life." The old man had resumed his impassive attitude, and made no reply.
End of Story 11.
Story 12 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 12. A Ship on Fire at Sea. From Off the Skelligs, by Jean Ingelow. "What is it?" I exclaimed. "What can it be?" She pointed with her finger, and as the yacht swung round, she said, "Look there, ma'am, look." As she spoke, two strange objects came into my view. One was a great pale moon, sickly and white, hanging and seeming to brood over the horizon. The other, which looked about the same size, was red and seemed to lie close at her side. It was not round, but looked blotted and blurred in the mist. Could it be a meteor? A lighthouse? Whatever it was the cause of the commotion which had been so intense, and which now seemed to be already subsiding. I had heard the men called up not 3 minutes before, and now 2 boats were already lowered, and Tom was in command of the foremost. I heard his voice coming from the water. And no one prevented me now from rushing to the side to look over, turning my back on the moon and her lurid companion. Though the night was not dark, I could not discern the boats, and after straining my eyes into the mist, I observed that it was rapidly melting away, and rolling on as well as rolling together, so that spaces of water here and there were clear, and moonlight glittered on them. The binnacle light glared in my uncle's face as he stooped over it. I heard Brand whisper to his wife that he had taken charge of the yacht, and I did not dare to speak to him, though what it might be that alarmed them I could not tell. It was, as it seemed, but a moment that I had stared out into the mist, looking for the boats with still sleepy eyes. Then, as the sailors that were left tramped back to the forepart of the yacht, I turned again. The mist had shaken itself and rolled on before a light air that was coming. I saw 2 great pathways now lying along the waters. One was silver white, the pathway of the wan moon. The other was blood red and angry, and a burning vessel lay at her head. Oh, what a sight! Can I ever forget it? The fire was spurting from every crevice of the black hull. Her great mainmast was gone, The mizzenmast lay with several great white sails surging about in the water, and she was dragging it along with her. The foremast only stood, and its rigging and sails had not yet caught. A dead silence had succeeded now to the commotion in the vessel. Men were standing stock still, perhaps waiting for their orders, and my uncle's were the only eyes that were not strained to follow the leaping and dazzling spires. Every moment we approached. Now the first waft of the smoke came in our faces. Now we could hear the crackling and rending, the creak and shiver, and the peculiar roaring noise made by a mastering fire. "A full-rigged ship," I heard Brand whisper to his wife. 1100 tons at the least." "Merciful Heaven!" she whispered in reply. "I hope she won't blow up. Anyhow, I thank the Lord we've got master in command himself." I never saw anything like the horrible beauty of that red light. It added tenfold to the terror of the scene to see her coming on so majestically, dragging with her broken spars and great yards and sprawling sails. She looked like some splendid live creature in distress, and rocked now a good deal in the water, for every moment the wind seemed to rise, bringing up a long swell with it. The moon went down, and in a few minutes the majestic ship supplied all the light to the dark sky and black water. I saw the two little dark boats nearing her, knew that my brother was in the foremost, and shook with fear, and cried to God to take care of him. But while I and all gazed in awful silence on the sailing ship, the flames, bursting through the deck in a new place, climbed up the fore-rigging, and in one single leap, as if they had been living things, they were licking the sails off the ropes, and, shooting higher than her topsails, they spread themselves out like quivering fans. I saw every sail that was left in an instant bathed in flames. A second burst came raging up from below, blackening and shrivelling everything before it. Then I saw the weltering fire run down again, and still the wreck, plunging her bows in the water, came rocking on and on. "How near does our old man mean to go?" whispered Mrs. Brant, and almost at that instant I observed that he had given some order to the man at the helm, and I could distinctly hear a murmur of satisfaction. Then almost directly a cry of horror rose. We were very near her, and while the water hissed with strange distinctness, and steamed in her wake, her blazing foremast fell over the side, plunging with a tremendous crash into the sea, sending up dangerous showers of sparks and burning bits of sailcloth, and covering our decks with falling tinder. The black water took in and quenched all that blazing top-hamper, and still the awful hissing was audible, till suddenly, as we seemed to be sheering off from her, there was a thunderous roll that sounded like the breaking of her mighty heart, and still glorious in beauty she plunged head foremost, and went down blazing into the desolate sea. In one instant that raging glow and all the fierce illumination of the fire were gone. Darkness had settled on the face of the deep. I saw a few lighted spars floating about, that was all, and I smelt the fire, and felt the hot smoke rushing past my face, as the only evidence that this was not a dream. Oh, the misery of the next half hour! The boats, when that ill-fated ship went down, must, I knew, have been very near her. Had they been sucked in? Had they been overturned? Or had they been so blessed as to be saved, and to save some of the wretched passengers and crew? Of all persons in the yacht, then, perhaps I suffered most. I was the most ignorant. I had no one to speak to, for Mrs. Brand, perhaps lest I should question her, had retreated, and I could not think of addressing my uncle. He had plenty on his mind and on his hands. I could only observe the activity of others by the light of the many lanterns which were now hung out from various parts of the rigging, and hope that we should soon find the boats, though every light hung up seemed to increase the darkness, and make us more unable to see anything beyond the bounds of the yacht. At last, Brand standing near me again, I said, "Oh, Brand, cannot we go nearer the place where that ship sunk? Perhaps some poor creatures may be floating on the waters still." "Ma'am," he replied, "we are sailing now as nigh as may be over the very spot where she went down. But you have no call to be frightened. Everything has been done that can be done. We hove to directly we sighted her." "Yes," I said, "but what good could that do?" "Why, ma'am," he replied, "we could not have lowered the boats without that; and then, you know, when they were off, we filled, and stood in as nigh as we dared." "Then where are the boats?" I inquired. "God knows, ma'am." "And what are these lights for? Every one you put up makes it harder to see anything. How are we to find them?" "We have no call to find them," he replied. "We want them to find us. Most likely there are other boats about, besides our own, boats from the ship. We want to make ourselves as conspicuous as we can. At least, I reckon that is why master has ordered all these lights out." "And why cannot we pick up any of the poor creatures that may have been on board? Surely we could have heard their cries, and could now. We are not half a quarter of a mile from her." "No, ma'am, nothing like that distance, not half that distance. That's why our people think she must have been deserted." The steward passed on, and I covered my face with my hands and moaned in the misery of my heart. Oh, my only brother! Had I really lost him so? I listened. The silence about me was so intense that I knew there was much anxiety felt. Every face, as it passed under a lantern, had a restless and yet awestruck look. My uncle's, when he bent over the illuminated compass, did not at all reassure me. But such a misfortune as I had dreaded, such a terrible blow, we were to be spared. I got up again, gazed out over the dark water, and longed for the dawn. Something better than dawn was destined to meet my eyes. Between us and a spar that still glowed, two dark objects stood suddenly, a boat, and black figures and moving oars, another behind her. I shall never forget with what a thrill of joy I heard our people cheer. In 10 minutes we could hear the stroke of their oars, and directly after Tom was on deck, and his crew with him. "God bless you," said my uncle to Tom. "Anybody saved?" "One," said Tom. "Only one, sir." End of Story 12. Biographical Notes. Jean Ingelow was an English poetess and novelist, born in 1820. She died in 1899. Her chief novels are Off the Skelligs, Fated to be Free, Don John, and Sarah de Beranger. The High Tide on the Coast of Lincolnshire and A Story of Doom are the best known of her poetical writings.
Story 13 of the Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. Sea Stories edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 13. In the Gulf Stream. From At Last by Charles Kingsley. The appearance of the first fragments of gulfweed caused quite a little excitement, and set an enthusiastic pair of naturalists, a midland hunting squire, and a travelled scientific doctor who had been 12 years in the eastern archipelago, fishing eagerly over the bows with an extemporized grapple of wire for gulfweed, a specimen of which they did not catch. However, more and more still would come in a day or two, perhaps whole acres, even whole leagues, and then, so we hoped, but hoped in vain, we should have our feast of zoophytes, crustacea, and what not. Meanwhile, it must be remembered that this gulfweed has not, as some of the uninitiated fancy from its name, anything to do with the Gulf Stream, along the southern edge of which we were streaming. Thrust away to the south by that great ocean river, it lies in a vast eddy or central pool of the Atlantic, between the Gulf Stream and the equatorial current, unmoved save by surface drifts of wind, as floating weeds collect and range slowly round and round in the still corners of a tumbling bay or salmon pool. One glance at a bit of the weed, as it floats past, showed that it was like no fucus of our shores, or anything we ever saw before. The difference of look is undefinable in words, but clear enough. One sees in a moment that the sargassos, of which there are several species on tropical shores, are a genus of themselves and by themselves, and a certain awe may, if the beholder be at once scientific and poetical, come over him at the first sight of this famous and unique variety thereof, which has lost ages since the habit of growing on rock or sea bottom, but propagates itself forever floating, and feeds among its branches a whole family of fish, crabs, cuttlefish, zoophytes, mollusks, which, like the plant which shelters them, are found nowhere else in the world. And that awe, springing from the scientific use of the imagination, would be increased if he recollected the theory, not altogether impossible, that this sargasso, and possibly some of the animals which cling to it, marks the site of an Atlantic continent, sunk long ages since, and that transformed by the necessities of life from a rooting to a floating plant. Still it remembers its august abodes, and wanders round and round as if in search of the rocks where once it grew. We looked eagerly day by day for more and more gulfweed, hoping that slimy things would crawl with legs upon that slimy sea, and thought of the memorable day when Columbus's ship first plunged her bows into the tangled ocean meadow, and the sailors, naturally enough, were ready to mutiny, fearing hidden shoals, ignorant that they had 4 miles of blue water beneath their keel, and half recollecting old Greek and Phoenician legends of a weedy sea off the coast of Africa, where the vegetation stopped the ships and kept them entangled till all on board were starved. Day after day we passed more and more of it, often in long processions, ranged in the direction of the wind, while, a few feet below the surface, here and there floated large fronds of lettuce-like weed, seemingly an ulva, the bright green of which, as well as the red-orange of the sargasso, brought out by the contrast of the intense blue of the water. Very remarkable, meanwhile, and unexpected was the opacity and seeming solidity of this ocean which looked down on from the bows, whether sapphire under the sunlight, or all but black under the clouds, or laced and streaked with beads of foam rising out of the nether darkness. It looked as though it could resist the hand, as if one might almost walk on it, so unlike any liquid as seen near shore or inland is this leaping, heaving plain, reminding one, by its innumerable conchoidal curves, not of water, not even of ice, but rather of obsidian. After all, we got little of the sargasso. Only in a sailing ship and in calms or light breezes can its treasures be explored. 12 knots an hour is a pace sufficient to tear off the weed, as it is hauled alongside, all living things which are not rooted to it. We got, therefore, no crustacea, neither did we get a single specimen of the calamaries, which may be described as cuttlefish carrying hooks on their arms as well as suckers, the lingering descendants of a most ancient form, which existed as far back as the era of the shallow oolitic seas, X or Y thousand years ago. A tiny curled sporobus, a Lipararia with its thousandfold cells, and a tiny polyp belonging to the Campanularius, with a creeping stem, which sends up here and there a yellow-stalked bell, were all the parasites we saw. But the sargasso itself is a curious instance of the fashion in which one form so often mimics another of a quite different family. When fresh out of the water, it resembles not a seaweed so much as a sprig of some willow-leafed shrub, burdened with yellow berries, large and small, for every broken bit of it seems growing and throwing out ever new berries and leaves, or what, for want of a better word, must be called leaves in a seaweed. For it must be remembered that the frond of a seaweed is not merely leaf, but root also, that it not only breathes air, but feeds on water, and that even the so-called root by which the seaweed holds to the rock is really only an anchor, holding mechanically to the stone, but not deriving, as the root of a land plant would, any nourishment from it. Therefore it is, that to grow while uprooted and floating, though impossible to most land plants, is easy enough to many seaweeds, and especially to the sargasso. The flying fish now began to be a source of continual amusement, as they scuttled away from under the bows of the ship, mistaking her, probably, for some huge devouring whale. So strange are they when first seen, though long read of and looked for, that it is difficult to recollect that they are actually fish. The first little one was mistaken for a dragonfly, the first big one for a grey plover. The flight is almost exactly like that of a quail or partridge flight, I must say, for in spite of all that has been learnedly written to the contrary, it was too difficult as yet for the English sportsmen on board to believe that their motion was not a true flight, aided by the vibration of the wings, and not a mere impulse given, as in the leap of a salmon, by a rush under water. That they can change their course at will is plain to one who looks down on them from the lofty deck, and still more from the paddle box. The length of the flight seems too great to be attributed to a few strokes of the tail, while the plain fact that they renew their flight after touching, and only touching, the surface would seem to show that it was not due only to the original impetus, for that would be retarded, instead of being quickened, every time they touched. Such were our first impressions, and they were confirmed by what we saw on the voyage home. The nights as yet, we will not say disappointed us, for to see new stars like Canopus and Fomalhaut shining in the far south, even to see Sirius, in his ever-changing blaze of red and blue, riding high in a December heaven, is interesting enough. But the brilliance of the stars is not, at least at this season, equal to that of the frosty sky in England. Nevertheless, to make up for the deficiency, the clouds were glorious, so glorious that I longed again and again, as I did afterwards in the West Indies, that Mr. Ruskin were by my side, to see and to describe, as none but he can do. The evening skies are fit weeds for widowed Eos, weeping over the dying sun, thin, formless, rent, in carelessness, not in rage, and of all the hues of early autumn leaves, purple and brown, with green and primrose lakes of air between, but all hues weakened, mingled, chastened into loneliness, tenderness, regretfulness, through which still shines, in endless vistas of clear western light, the hope of the returning day. More and more faint, the pageant fades below towards the white haze of the horizon, where in sharpest contrast leaps and welters against it the black jagged sea, and richer it grows upward till it cuts the azure overhead, until only too soon the sun's rim dips, the stars rush out. At one stride comes the dark, to be succeeded, after long balmy nights, by a sunrise which repeats the colors of the sunset, but this time gaudy, dazzling, triumphant, as befits the season of faith and hope. Such imagery, it may be said, is hackneyed now, and trite even to impertinence. It may be so at home, but here, in presence of the magnificent pageant of tropic sunlight, it is natural, almost inevitable, and the old myth of the daily birth and death of Helios, and the bridal joys and widowed tears of Eos, reinvents itself in the human mind as soon as it asserts its power. It may be its sacred right to translate nature into the language of the feelings. End of story 13. Biographical notes. Kingsley, Charles, an English clergyman and author, born in Devonshire, 1819, died 1875. From 1844 until his death, he was rector of Eversley in Hampshire. In 1873, he was appointed Canon of Westminster and chaplain to Queen Victoria. He wrote Alton Locke and Yeast, 2 years ago, Hereward the Wake, Hypatia, and Westward Ho, and under the pen name of Parson Lot wrote much on Christian socialism, a charming book of travel, At Last, and the Heroes, Glaucus, and the Water Babies, Prose Ideals, Health and Education, are some of his other books. His life, by his widow, is the most interesting biography. Story 14 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. Sea Stories edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 14. The Loss of the Royal George. From The Child of the Wreck, by W.H.G. Kingston. I am not likely to forget that next morning, the 28th of August, 1789. It was a fine summer's morning, and there was just a little sea on, with a strongest breeze blowing from the eastward, but not enough to prevent boats coming off from Portsmouth. I counted 40 sail of the line, a dozen frigates and smaller ships of war, and well nigh 300 merchant vessels, riding, as of course we were, to the flood with our heads towards Cowes. You will understand that under the lower deck was fitted a cistern, into which the sea water was received, then pumped up by a hand pump, fixed in the middle of the gun deck, for the purpose of washing the 2 lower gun decks. The water was let into this cistern by a pipe which passed through the ship's side, and which was secured by a stopcock on the inside. It had been found the morning before that this watercock, which was about 3 feet below the waterline, was out of order and must be repaired. The foreman came off from the dockyard and said that it was necessary to careen the ship over to port, sufficiently to raise the mouth of the pipe which went through the ship's timbers below, clean out the water, that he and his men might work at it. Between 7 and 8 o'clock the order was given to run the larboard guns out as far as they could go, the larboard ports being opened. The starboard guns were also run in amidships and secured by tackles, the moving over of this great weight of metal bringing the larboard lower deck port sills just level with the water. The men were then able to get at the mouth of the pipe. For an hour the ship remained in this position while carpenters were at work. We had been taking in rum and shot on the previous day, and now a sloop called the Lark, which belonged to the three brothers, came alongside with the last cargo of rum. She having been secured to the larboard side, the hands were piped to clear the lighter. I had been on duty on the main deck. Several ladies had come off early in the morning, friends and relations of the officers. Some of them were either in the wardroom or gunroom, and others were walking the quarter-deck with the help of their gentlemen friends, as it was no easy matter, the ship heeling over as much as she was then doing. They thought it very good fun, however, and were laughing and talking as they tried to keep their feet from slipping. I had been sent with a message to Mr. Hollingbury, our third lieutenant, who was officer of the watch. He seemed out of temper, and gave me a rough answer, as he generally did. He was not a favourite, indeed, with us, and we used to call him Jib and Foresail Jack, for when he had the watch at night he was always singing out "Up jib" and "Down jib," "Up foresail," "Down foresail," and from a habit he had of moving his fingers about when walking the quarter-deck, we used to say that he had been an organ player in London. Just as I got back to the main deck, I caught a glimpse of a young lady in black, leading a little boy. She turned her face towards me, and I saw that she was the very same who had come to my wife's cottage the previous evening. Indeed, I should have known her by the little boy by her side. I had to return to the quarter-deck again, and when I once more came back to the main deck, I could nowhere see her, but whether she went into the wardroom or had gone below, I could not learn. I asked several people, for I thought she might have brought me off a message from Susan, and I might, I fancied, have been of use to her in finding the person she wished to see. While I was looking about, Mr. Webb, the purser's clerk, who had received orders to go on shore in charge of a boat, came up and ordered me to call the crew away. A couple of midshipmen were going with him. This took up some time, and prevented me from finding the young lady. Just then, as I went up to report the boat gone to Mr. Hollingbury, Mr. Williams, the carpenter, came up from the lower deck, and requested that he would be pleased to order the ship to be righted, as she was heeling over more than she could bear. The lieutenant gave one of his usual short answers to the carpenter, who went below, looking as though he did not at all like it. He was back again, however, before I had left the deck, when he said in a short quick way, as if there were not a moment to lose, "If you please, sir, the ship is getting past her bearings. It's my duty to tell you she will no longer bear it." "If you think, sir, you can manage the ship better than I can, you had better take the command," answered Mr. Hollingbury, in an angry tone, twitching his fingers and turning away. About this time there were a good many men in the waist who heard what the carpenter had said, and what answer the lieutenant gave. They all knew, as I did, that the ship must be in great danger, or the carpenter would not have spoken so sharply as he had. A large number of the crew, however, were below, some on board the lighter, others at the yard tackles and stayfalls, hoisting in casks, some in the spirit room stowing away, others bearing the casks down the hatchway, all busy clearing the lighter. The greater number, it will be understood, were on the larboard side, and that brought the ship down more to larboard. There was a little more sea on than before, which had begun to wash into the lower deck ports, and having no escape there was soon a great weight of water on the lower deck, Several of the men, not dreaming of danger, were amusing themselves, laughing and shouting, catching mice, for there were a good many of them in the ship, which the water had driven out of their quarters. It's my belief, however, that the casks of rum hoisted in, and lying on the larboard side, before they could be lowered into the hold, helped very much to bring the ship down. There stood the lieutenant, fuming at the way the carpenter had spoken to him. Suddenly, however, it seemed to occur to him that the carpenter was right, and he ordered the drummer to beat to quarters, that the guns may be run into their places and the ship righted. Dictatur was shouted quick enough along the deck, for everyone now saw that not a moment was to be lost, as the ship had just then heeled over still more. The moment the drummer was called, all hands began tumbling down the hatchways to their quarters that they might run in their guns. Just then I saw the young midshipman whom I had observed going off with Mr. Webb standing at the entrance port singing out for the boat. He had forgotten his dirk, he said, and had come back to fetch it. The boat, however, had gone some distance off, and he was left behind. Poor fellow, it was a fatal piece of forgetfulness for him. "Never mind, Jimmy Fish," said little Crispo, one of the smallest midshipmen I ever saw, for he was only 9 years old. "There is another boat going ashore directly, and you can go in her." He gave an angry answer, and went back into the gun room, swearing at his ill luck. The men had just got hold of the gun tackles, and were about to hoist out their guns, which had been run in amidships, some 500 of them or more having for the purpose gone over to the larboard side, which caused the ship to heel over still more, when the water made a rush into the larboard lower deck ports, and, do all they could, the guns ran in again upon them. Feeling sure that the ship could not be righted, I, seizing little Crispo, made a rush to starboard, and dashing through an open port found myself outside the ship, which at that moment went completely over, her masts and spars sinking under the water. Somehow or other the young midshipman broke from me and slipped over into the sea. I thought the poor little fellow would have been lost, but he struck out bravely, which was, as it turned out, the best thing he could have done, as he could swim quite well. I had just before seen all the portholes crowded with seamen, trying to escape, and jamming one another so that they could scarcely move one way or the other. The ship now lying down completely on her larboard broadside. Suddenly the heads of most of the men disappeared, they having dropped back into the ship, many of those who were holding on being hauled down by others below them. It was, you see, as if they had been trying to get out of a number of chimneys, with nothing for their feet to rest upon. Directly afterwards there came such a rush of wind through the ports that my hat was blown off. It was the air from the hold, which, having no other vent, escaped as the water pouring in took up its space. The whole side of the ship was, I said, covered with seamen and marines, and here and there a Jew maybe, and a good many women and a few children shrieking and crying out for mercy. Never have I heard such a fearful wailing. One poor woman near me shrieked out for her husband, but he was nowhere to be seen, and she thought he was below with those who by this time were drowned. For there were hundreds who had been on the lower decks and in the hold, who had never even reached the ports, and some who had fallen back into the sea as it rushed in at the larboard side. She implored me to help her, and I said I would if I could. We could see boats putting off from the ships all round to our help, and here and there people swimming for their lives who had leaped from the stern ports, or had been on the upper deck. I could not help thinking of our fine old admiral, and wished that he might be among them, but he was not, for he was writing in his cabin at the time, and when the captain tried to let him know that the ship was sinking, he found the door so jammed by her heeling over that he could not open it, and was obliged to rush aft and make his escape through a stern port to save his life. This I afterwards heard. The ship went completely over. As the ship had floated for some minutes, I began to hope that she would continue in the same position, and that I and others around me on her side might be saved. I hoped this for my own sake, and still more for that of my dear wife. I had been thinking of her all the time, for I knew that it would go well nigh to break her heart if I was taken from her, as it were, just before her eyes. Suddenly I found to my horror that the ship was settling down. The shrieks of despair which rent the air on every side, not only from women, but from many a man I had looked upon as a stout fellow, rang in my ears. Knowing that if I went down with the ship I should have a hard job to rise again, I seized the poor woman by her dress, and leaped off with her into the sea. But to my horror, her dress tore, and before I could get hold of her again, she was swept from me. I had struck out for some distance, when I felt myself as it were drawn back, and, on looking round, I saw the ship's upper works disappear beneath the waters, which were covered with a mass of human beings, shrieking and lifting up their hands in despair. Presently they all disappeared. Just then I felt myself drawn down by someone getting hold of my foot under the water, but managing to kick off my shoe, I quickly rose again and struck out away from the spot, impelled by instinct rather than anything else, for I had no time for thought. Then directly afterwards up came the mass almost with a bound, as it were, and stood out of the water, with a slight list only to starboard, with the fore, main, and mizzen tops all above water, as well as part of the bowsprit and ensign staff, with the flag still hoisted to it. Many people were floating about, making for the tops and riggings, several of them terror-stricken, who could not swim, catching hold of those that could. I thought, on seeing this, that it would be wiser to keep clear of them, till I could reach a boat coming towards the wreck at no great distance off. I was pretty nigh exhausted when I reached the boat, in which were a waterman and two young gentlemen, who happened to be crossing from Ryde to Portsmouth at the time. They soon hauled me in, and I begged them to pull on and save some of the drowning people. As neither of them could row, quickly recovering, I took one of the oars and was about to sit down to help the waterman, when I saw not far off several sheep, pigs, and fowls swimming in all directions, while hen coops and all sorts of articles were floating about. Out of nearly 1,000 souls who had been alive and well on board the ship in the morning, between 700 and 800 were now lifeless, besides our gallant admiral, who had been drowned while sitting writing in his cabin, 3 of the lieutenants, including the one whose obstinacy had produced the disaster, the larger number of the midshipmen, the surgeon, master, and the major, and several other officers of the marines, were drowned, as were some ladies who had just before come on board. 60 of the marines had gone on shore in the morning. A considerable number of the rest, who were on the upper deck, were saved, but the greater number of the crew, many of whom were in the hold stowing away the rum casks, had perished. Indeed, out of the ship's whole complement, 70 seamen only escaped with their lives. I was sorry to hear that Mr. Williams, the carpenter, whose advice, had it been followed, would have saved the ship, was drowned. His body was picked up directly afterwards and carried on board the Victory, where it was laid on the hearth before the galley fire, in the hopes that he might recover, but life was extinct. Captain Waghorn, though he could not swim, was saved. After trying to warn the admiral, he rushed across the deck and leaped into the sea, calling on others to follow his example. A young gentleman, Mr. Pierce, was near him. "Can you swim?" he asked. "No," was the answer. "Then you must try, my lad," he said, and hurled him into the water. Two men, fortunately good swimmers, followed, one of them getting hold of the captain, supported him, and swam away from the ship. The other fell upon Mr. Pierce, of whom he got hold and supported above water till the ship settled, when he placed him on the main top, and both were saved. The captain, in the meantime, was struggling in the water, and was with great difficulty kept afloat. A boat with our 7th lieutenant, Mr. Philip Durham, had on the very instant the ship went over come alongside, when she was drawn down, and all in her were thrown into the water. Mr. Durham had just time to throw off his coat before the ship sank, and left him floating among men and hammocks. A drowning marine caught hold of his waistcoat and drew him several times under water. Finding that he could not free himself, and that both would be drowned, he threw his legs round a hammock, and unbuttoning his waistcoat with one hand, he allowed it to be drawn off, and then swam for the main shrouds, where there he caught sight of the captain struggling in the water, and a boat coming to take him off. He refused assistance, till Captain Waghorn and the seamen supporting him were received on board. The captain's son, poor lad, who had been below, lost his life. I heard that the body of the marine was washed on shore 10 days afterwards, with the lieutenant's waistcoat round his arm, and a pencil case, having his initials on it, found safe in the pocket. There was only one woman saved out of the 300 on board, and I believe she was the one I had helped out of the port. Her name was Horn, and I was glad to find that her husband was also saved. It was curious that the youngest midshipman, Mr. Crispo, and probably one of the smallest children, our little chap, should have been saved, while so many strong men were drowned. Our first lieutenant, Mr. Saunders, who had been busy in the wings, was drowned. His body, with his gold watch and some money in his pocket, was picked up, floating under the stern of the Indiaman, off the Mother Bank. Of the 3 brothers who owned the sloop, 2 perished and 1 was saved. It was owing to her being lashed alongside that the ship righted, or she would have probably remained on her side. I was a good swimmer myself, and had I not been, I should have lost my life long ago. I have often thought what a pity it is that all seamen do not learn to swim. Many more might have been saved, but those who could not swim got hold of the men who could, and both were drowned together. If all had struck out from the ship when they found her going over, a greater number would have been picked up. Instead of that, afraid to trust themselves in the water, they stuck by her, and they and the large number who got into the launch were drawn down with the ship, and all perished. The foreman of the plumbers, whose boat was lashed head and stern, was, with all his men, drawn into the vortex as the ship went down, and not one of them escaped. It was a sad sight, 10 days or a fortnight afterwards, to see the bodies which were picked up. Some were buried in Kingston churchyard, near Portsmouth, and a large number in an open spot to the east of Ryde. Some time afterward a monument was put up in Kingston churchyard to the memory of the brave Admiral Kempenfelt and his ship's company. A court of inquiry was held, when Captain Waghorn was honourably acquitted, and it came out that in so rotten a state was the side of the ship, that some large portions of her frame must have given way, and it is only a wonder that she did not go down before. When I come to think that she had upwards of 1,000 tons of dead weight and spirits on board, It is surprising that she should have held together. An attempt was made soon afterwards to raise the Royal George, and very nearly succeeded, as she was lifted up and moored some way from the spot where she went down. But a heavy gale coming on, some of the lighters sank, and the gear gave way, and she was again lost. It was whispered that on account of her rotten state the Admiralty had no wish to have her afloat, but that might have been scandal. End of story 14. Biographical notes. Kingston, W.H.G. English writer of boys' stories, born 1814, died 1880. His father was a merchant in Oporto, and his voyages thence to London gave him his knowledge of ships and sailing. His first books for boys, Peter the Whaler, had an immense success. Among his most popular books are The Three Midshipmen, The Three Lieutenants, and The Three Admirals. He wrote over 120 books of this kind, all simple, vigorous, and healthy in tone.
Story 15 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Sea Stories. Edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 15. Sailor's Yarns. From Jean Berny, Sailor, by Pierre Loti. Within the tropics, on a wondrous evening when the southern trades were blowing with their balmiest softness, the corporeal portion of his being tired with a healthy muscular fatigue, gently lulled by the slumberous rhythmic motion of the ship, as a little child is rocked to sleep in his cradle, Jean was half sitting, half lying on the deck in the mild light of the newborn stars, in the midst of the gathering swarm of white-jacketed sailor lads, who were coming up from below, one after another, and forming snug little groups, preparatory to passing the pleasant hours of evening in one another's society. And in those moments of calmness and repose that precede slumber, his thoughts, as usual, assumed a more sombre cast, as the future and that dreaded examination rose before his mind. Close at hand on his right were his two chosen comrades, Le Marec, quartermaster, and Joal, captain of the mizentop, both hailing from the Côte du Nord, surrounded at that moment by a group of young pays, or men from their own district, who were listening reverentially to their conversation. On his left was a little congregation of Basques, a race apart, who every now and then would break out and chatter in an unintelligible jargon older than the hills. A little further away another group was singing in chorus a lively air in couplets, in which the refrain "Old Neptune, monarch of the sea," came in every minute or so in a light, catchy way. Among the Bretons, a blood-curdling, marrow-freezing story of mystery and darkness was going on, the confused beginning of which Jean had failed to catch. The yarn was of a suspicious-looking brig, derelict and abandoned by her crew, that had been encountered in the English Channel in the twilight at the close of a dim winter's day, a ghostly wanderer on the water, that no one dared board for fear of encountering dead men on her. The Basques of the group to the left were listening to a wild tale of warlike adventure beneath a blazing sun and on the burning sands of Dahomey. The two stories, equally lurid and fantastic, reached Jean's ears in disconnected fragments, and were mingled and blended in his brain, over which sleep was beginning to exert its confusing influence, while from the chorus in the distance came the persistently reiterated refrain of Old Neptune, running thread-like through the whole, and connecting the parts by a sort of obbligato accompaniment. There is small opportunity for privacy on shipboard of a fine evening, when the crew are all on deck. Well, Le Marec was saying, he had been a fisherman of Brieuk in his younger days. Well, at last we concluded to board her. It was of that gruesome derelict that he was speaking. It was none too light, for the weather was thick, and the night was close at hand, and I tell you what it is, boys, I felt pretty shaky about that time. All the same, though, I raise my hands and catch onto the gunwale, so as to hoist myself up, and get a look at what was inside, and then, my friends, what think you it is I see? A huge tall form with black face and horns, and a long, pointed beard that springs to its feet and makes a rush for me. It was the devil, wasn't it? Asked Joal, convinced that he had guessed aright. We thought it was for certain for a while, but no, it was only an old billy goat. But such a great big fellow you can't imagine. I don't believe anyone ever saw his like. And Turobeta, a Basque from Zitzari, was running on at the same time, in a voice that, compared with the deep tones of the honest Bretons, seemed shrill and piercing as a fife. It was the Amazon who had informed on the poor beggar of a spy, don't you see? Then the other fellow, the big black man, catches hold of him. "Come along to the beach," he says to him. Come along, I am going to chop off your head." "And did he go?" inquired the skeptical Etcheverry, who was from Biarritz, where the sailors are beginning to acquire more modern ideas. "Did he go? Of course he did, because he couldn't help himself, don't you see? The moment he was caught playing the spy, he knew it was all up with him. He didn't feel any too good over it, all the same, as you may suppose." And the Breton continued to reel off his yarn of mystery and darkness. The billy-goat was the only living soul on board the brig, and as she was carrying a cargo of barley in bulk, he had had plenty to eat. If I were to try to tell you how fat he was, you wouldn't believe me. So he goes to work and binds the dirty spy's hand behind his back, Turobeta continued. That way, with a rope of straw, such as they use to fasten their horses with in that beastly country, and makes him get down on his knees upon the sand, and begins to hack away at the back of his neck with his old cheese toaster. But now that it was fairly begun, the other fellow didn't want any more of it. Oh, boys, you ought to have heard the fuss he made. And the Amazon grinned and showed her white teeth. See, like that, to show how glad she was, I suppose. Well, you may believe me or not, just as you choose, but his regulation saber was so dull that he could not do the job with it, and in order to finish the business he had to go down into his pocket and bring out a cheap little knife that I myself had given him, and for which I paid old Mother Virginie in the bazaar at Goree 10 sous when it was new. While the listeners were making merry over this original method of executing a death sentence, their neighbors, the Bretons, were brooding reflectively over the history of the abandoned brig and the black goat, and Jean, who, toward the conclusion of the two narratives, had bent his ear alternately to left and right to listen, smiled indulgently at the childish credulity of his shipmates. The sprightly song Old Neptune also inspired him with some of its irresistible, contagious gaiety. He had never felt himself so completely and thoroughly a sailor as he did that evening. His anxieties for the future, which had been growing less troublesome with each succeeding day, now vanished entirely in the sensation of well-being and repose experienced by his weary body. He yielded himself up to the purely animal delight of living and breathing, on that pleasant evening, of feeling his muscles so hard and supple under his loosely fitting garments. He stretched himself at full length on the snow-white planks, which were his most frequent bed, and made a pillow of the man who chanced to be next to him, a neighborly courtesy to which no sailorman objects. It was of all the 24 the enchanting hour on those summer seas, where the gentle trade winds blow. For a moment he was conscious of the tall edifice of snowy canvas towering above his head and oscillating with irregular rhythmic movement upon the deep blue of the heavens. Then the bright constellations of the southern sky blazed forth between the sails and rigging, now growing more shadowy and indistinct, and seemed to be playing a solemn game of hide-and-seek, vanishing at uniform intervals and reappearing, then hiding again, to commence afresh their stately evolutions in unison with the easy rolling of the vessel. At last they faded from his sight, and beneficent slumber, bearer of oblivion and peace, descended and sealed his eyes. End of story 15. Biographical notes. Loti, Pierre, French marine officer and author, born in 1850. He entered the Navy in 1867 and at first sailed the Pacific Ocean. He went through the Chinese campaign with distinction. Among his numerous books may be cited Asiade, Le Mariage de Loti, The Romance of a Spahi, The Iceland Fisherman, Madame Chrysanthemum, The Romance of a Child, The Book of Pity and of Death, and A Phantom of the East.
Story 16 of the Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. Sea Stories edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 16. Mr. Midshipman Easy. Jack Easy, the hero of Captain Marryat's story, was no fool, but a bit of a philosopher. He had been spoiled by an indulgent mother and a foolish father, who was continually prosing about equality and the rights of man. Indeed, Jack could even out-talk his father upon this subject. There was no end to Jack's arguing the point, though there seldom was a point to his argument. At 16 he resolved to leave school and go to sea, and though Mr. Easy was unwilling, Jack insisted on his rights as his father's equal, and the old man yielded. He was to sail as midshipman on the sloop of war Harpy, with Captain Wilson, a relative of his father's. He set out for Portsmouth with plenty of money in his pockets, and squandering this, he loitered 3 weeks in the town without reporting to his ship. When Captain Wilson heard of this, he sent Mr. Sawbridge, his lieutenant, to summons the boy. Mr. Sawbridge peremptorily ordered Jack on board, but the officer was not in uniform, and Jack did not understand naval etiquette. He pertly refused to go until he should be ready, arguing his equality with any officer. Lieutenant Sawbridge departed, threatening that if Jack did not appear that night, a file of marines should arrest him in the morning. He reported Jack's disobedience to the captain, but the latter, hoping to undo the father's foolish lessons, resolved to discipline the boy gradually and gently. He sent a note inviting him to breakfast at 9 on the following morning, which invitation Jack politely accepted. The next few pages gives Jack's first experience of equality at sea. Equality at Sea, from Mr. Midshipman Easy, by Captain Frederick Marryat. The next morning Jack Easy would have forgotten all about his engagement with the captain, had it not been for the waiter, who thought that after the reception which our hero had given the first lieutenant, it would be just as well that he should not be disrespectful to the captain. Now Jack had not hitherto put on his uniform, and he thought this a fitting occasion, particularly as the waiter suggested the propriety of his appearance in it. Whether it was from a presentiment of what he was to suffer, Jack was not at all pleased, as most lads are, with the change in his dress. It appeared to him that he was sacrificing his independence. However, he did not follow his first impulse, which was to take it off again, but took his hat, which the waiter had brushed and handed to him, then set off for the captain's lodgings. Captain Wilson received him as if he had not been aware of his delay in joining his ship, or his interview with his first lieutenant. But before breakfast was over, Jack himself narrated the affair in a few words. Captain Wilson then entered into a detail of duties and rank of every person on board of the ship, pointing out to Jack that where discipline was required it was impossible, when duty was carried on, that more than one could command, and that one was the captain, who represented the king in person, who represented the country, and that, as the orders were transmitted from the captain through the lieutenant, and from the lieutenant to the midshipmen, who, in their turn, communicated them to the whole ship's company. In fact, it was the captain alone who gave the orders, and that every one was equally obliged to obey. Indeed, as the captain himself had to obey the orders of his superiors, the admiral and the admiralty, all on board might be said to be equally obliged to obey. Captain Wilson laid a strong emphasis on the word equally, as he cautiously administered his first dose. Indeed, in the whole of his address he made use of special pleading, which would have done credit to the bar. For at the same time that he was explaining to Jack that he was entering a service in which equality could never for a moment exist, if the service was to exist, he contrived to show that all the grades were levelled, by all being equally bound to do their duty to their country, and that, in fact, whether a seaman obeyed his orders or he obeyed the orders of his superior officer, they were in reality only obeying the orders of the country, which were administered through their channels. Jack did not altogether like this view of the subject, and the captain took care not to dwell too long upon it. He then entered upon other details which he was aware would be more agreeable to Jack. He pointed out that the articles of war were the rules by which the service was to be guided, and that everybody, from the captain to the least boy in the ship, was equally bound to adhere to them. That a certain allowance of provisions and wine were allowed to each person on board, and this allowance was the same to all, the same to the captain as to the boy, the same in quantity as in quality, every one equally entitled to his allowance. That, although there were, of necessity, various grades necessary in the service, and the captain's orders were obliged to be passed and obeyed by all, yet still, whatever was the grade of the officer, they were equally considered as gentlemen. In short, Captain Wilson, who told the truth, and nothing but the truth, without telling the whole truth, actually made Jack fancy that he had at last found out that equality he had been seeking for in vain on shore, when at last he recollected the language used by Mr. Sawbridge the evening before, and asked the captain why that personage had so conducted himself. Now, as the language of Mr. Sawbridge was very much at variance with equality, Captain Wilson was not a little puzzled. However, he first pointed out that the first lieutenant was, at the time being, the captain, as he was the senior officer on board, as would Jack himself be if he were the senior officer on board, and that, as he before observed, the captain or senior officer represented the country, that in the articles of war, everybody who absented himself from the ship committed an error, or breach of those articles, and if any error or breach of those articles was committed by any one belonging to the ship, if the senior officer did not take notice of it, he then himself committed a breach of those articles, and was liable himself to be punished, if he could not prove that he had noticed it. It was therefore to save himself that he was obliged to point out the error, and if he did it in a strong language, it only proved his zeal for his country. "Upon my honour, then," replied Jack, "there can be no doubt about his zeal, for if the whole country had been at stake, he could not have put himself in a greater passion. Then he did his duty, but depend upon it, it was not a pleasant one to him, and I'll answer for it, when you meet him on board, he will be as friendly with you as if nothing had happened. He told me that he'd soon make me know what a first lieutenant was." "What did he mean by that?" inquired Jack. "All zeal." "Yes, but he said that as soon as he got on board, he'd show me the difference between a first lieutenant and a midshipman." "All zeal." "He said my ignorance should be a little enlightened by and by." "All zeal." "And that he'd send a sergeant and marines to fetch me." "All zeal." "That he would put my philosophy to the proof." "All zeal." "Mr. Easy, zeal will break out in this way, but we should do nothing in the service without it. Recollect that I hope and trust one day to see you also a zealous officer." Here Jack cogitated considerably, and gave no answer. "You will, I am sure," continued Captain Wilson, "find Mr. Sawbridge one of your best friends." "Perhaps so," replied Jack, "but I did not much admire our first acquaintance." "It will perhaps be your unpleasant duty to find as much fault yourself. We are all equally bound to do our duty to our country. But, Mr. Easy, I sent for you to say that we shall sail tomorrow, and, as I shall send my things off this afternoon by the launch, you had better send off yours also. At 8 o'clock I shall go on board, and we can both go in the same boat." To this Jack made no sort of objection, and having paid his bill at the fountain, he sent his chest down to the boat by some of the crew who came up for it, and attended the summons of the captain to embark. By 9 o'clock that evening Mr. Jack Easy was safe on board His Majesty's sloop Harpy. When Jack arrived on board it was dark, and he did not know what to do with himself. The captain was received by the officers on deck, who took off their hats to salute him. The captain returned the salute, and so did Jack very politely, after which the captain entered into conversation with the first lieutenant, and for a while Jack was left to himself. It was too dark to distinguish faces, and to one who had never been on board a ship too dark to move, so Jack stood where he was, which was not far from the main bitts, but he did not stay long. The boat had been hooked on to the quarter davits, and the boatswain had called out, "Set taut, me lads!" And then, with a shrill whistle, and away with her, forward came galloping and bounding along the men with the tackles. And in the dark Jack was upset, and half a dozen marines fell upon him. The men, who had no idea that an officer was floored among the others, were pleased at the joke, and continued to dance over those who were down, until they rolled themselves out of the way. Jack, who did not understand this, fared badly, and it was not until the calls piped belay that he could recover his legs, after having been trampled upon by half the starboard watch, and the breath completely jammed out of his body. Jack reeled to a carronade slide, when the officers, who had been laughing at the lark as well as the men, perceived his situation, among others Mr. Sawbridge, the first lieutenant. "Are you hurt, Mr. Easy?" said he, kindly. "A little," replied Jack, catching his breath. "You've had but a rough welcome," replied the first lieutenant, "but at certain times on board ship it is every man for himself, and God for us all. Harper," continued the first lieutenant to the doctor, "take Mr. Easy down in the gun room with you, and I will be down myself as soon as I can. Where is Mr. Joliffe?" "Here, sir," replied Mr. Joliffe, a master's mate, coming aft from the booms. "There's a youngster come on board with the captain. Order one of the quartermasters to get a hammock slung." In the meantime Jack went down into the gun room, where a glass of wine somewhat recovered him. He did not stay there long, nor did he venture to talk much. As soon as his hammock was ready, Jack was glad to go to bed, and as he was much bruised he was not disturbed the next morning till past 9 o'clock. He then dressed himself, went on deck, found that the sloop was just clear of the Needles, that he felt very queer, then very sick, and was conducted by a marine down below, put into his hammock, where he remained during a gale of wind of 3 days, bewildered, confused, puzzled, and every minute knocking his head against the beams with the pitching and tossing of the sloop. "And this is going to sea," thought Jack. "No wonder that no one interferes with another here, or talks about a trespass, for I'm sure anyone is welcome to my share of the ocean, and if I once get on shore again, the devil may have my portion if he chooses." Captain Wilson and Mr. Sawbridge had both allowed Jack more leisure than most midshipmen during his illness. By the time the gale was over the sloop was off Cape Finisterre. The next morning the sea was nearly down, and there was but a slight breeze on the waters. The comparative quiet of the night before had very much recovered our hero, and when the hammocks were piped up, he was accosted by Mr. Joliffe, the master's mate, who asked whether he intended to rouse a bit, or whether he intended to sail to Gibraltar between his blankets. Jack, who felt himself quite another person, turned out of his hammock and dressed himself. A marine had, by the captain's orders, attended Jack during his illness, and this man came to his assistance, opened his chest, and brought him all which he required, or Jack would have been in a sad dilemma. Jack then inquired where he was to go, for he had not yet been in the midshipman's berth, although 5 days on board. The marine pointed it out to him, and Jack, who felt excessively hungry, crawled over and between chests until he found himself fairly in a hole infinitely inferior to the dog kennels which received his father's pointers. I'd not only give up the ocean, thought Jack, and my share of it, but also my share of the harpy, unto anyone who fancies it. Equality enough here, for every one appears equally miserably off. And he thus gave vent to his thoughts. He perceived that there was another person in the berth, Mr. Joliffe, the master's mate, who had fixed his eye upon Jack, and to whom Jack returned the compliment. The first thing that Jack observed was, that Mr. Joliffe was very deeply pockmarked, and that he had but one eye, and that was a piercer. It appeared like a little ball of fire, and as if it reflected more light from the solitary candle that the candle gave. I don't like your looks, thought Jack. We shall never be friends. But here Jack fell into the common error of judging by appearances, as will be proved hereafter. "I'm glad to see you up again, youngster," said Joliffe. "You've been on your beams end longer than usual, but those who are strongest suffer most. You made your mind up but late to come to sea. However, they say, better late than never." "I feel very much inclined to argue the truth of that saying," replied Jack, "but it's no use just now. I'm terribly hungry. When shall we get some breakfast?" "Tomorrow morning at 8:30, replied Mr. Joliffe. "Breakfast for today has been over these 2 hours. But must I then go without?" "No, I do not say that, as we must make allowances for your illness, but it will not be breakfast." "Call it what you please," replied Jack, "only pray desire the servants to give me something to eat. Dry toast or muffins, anything will do, but I should prefer coffee." "You forget that you are off Finisterre, in a midshipman's berth. Coffee we have none, muffins we never see, dry toast cannot be made, as we have no soft bread, but a cup of tea, a ship's biscuit, and butter, I can desire the steward to get ready for you." "Well then," replied Jack, "I will thank you to procure me that." "Marine," called Joliffe, "call Mesty." "Pass the word for Mesty," cried the marine, and the 2 syllables were handed forward until lost in the forepart of the vessel. The person so named must be introduced to the reader. He was a curious anomaly, a black man who had been brought to America as a slave, and there sold. He was a very tall, spare-built, yet muscular form, and had a face by no means common with his race. His head was long and narrow, high cheekbones, from whence his face descended down to almost a point at the chin. His nose was very small, but it was straight and almost Roman. His mouth also was unusually small, and his lips thin for an African, his teeth very white and filed to sharp points. He claimed the rank of prince in his own country, with what truth could not of course be substantiated. His master had settled at New York, and there Mesty had learned English, if it could be so called. The fact is, that all the immigrant laborers at New York being Irishmen, he had learned English with the strong brogue and peculiar phraseology of the sister kingdom, dashed with a little Yankeeism. Having been told that there was no slavery in England, Mesty had concealed himself on board an English merchant vessel and escaped. On his arrival in England he had entered on board of a man of war. Having no name, it was necessary to christen him on the ship's books, and the first lieutenant, who had entered him, struck with his remarkable expression of countenance, and being a German scholar, had named him Mephistopheles Faust, from whence his Christian name had been razzied to Mesty. Mesty, in other points, was an eccentric character. At one moment, when he remembered his lineage, he was proud to excess; at others he was grave and almost sullen; but when nothing either in daily occurrences or in his mind ran contrary, he exhibited the drollery so often found in his nation, with a spice of Irish humour, as if he had caught up the latter with his Irish brogue. Mesty was soon seen coming aft, but almost double as he crouched under the beams, and taking large strides with his naked feet. "By the powers, Massa Yolliffe, but it is not seasonable at all to send for me just now. Anyhow, see how the praters are in the copper, and so many blackguard palpeens all ready to change net for net, and better themselves by the same mistake, damn 'em." "Mesty, you know I never send for you myself, or allow others to do so, unless it is necessary," replied Joliffe. "But this poor lad has eaten nothing since he's been on board, and is very hungry. You must get him a little tea." "Is it tay you mane, sir?" "I guess, to make tay, in the first place I must have water, and in the next I must have room in the galley to put the kettle on. And 'pose you want to burn the tip of your little finger just now, it's not in the galley that you find a berth for it. And then the water before 7 bells, I've a notion it's just impassable." "But he must have something, Mesty." "Never mind the tea, then," replied Jack. "I'll take some milk." "Is it milk massa manes, and the bumboat woman on the other side of the bay?" "We have no milk, Mr. Easy. You forget that we are on the blue water," replied Joliffe. "And I really am afraid that you'll have to wait till dinner time." Mesty tells the truth. "I'll tell you what, Massa Yolliffe, it's just 7 bells, and if the young gentleman would instead of tay try a little out of the copper, it might keep him aisy. It's but a little difference, tay soup and pay soup. Now a bowl of that, with some nuts and a flourish of pepper, will do him good anyhow. Perhaps the best thing he can take, Mesty. Get it as fast as you can." In a few minutes the black brought down a bowl of soup, and whole peas swimming in it, put before our hero a tin bread basket full of small biscuit, called midshipman's nuts, and the pepper castor. Jack's visions of tea, coffee, muffins, dry toast, and milk vanished as he perceived the mess, but he was very hungry, and he found it much better than he expected, and he moreover found himself much the better after he had swallowed it. It struck 7 bells, and he accompanied Mr. Joliffe on deck. When Jack Easy had gained the deck he found the sun shining gaily, a soft air blowing from the shore, and the whole of the rigging and every part of the ship loaded with the shirts, trousers, and jackets of the seamen, which had been wetted during the heavy gale, and were now hanging up to dry. All the wet sails were also spread on the booms or triced up in the riggings, and the ship was slowly forging through the blue water. The captain and the first lieutenant were standing on the gangway in conversation, and the majority of the officers were with their quadrants and sextants ascertaining the latitude at noon. The decks were white and clean. The sweepers had just laid by their brooms, and the men were busy coiling down the ropes. It was a scene of cheerfulness, activity, and order, which lightened his heart after the 4 days of suffering, close air, and confinement from which he had just emerged. The captain, who perceived him, beckoned to him, asked him kindly how he felt, The first lieutenant also smiled upon him, and many of the officers, as well as his messmates, congratulated him upon his recovery. The captain's steward came up to him, touched his hat, and requested the pleasure of his company to dinner in the cabin. Jack was the essence of politeness, took off his hat, and accepted the invitation. Jack was standing on a rope which a seaman was coiling down. The man touched his hat, and requested he be so kind as to take his foot off. Jack took his hat off his head in return, and his foot off the rope. The master touched his hat and reported 12 o'clock to the first lieutenant. The first lieutenant touched his hat and reported 12 o'clock to the captain. The captain touched his hat and told the first lieutenant to make it so. The officer of the watch touched his hat and asked the captain whether they should pipe to dinner. The captain touched his hat and said, "If you please." The midshipman received his orders and touched his hat, which he gave to the head boatswain's mate, who touched his hat, and then the calls whistled cheerily. Well, thought Jack, politeness seems to be the order of the day, and everyone has an equal respect for the other. Jack stayed on deck. He peeped through the ports, which were open, and looked down into the deep blue waves. He cast his eyes aloft, and watched the tall spars sweeping and tracing with their points, as it were, a small portion of the clear sky, as they acted in obedience to the motion of the vessel. He looked forward at the range of carronades which lined the sides of the deck, and then he proceeded to climb one of the carronades, and leaned over the hammocks to gaze on the distant land. "Young gentlemen, get off those hammocks," cried the master, who was the officer of the watch, in a surly tone. Jack looked round. "Do you hear me, sir? I'm speaking to you," said the master again. Jack felt very indignant, and he thought that politeness was not quite so general as he supposed. It happened that Captain Wilson was upon deck. "Come here, Mr. Easy," said the captain. "It is a rule in the service that no one gets on the hammocks unless in case of an emergency. I never do, nor the first lieutenant, nor any of the officers or men. Therefore, upon the principles of equality, you must not do it either." "Certainly not, sir," replied Jack. "But still I do not see why that officer in the shining hat should be so angry, and not speak to me as if I were a gentleman as well as himself." "I have already explained that to you, Mr. Easy." "Oh yes, I recollect now. It's zeal. But this zeal appears to me to be the only unpleasant thing in the service. It's a pity, as you said, that the service cannot do without it." Captain Wilson laughed and walked away, and shortly afterward, as he turned up and down the deck with the master, he hinted to him that he should not speak so sharply to a lad who had committed such a trifling error through ignorance. Now, Mr. Smallsole, the master, who was a surly sort of personage, and did not like even a hint of disapprobation of his conduct, although very regardless of the feeling of others, determined to pay this off on Jack the very first convenient opportunity. Jack dined in the cabin, and was very much pleased to find that everyone drank wine with him, and that everybody at the captain's table appeared to be on an equality. Before the dessert had been on the table 5 minutes, Jack became loquacious on his favorite topic. All the company stared with surprise at such an unheard of doctrine being broached on board a man of war. The captain argued the point, so as to controvert, without too much offending Jack's notions, laughing the whole time that the conversation was carried on. It will be observed that this day may be considered as the first in which Jack really made his appearance on board, and it also was on the first day that Jack made known, at the captain's table, his very peculiar notions. If the company at the captain's table, which consisted of the second lieutenant, purser, Mr. Joliffe, and one of the midshipmen, were astonished at such heterodox opinions being started in the presence of the captain, they were equally astonished at the cool, good-humoured ridicule with which they were received by Captain Wilson. The report of Jack's boldness, and every word and opinion that he had uttered, of course much magnified, was circulated that evening through the whole ship. It was canvassed in the gunroom by the officers. It was descanted upon by the midshipmen as they walked the deck. The captain's steward held a levee abreast of the ship's funnel, in which he narrated this new doctrine. The sergeant of marines gave his opinion in his berth that it was atrocious. The boatswain talked over the matter with the other warrant officers till the grog was all gone, and then dismissed it as too dry a subject, and it was the general opinion of the ship's company that as soon as they arrived at Gibraltar Bay, our hero would bid adieu to the service, either by being sentenced to death, or by a court-martial, or by being dismissed and towed on shore on a grating. Others, who had more of the wisdom of the serpent, and who had been informed by Mr. Sawbridge that our hero was a lad who would inherit a large property, argued differently, and considered that Captain Wilson had very good reason for being so lenient, and among them was the second lieutenant. There were but 4 who were well inclined toward Jack, to wit, the captain, the first lieutenant, Mr. Joliffe, the one-eyed master's mate, and Mephistopheles, the black, who, having heard that Jack had uttered such sentiments, loved him with all his heart and soul. End of story 16. Biographical notes. Marryat, Captain F., English author, born 1792, died 1848. In 1806 went as midshipman on board the frigate Impérieuse. He followed the sea until 1830, then devoted himself to literature. He wrote Frank Mildmay, The King's Own, Peter Simple, Jacob Faithful, Mr. Midshipman Easy, Snarleyow, The Pasha of Many Tales, etc. In 1837 he visited America and afterwards published his diary in America. Settlers in Canada and The Children of the New Forest were his last works.
Story 17 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 17, The Club Hauling of the Diomede, from Peter Simple, by Captain Frederick Marryat. We continued our cruise along the coast until we had run down into the bay of Arcasson, where we captured 2 or 3 vessels and obliged many more to run on shore. And here we had an instance showing how very important it is that the captain of a man-of-war should be a good sailor and have his ship in such discipline as to be strictly obeyed by his ship's company. I heard the officers unanimously assert, after the danger was over, that nothing but the presence of mind which was shown by Captain Savage could have saved the ship and her crew. We had chased a convoy of vessels to the bottom of the bay. The wind was very fresh when we hauled off, after running them on shore, and the surf on the beach, even at that time, was so great that they were certain to go to pieces before they could be got afloat again. We were obliged to double reef the topsails as soon as we hauled to the wind, and the weather looked very threatening. In an hour afterwards the whole sky was covered with one black cloud, which sank so low as nearly to touch our mastheads. and a tremendous sea, which appeared to have risen up almost by magic, rolled in upon us, setting the vessel on a dead lee shore. As the night closed in, it blew a dreadful gale, and the ship was nearly buried with the press of canvas which she was obliged to carry, for had we sea room, we should have been lying to under storm staysails, but we were forced to carry on at all risks, that we might claw off shore. The sea broke over us as we lay in the trough, deluging us with water from the forecastle aft to the binnacles, and very often as the ship descended with a plunge, it was with such force that I really thought she would divide in half with the violence of the shock. Double breechings were rove on the guns, and they were further secured with tackles and strong cleats nailed behind the trunnions, for we heeled over so much when we lurched, that the guns were wholly supported by the breechings and tackles, and had one of them broken loose it must have burst right through the lee side of the ship, and she must have foundered. The captain, first lieutenant, and most of the officers remained on deck during the whole of the night, and really, what with the howling of the wind, the violence of the rain, the washing of the water about the decks, the working of the chain pumps, and the creaking and groaning of the timbers, I thought that we must inevitably have been lost. And I said my prayers at least a dozen times during the night, for I felt it impossible to go to bed. I had often wished, out of curiosity, that I might be in a gale of wind, but I little thought it was to have been a scene of this description, or anything half so dreadful. What made it more appalling was, that we were on a lee shore, and the consultations of the captain and officers, and the eagerness with which they looked out for daylight, told us that we had other dangers to encounter besides the storm. At last the morning broke, and the lookout man upon the gangway called out, "Land on the lee beam." I perceived the master dash his feet against the hammock rails, as if with vexation, and walk away without saying a word, looking very grave. "Up there, Mr. Wilson," said the captain to the second lieutenant, "and see how far the land trends forward, and whether you can distinguish the point." The second lieutenant went up to the main rigging, and pointed with his hand to about 2 points before the beam. "Do you see 2 hillocks inland?" "Yes, sir," replied the second lieutenant. "Then it is so," observed the captain to the master, "and if we weather it we shall have more sea room. Keep her full, and let her go through the water. Do you hear, quartermaster?" "Aye, aye, sir." "Thus, and no nearer, my man. Ease her with a spoke or 2 when she sends, but be careful, or she'll take the wheel out of your hands." It really was a very awful sight. When the ship was in the trough of the sea, you could distinguish nothing but a waste of tumultuous water, but when she was borne up on the summit of the enormous waves, you then looked down, as it were, upon a low sandy coast, close to you and covered with foam and breakers. "She behaves nobly," observed the captain, stepping aft to the binnacle and looking at the compass. "If the wind does not baffle us, we shall weather." The captain had scarcely time to make the observation when the sails shivered and flapped like thunder. "Up with the helm! What are you about, quartermaster?" "The wind has headed us, sir," replied the quartermaster coolly. The captain and master remained at the binnacle, watching the compass, and when the sails were again full, she had broken off 2 points, and the point of land was only a little on the lee bow. "We must wear her round, Mr. Falcon. Hands, wear ship. Ready, ho, ready." "She has come up again," cried the master, who was at the binnacle. "Hold fast there a minute. How's her head now?" "North-northeast, as she was before she broke off, sir." "Pipe belay," said the captain. "Falcon," continued he, "if she breaks off again, we may have no room to wear. Indeed, there is so little room now that I must run the risk. Which cable was ranged last night? The best bower?" "Yes, sir." "Jump down, then, and see it double bitted and stoppered at 30 fathoms. See it well done. Our lives may depend upon it." The ship continued to hold her course good, and we were within half a mile of the point, and fully expected to weather it, when again the wet and heavy sails flapped in the wind, and the ship broke off 2 points as before. The officers and seamen were aghast, for the ship's head was right on to the breakers. "Luff now, all you can, quartermaster," cried the captain. "Send the men aft directly. My lads, there is no time for words. I'm going to club haul the ship, for there is no room to wear. The only chance you have of safety is to be cool, watch my eye, and execute my orders with precision. Away to your stations for tacking ship. Hands by the best bower anchor, Mr. Wilson. Attend below with the carpenter and his mates, ready to cut away the cable at the moment that I give the order. Silence there, fore and aft. Quartermaster, keep her full again for stays. Mind you ease the helm down when I tell you." About a minute passed before the captain gave any further orders. The ship had closed to within a quarter-mile of the beach, and the waves curled and topped around us, bearing us down upon the shore, which presented one continued surface of foam extending to within half a cable's length of our position. The captain waved his hand in silence to the quartermaster at the wheel, and the helm was put down. The ship turned slowly to the wind, pitching and chopping as the sails were spilling. When she had lost her way, the captain gave the order, "Let go the anchor! We will haul all at once, Mr. Falcon," said the captain. Not a word was spoken. The men went to the fore brace, which had not been manned. Most of them knew, although I did not, that if the ship's head did not go round the other way, we should be on shore and among the breakers in half a minute. I thought at that time that the captain had said that he would haul all the yards at once. There appeared to be doubt or dissent on the countenance of Mr. Falcon, and I was afterwards told that he had not agreed with the captain, but he was too good an officer and knew that there was no time for discussion to make any remark. And the event proved that the captain was right. At last the ship was head to wind, and the captain gave the signal. The yards flew round with such a creaking noise that I thought the masts had gone over the side, and the next moment the wind had caught the sails, and the ship, which for a moment or two had been on an even keel, careened over to her gunwale with its force. The captain, who stood upon the weather hammock rails, holding by the main rigging, ordered the helm amidships, looked full at the sails, and then at the cable, which grew broad upon the weather bow, and held the ship from nearing the shore. At last he cried, "Cut away the cable!" A few strokes of the axes were heard, and then the cable flew out of the hawse-hole in a blaze of fire from the violence of the friction, and disappeared under a huge wave which struck us on the chess-tree, and deluged us with water fore and aft. But we were now on the other tack, and the ship regained her way, and we had evidently increased our distance from the land. "My lads," said the captain to the ship's company, "you have behaved well, and I thank you, but I must tell you honestly that we have more difficulties to get through. We have to weather a point of the bay on this tack. Mr. Falcon, splice the main brace and call the watch. How's her head, quartermaster?" "Southwest by south. Southerly, sir." "Very well. Let her go through the water," and the captain, beckoning to the master to follow him, went down into the cabin. As our immediate danger was over, I went down into the berth to see if I could get anything for breakfast, where I found O'Brien and 2 or 3 more. "By the powers, it was as nate a thing as I ever saw done," observed O'Brien. "The slightest mistake as to time or management, and at this moment the flatfish would have been dubbing at our ugly carcasses. Peter, you're not fond of flatfish, are you, my boy? We may thank heaven and the captain, I can tell you that, my lads. But now, where's the chart? Robinson, hand me down the parallel rules and compasses. Peter, they're in the corner of the shelf. Here we are now, a devilish sight too, near this infernal point. Who knows how her head is?" "I do, O'Brien. I heard the quartermaster tell the captain southwest by south, southerly." "Let me see," continued O'Brien. "Variation 2 1/4, leeway. Rather too large an allowance of that, I'm afraid, but however, we'll give her 2½ points. The Diomede would blush to make any more, under any circumstances. Here, the compass, now, we'll see." And O'Brien advanced the parallel rule from the compass to the spot where the ship was placed on the chart. "Bother! You see, it's as much as she'll do to weather the other point now, on this tack. And that's what the captain meant when he told us we had more difficulty. I could have taken my Bible oath that we were clear of everything if the wind held." "See what the distance is, O'Brien," said Robinson. "It was measured and proved to be 13 miles. Only 13 miles, and if we do weather, we shall do very well, for the bay is deep beyond. It's a rocky point, you see, just by way of variety. Well, my lads, I've a piece of comfort for you anyhow. It's not long that you'll be kept in suspense, for by 1 o'clock this day you'll either be congratulating each other upon your good luck, or you'll be past praying for. Come, put up the chart, for I hate to look at melancholy prospects, and steward, see what you can find in the way of comfort." Some bread and cheese, with the remains of yesterday's boiled pork, were put on the table. With a bottle of rum procured at the time, they spliced the main brace. But we were all too anxious to eat much, and one by one returned to the deck, to see how the weather was, and if the wind at all favored us. On deck, the superior officers were in conversation with the captain, who expressed the same fear that O'Brien had in our berth. The men, who knew what they had to expect, were assembled in knots, looking very grave, but at the same time not wanting in confidence. They knew that they could trust to the captain, as far as skill or courage could avail them, and sailors are too sanguine to despair, even at the last moment. As for myself, I felt such admiration for the captain, after what I had witnessed that morning, that whenever the idea came over me that in all probability I should be lost in a few hours, I could not help acknowledging how much more serious it was that such a man should be lost to his country. I do not intend to say that it consoled me, but it certainly made me still more regret the chances with which we were threatened. Before 12 o'clock, the rocky point which we so much dreaded was in sight, broad on the lee bow, and if the low sandy coast appeared terrible, how much more did this, even at a distance. The captain eyed it for some minutes in silence, as if in calculation. "Mr. Falcon," said he at last, "we must put the mainsail on her." "She never can bear it, sir." "She must bear it," was the reply. "Send the men aft to the main sheet. See that careful men attend the buntlines." The mainsail was set, and the effect of it upon the ship was tremendous. She careened over so that her lee channels were under the water, and when pressed by a sea, the lee side of the quarter-deck and gangway were afloat. She now reminded me of a goaded and fiery horse, mad with the stimulus applied, not rising as before, but forcing herself through whole seas and dividing the waves which poured in one continual torrent from the forecastle down upon the decks below. 4 men were secured to the wheel. The sailors were obliged to cling to prevent being washed away. The ropes were thrown in confusion to leeward, the shot rolled out of the lockers, and every eye was fixed aloft, watching the masts, which were expected every moment to go over the side. A heavy sea struck us on the broadside, and it was some moments before the ship appeared to recover herself. She reeled, trembled, and stopped her way, as if it had stupefied her. The first lieutenant looked at the captain as if to say, "This will not do." "It is our only chance," answered the captain to the appeal. That the ship went faster through the water and held a better wind was certain, but just before we arrived at the point the gale increased in force. "If anything starts, we are lost, sir," observed the first lieutenant again. "I am perfectly well aware of it," replied the captain in a calm tone, "but as I said before, and as you must now be aware, it is our only chance. The consequence of any carelessness or neglect in the fitting and securing of the rigging will be felt now, and this danger, if we escape it, ought to remind us how much we have to answer for if we neglect our duty. The lives of a whole ship's company may be sacrificed by the neglect or incompetence of an officer when in harbor. I will pay you the compliment, Falcon, to say that I feel convinced that the masts of the ship are as secure as knowledge and attention can make them." The first lieutenant thanked the captain for his good opinion, and hoped that it would not be the last compliment which he paid him. "I hope not too, but a few minutes will decide the point." The ship was now within 2 cables' lengths of the rocky point. Some few of the men I observed to clasp their hands, but most of them were silently taking off their jackets and kicking off their shoes, that they might not lose a chance to escape, provided the ship struck. "'Twill be touch and go indeed, Falcon," observed the captain, for I had clung to the belaying pins, close to them for the last half-hour that the mainsail had been set. "Come aft, you and I must take the helm. We shall want nerve out there, and only there now." The captain and the first lieutenant went aft, and took the 4 spokes of the wheel, and O'Brien, at a sign made by the captain, laid hold of the spokes behind him. An old quartermaster kept his station at the 4th. The roaring of the seas on the rocks with the howling of the wind were dreadful, but the sight was more dreadful than the noise. For a few moments I shut my eyes, but anxiety forced me to open them again. As near as I could judge, we were not 20 yards from the rocks at the time that the ship passed abreast of them. We were in the midst of the foam which boiled around us, and as the ship was driven nearer to them and careened with the wave, I thought that our main yard arm would have touched the rock, and at this moment a gust of wind came on, which laid the ship on her beam ends, and checked her progress through the water, while accumulating noise was deafening. A few moments more the ship dragged on, another wave dashed over her and spent itself upon the rocks, while the spray was dashed back from them and returned upon the decks. The main rock was within 10 yards of the counter, when another gust of wind laid us on our beam ends. The foresail and mainsail split, and were blown clean out of the bolt ropes. The ship rightened Trembling fore and aft, I looked astern. The rocks were to windward on our quarter, and we were safe. I thought at the time that the ship, relieved of her courses and again lifting over the waves, was not a bad similitude of the relief felt by us all at that moment, and like her, we trembled as we panted with the sudden reaction, and felt the removal of the intense anxiety which oppressed our breasts. The captain resigned the helm, and walked aft to look at the point, which was now broad on the weather quarter. In a minute or two he desired Mr. Falcon to get new sails up and bend them, and then went below to his cabin. I am sure it was to thank God for our deliverance. I did most fervently, not only then, but when I went to my hammock at night. We were now comparatively safe, in a few hours completely so, for strange to say, immediately after we had weathered the rocks, the gale abated, and before morning we had a reef out of the topsails. End of story 17. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Story 18 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 18. Moby Dick. Melville's exciting sea tale relates the adventures of the Pequod, a Nantucket whaler, in pursuit of the great white whale Moby Dick, the terror of the sea. Ahab, the captain of the Pequod, a grim and grizzled old fellow, was half crazy with rage against the monster, who in a previous voyage had shorn off his leg at the knee. On each side of the Pequod's deck an auger hole was bored, where the skipper could steady his artificial leg of whale ivory. At the beginning of the voyage Ahab nailed to the mast a Spanish gold doubloon, promising it to the man who should raise a white-headed whale with a wrinkled brow and crooked jaw, with 3 harpoon holes punctured in the starboard fluke. Ahab's 3 mates, Starbuck, Stubb, and Flask, were Nantucket whalers, but the rest of the crew, obeying this crazy captain, was a miscellaneous collection of half-savages. 3 chief harpooners were Tashtego, an American Indian, Daggoo, a gigantic coal-black negro, and Fedallah, a mysterious East Indian. The Pequod sailed from Nantucket, rounding Cape Horn to the Pacific, where Captain Ahab expected to meet his enemy somewhere in his favorite feeding grounds along the equator. They killed many whales and had many wild adventures, but they were continually on the watch for Moby Dick, and sought tidings of the monster from every ship they met. Gradually the news became more definite and recent, until they met a whaler which on the previous day had encountered the great white whale, losing 5 good men thereby. Immediately Captain Ahab became wild with excitement, and ordered every one to keep constant lookout. The story of The Chase begins at this point. The Chase, from Moby Dick, by Herman Melville. That night, in the mid-watch, when the old man, as his wont at intervals, stepped forth from the scuttle in which he had leaned, and went to his pivot-hole, he suddenly thrust out his face fiercely, snuffing up the sea air, as a sagacious ship's dog will, in drawing nigh to some barbarous isle. He declared that a whale must be near. Soon that peculiar odor, sometimes to a great distance given forth by the living sperm whale, was palpable to all the watch, nor was any mariner surprised when, after inspecting the compass, and then the dog-vane, and then ascertaining the precise bearing of the odor as nearly as possible, Ahab rapidly ordered the ship's course to be slightly altered, and the sail to be shortened. The acute policy dictating these movements was sufficiently vindicated at daybreak by the sight of a long sleek on the sea, directly and lengthwise ahead, smooth as oil, and resembling in the pleated watery wrinkles bordering it the polished metallic-like marks of some swift tide-rip at the mouth of a deep, rapid stream. "Man the mastheads! Call all hands!" Thundering with the butts of 3 clubbed handspikes on the forecastle deck, Daggoo roused the sleepers with such judgment claps that they seemed to exhale from the scuttle, so instantaneously did they appear with their clothes in their hands. "What do you see?" cried Ahab, flattening his face to the sky. "Nothing, nothing, sir," was the sound hailing down in reply. "T'gallant sails, stun sails, alow and aloft, and on both sides." All sails being set, he now cast loose the life line reserved for swaying him to the main royal masthead, and in a few moments they were hoisting him thither; when, while but 2/3 of the way aloft, and while peering ahead through the horizontal vacancy between the main topsail and the topgallant sail, he raised a gull-like cry in the air: "There she blows! There she blows! A hump like a snow–hill! It is Moby Dick!" Fired by the cry, which seemed simultaneously taken up by the 3 lookouts, the men on deck rushed to the rigging to behold the famous whale they had so long been pursuing. Ahab had now gained his final perch, some feet above the other lookouts, Tashtego standing just beneath him on the cap of the topgallant mast, so that the Indian's head was almost on a level with Ahab's heel. From this height the whale was now seen some mile or so ahead, at every roll of the sea revealing his high sparkling hump, and regularly jetting his silent spout into the air. To the incredulous mariners it seemed the same silent spout they had so long ago beheld in the moonlit Atlantic and Indian Oceans. "And did none of ye see it before?" cried Ahab, hailing the perched men all around him. "I saw him almost that same instant, sir, that Captain Ahab did, and I cried out," said Tashtego. "Not the same instant, not the same. No, the doubloon is mine. Fate reserved the doubloon for me, I only. None of ye could have raised the white whale first. There she blows, there she blows, there she blows, there again, there again," he cried in long-drawn, lingering, methodic tones, attuned to the gradual prolongings of the whale's visible jets. "He's going to sound. In stun sails, down t'gallant sails, stand by 3 boats. Mr. Starbuck, remember, stay on board and keep the ship. Helm there, luff, luff a point. So, steady, man, steady. There go flukes. No, no, only black water. All ready the boats there? Stand by, stand by. Lower me, Mr. Starbuck, lower, lower. Quick, quicker!" And he slid through the air to the deck. "He is heading straight to leeward, sir," cried Stubb, "right away from us. Cannot have seen the ship yet." "Be dumb, man. Stand by the braces. Hard down the helm. Brace up. Shiver her, shiver her. So, well that. Boats, boats!" Soon all the boats but Starbuck's were dropped, all the boat sails set, all the paddles plying, with rippling swiftness shooting to leeward, and Ahab heading the onset. A pale death glimmer lit up Fedallah's sunken eyes, a hideous motion gnawed his mouth. Like noiseless nautilus shells, their light prows sped through the sea, but only slowly they neared the foe. As they neared him the ocean grew still more smooth, seemed drawing a carpet over its waves, seemed a noon meadow, so serenely it spread. At length the breathless hunter came so nigh his seemingly unsuspecting prey that his entire dazzling hump was distinctly visible, sliding along the sea as if an isolated thing, and continually set in a revolving ring of finest fleecy greenish foam. We saw the vast involved wrinkles of the slightly projecting head beyond. Before it, far out on the soft Turkish rugged waters, went the glistening white shadow from his broad milky forehead, a musical rippling playfully accompanying the shade. and behind the blue waters interchangeably flowed over into the moving valley of his steady wake, and on either hand bright bubbles arose and danced by his side. But these were broken again by the light toes of hundreds of gay fowl softly feathering the sea, alternate with their fitful flight, and like to some flagstaff rising from the painted hull of an argosy, the tall but shattered pole of a recent lance projected from the white whale's back, and at intervals one of the cloud of soft-toed fowls hovering, and to and fro skimming like a canopy over the fish, silently perched and rocked on this pole, the long tail feathers streaming like pennons. A gentle joyousness, a mighty mildness of repose in swiftness, invested the gliding whale. Not the white bull Jupiter swimming away with ravished Europa clinging to his graceful horns, his lovely leering eyes sideways intent upon the maid, with smooth bewitching fleetness, rippling straight for the nuptial bower in Crete. Not Jove, not that great majesty supreme, did surpass the glorified white whale as he so divinely swam. On each soft side, coincident with the parted swell, that but once leaving him then flowed so wide away, on each bright side the whale shed off enticings. No wonder there had been some among the hunters who, namelessly transported and allured by all this serenity, had ventured to assail it, but had fatally found that quietude but the vesture of tornadoes. Yet calm, enticing calm, O whale, thou glidest on, to all who for the first time eye thee, no matter how many in that same way thou mayest have bejuggled and destroyed before. And thus, through the serene tranquillities of the tropical sea, among waves whose hand clappings were suspended by exceeding rapture, Moby Dick moved on, still withholding from sight the full terrors of his submerged trunk, entirely hiding the wretched hideousness of his jaw. But soon the forepart of him slowly rose from the water. For an instant his whole marbleized body formed a high arch, like Virginia's natural bridge, and warningly waving his bannered flukes in the air, the grand god revealed himself, sounded, and went out of sight. Hoveringly halting, and dipping on the wing, the white sea fowls longingly lingered over the agitated pool that he left. With oars apeak and paddles down, the sheets of their sails adrift, the three boats now stilly floated, awaiting Moby Dick's reappearance. "An hour," said Ahab, standing rooted in his boat's stern, and he gazed beyond the whale's place, towards the dim blue spaces and wide wooing vacancies to leeward. It was only an instant, for again his eyes seemed whirling round in his head as he swept the watery circle. The breeze now freshened, the sea began to swell. "The birds! the birds!" cried Tashtego. In long Indian file, as when herons take wing, the white birds were now all flying towards Ahab's boat, and when within a few yards began fluttering over the water there, wheeling round and round, with joyous expectant cries. Their vision was keener than man's. Ahab could discover no sign in the sea, but suddenly, as he peered down and down into its depths, he profoundly saw a white living spot, no bigger than a white weasel, with wonderful celerity uprising and magnifying as it rose, till it turned, and then there were plainly revealed two long crooked rows of white glistening teeth, floating up from the undiscoverable bottom. It was Moby Dick's open mouth and scrolled jaw, his vast shadowed bulk still half blending with the blue of the sea. The glittering mouth yawned beneath the boat like an open-doored marble tomb, and giving one sidelong sweep with his steering oar, Ahab whirled the craft aside from this tremendous apparition. Then, calling upon Fedallah to change places with him, He went forward to the bows, and seizing Perth's harpoon, commanded his crew to grasp their oars and stand by to stern. Now, by reason of this timely spinning round the boat upon its axis, its bow by anticipation was made to face the whale's head, while yet under water. But, as if perceiving this stratagem, Moby Dick, with that malicious intelligence ascribed to him, sidelingly transported himself, as it were, in an instant, shooting his plated head lengthwise beneath the boat. Through and through every plank and each rib, it thrilled for an instant, the whale obliquely lying on his back in the manner of a biting shark, slowly and feelingly taking its bows full within his mouth, so that the long, narrow scrolled lower jaw curled high up into the open air, and one of the teeth caught in a rowlock. The bluish pearl white of the inside of the jaw was within 6 inches of Ahab's head, and reached higher than that. In this attitude the white whale now shook the slight cedar as a mildly cruel cat her mouse. With unastonished eyes Fedallah gazed, and crossed his arms, but the tiger yellow crew were tumbling over each other's heads to gain the uttermost stern. And now, while both elastic gunwales were springing in and out as the whale dallied with the doomed craft in this devilish way, and from his body being submerged beneath the boat, he could not be darted at from the bows, for the bows were almost inside of him, as it were, and while the other boats involuntarily paused, as before a quick crisis impossible to withstand, then it was that monomaniac Ahab, furious with this tantalizing vicinity of his foe, which placed him alive and helpless in the very jaws he hated, frenzied with all this, he seized the long bone with his naked hands, and wildly strove to wrench it from its grip. As now he thus vainly strove, the jaw slipped from him, the frail gunwales bent in, collapsed, and snapped, as both jaws, like an enormous shears, sliding further aft, bit the craft completely in twain, and locked themselves fast again in the sea, midway between the 2 floating wrecks. These floated aside, the broken ends drooping, the crew at the stern wreck clinging to the gunwales and striving to hold fast to the oars to lash them across. At that preluding moment, ere the boat was yet snapped, Ahab, the first to perceive the whale's intent, by the crafty upraising of his head, a movement that loosed his head for the time, at that moment his hand had made one final effort to push the boat out of the bight, but only slipping further into the whale's mouth, and tilting over sideways as it slipped, the boat had shaken off his hold on the jaw, spilled him out of it as he leaned to push, and so he fell flat-faced upon the sea. Ripplingly withdrawing from his prey, Moby Dick now lay at a little distance, vertically thrusting his oblong white head up and down in the billows, and at the same time slowly revolving his whole spindled body, so that when his vast wrinkled forehead rose, some 20 or more feet out of the water, the now rising swells, with all their confluent waves, dazzling broke against it, vindictively tossing their shivered spray still higher into the air. [Footnote: This motion is peculiar to the sperm whale. It receives its designation, pitch-poling, from its being likened to that preliminary up and down poise of the whale lance, in the exercise called pitch-poling. By this motion the whale must best and most comprehensively view whatever objects may be encircling him. So, in a gale, the but half-baffled channel billows only recoil from the base of the Eddystone, triumphantly to overleap its summit with their scud. But soon resuming his horizontal attitude, Moby Dick swam swiftly round and round the wrecked crew, sideways churning the water in his vengeful wake, as if lashing himself up to still another and more deadly assault. The sight of the splintered boat seemed to madden him, as the blood of grapes and mulberries cast before Antiochus's elephants in the book of Maccabees. Meanwhile Ahab, half smothered in the foam of the whale's insolent tail, and too much of a cripple to swim, though he could still keep afloat, even in the heart of such a whirlpool as that, helpless Ahab's head was seen like a tossed bubble which the least chance shock might burst. From the boat's fragmentary stern Fedallah incuriously and mildly eyed him. The clinging crew at the other drifting end could not succor him, more than enough it was for them to look to themselves. For so revolvingly appalling was the white whale's aspect, and so planetarily swift the ever contracting circles he made, that he seemed horizontally swooping upon them. And though the other boats, unharmed, still hovered hard by, still they dared not pull into the eddy to strike, lest that should be the signal for the instant destruction of the jeopardized castaways, Ahab and all. Nor in that case could they themselves hope to escape. With straining eyes, then, they remained on the outer edge of the direful zone, whose centre had now become the old man's head. Meantime, from the beginning, all this had been descried from the ship's mastheads, and squaring her yards, she had borne down upon the scene, and was now so nigh that Ahab in the water hailed her. "Sail on the—" But that moment a breaking sea dashed on him from Moby Dick, and whelmed him for the time. But struggling out of it again, and chancing to rise on a towering crest, he shouted, "Sail on the whale! Drive him off!" The Pequod's prows were pointed, and breaking up the charmed circle, she effectually parted the white whale from his victim. As he sullenly swam off, the boats flew to the rescue. Dragged into Stubb's boat, with bloodshot, blinded eyes, the white brine caking in his wrinkles, the long tension of Ahab's bodily strength did crack, and helplessly he yielded to his body's doom, for a time lying all crushed in the bottom of Stubb's boat, like one trodden under foot of herds of elephants. Far inland nameless wails came from him as desolate sounds from out ravines, but this intensity of his physical prostration did but so much the more abbreviate it. In an instant's compass great hearts sometimes condense to one great pang the sum total of those shallow pains kindly diffused through feebler men's whole lives. And so such hearts, though summary in each one suffering, still, if the gods decree it, in their lifetime aggregate a whole age of woe, wholly made up of instantaneous intensities, for even in their pointless centres those noble natures contain the entire circumferences of inferior souls. "The harpoon," said Ahab, halfway rising, and draggingly leaning on one bended arm. "Is it safe?" "Aye, sir, for it was not darted. This is it," said Stubb, showing it. "Lay it before me. Any missing men?" 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 oars, sir, and here are 5 men." "That's good. Help me, man. I wish to stand. So, I see him. There. Going to leeward still. What a leaping spout! Hands off from me. The eternal sap runs up in Ahab's bones again. Set the sail. Out oars. The helm." It is often the case that when a boat is stove, its crew, being picked up by another boat, help to work the second boat, and the chase is thus continued with what is called double banked oars. It was thus now. But the added power of the boat did not equal the added power of the whale, for he seemed to have treble banked his every fin, swimming with a velocity which plainly showed that if now, under these circumstances, pushed on, the chase would prove an indefinitely prolonged, if not hopeless one. Nor could any crew endure for so long a period such an unintermitted, intense straining at the oar, a thing barely tolerable only in some one brief vicissitude. The ship itself, then, as it sometimes happens, offered the most promising intermediate means of overtaking the chase. Accordingly, the boats now made for her, and were soon swayed up to their cranes, the two parts of the wrecked boat having been previously secured by her, and then hoisting everything to her side, and stacking her canvas high up, and sideways outstretching it with stun sails, like the double jointed wings of an albatross, the Pequod bore down in the wake of Moby Dick. At the well-known methodic intervals the whale's glittering spout was regularly announced from the manned mastheads, and when he would be reported as just gone down, Ahab would take the time, and then pacing the deck, binnacle watch in hand, so soon as the last second of the allotted hour expired, his voice was heard: "Whose is the doubloon now? D'ye see him?" And if the reply was "No, sir," straightway he commanded them to lift him to his perch. In this way the day wore on, Ahab now aloft and motionless, anon unrestingly pacing the planks. As he was thus walking, uttering no sound, except to hail the men aloft, or to bid them to hoist a sail still higher, or to spread one to a still greater breadth, thus to and fro pacing, beneath his slouched hat, at every turn he passed his own wrecked boat, which had been dropped upon the quarter deck, and lay there reversed, broken bow to shattered stern. At last he paused before it, and as in an already overclouded sky fresh troops of clouds will sometimes sail across, so over the old man's face there now stole some such added gloom as this. Stubb saw him pause, and perhaps intending, not vainly though, to evince his own unabated fortitude, and thus keep up a valiant place in his captain's mind, he advanced, and eyeing the wreck, exclaimed, "The thistle the ass refused! It pricked his mouth too keenly, sir, ha, ha! What a soulless thing is this that laughs before a wreck! Man, man, did I not know thee brave as fearless fire, and as mechanical, I could swear thou wert a poltroon. Groan nor laugh should be heard before a wreck." "Ay, sir," said Starbuck, drawing near, "'tis a solemn sight, an omen, and an ill one." "Omen! Omen! The dictionary! If the gods think to speak outright to man, they will honorably speak outright, not shake their heads and give an old wife's darkling hint. Begone! Ye two are the opposite poles of one thing. Starbuck is Stubb reversed, and Stubb is Starbuck, and ye two are all mankind. And Ahab stands alone among the millions of the peopled earth, nor gods nor men his neighbors. Cold, cold, I shiver. How now, aloft there, d'ye see him? Sing out, for every spout, though he spout 10 times a second." The day was nearly done, only the hem of his golden robe was rustling. Soon it was almost dark, but the lookout men still remained unset. "Can't see the spout now, sir, too dark," cried a voice from the air. "How heading when last seen?" "As before, sir, straight to leeward." "Good, he will travel slower, now 'tis night. Down royals, and t'gallant stun sails, Mr. Starbuck. We must not run over him before morning. He's making a passage now, and may heave to a while. Helm there, keep her full before the wind. Aloft, come down. Mr. Stubb, send a fresh hand to the foremast head, and see it manned till morning." Then advancing towards the doubloon in the mainmast, "Men, this gold is mine, for I earned it, but I shall let it abide here till the white whale is dead, and then whosoever of you first raises him upon the day he shall be killed, this gold is that man's; and if on that day I shall raise him, then 10 times its sum shall be divided among all of you. Away now, the deck is thine, sir." And so saying, he placed himself halfway within the scuttle, and slouching his hat, stood there till dawn, except when at intervals rousing himself to see how the night wore on. End of Story 18. Biographical Notes. Melville, Herman, American author. Born 1819, died 1891. Became a sailor, and deserted owing to the captain's harsh treatment. Was kept prisoner by a savage tribe in the Marquesas Islands, and was rescued by an Australian whaler. Typee contains an account of this adventure. Omoo continues his adventures in the Marquesas. Moby Dick and Red Jacket are among his best known sea tales. He also published some volumes of verse.
Story 19 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 19, Rounding Cape Horn, from White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Through drizzling fogs and vapors, and under damp double topsails, our wet-decked frigate drew nearer and nearer to the squally cape. Who has not heard of it? Cape Horn. Cape Horn, a horn indeed that has tossed many a good ship. Was the descent of Orpheus, Ulysses, or Dante into hell one whit more hardy and sublime than the first navigator's weathering of that terrible cape? Turned on her heel by a fierce west wind, many an outward-bound ship has been driven across the southern ocean to the Cape of Good Hope, that way to seek a passage to the Pacific. And that stormy cape, I doubt not, has sent many a fine craft to the bottom, and told no tales. At those ends of the earth are no chronicles. What signify the broken spars and shrouds that, day after day, are driven before the prows of more fortunate vessels? Or the tall masts embedded in icebergs that are found floating by? They but hint the old story of ships that have sailed from their ports and never more have been heard of. Impracticable Cape. You may approach it from this direction or that, in any way you please, from the east or from the west, with the wind astern or abeam or on the quarter, and still Cape Horn is Cape Horn. Cape Horn it is that takes the conceit out of fresh-water sailors, and steeps in a still salter brine the saltest. Woe betide the tyro, the foolhardy, heaven preserve. Your Mediterranean captain, who with a cargo of oranges has hitherto made merry runs across the Atlantic, without so much as furling a topgallant sail, oftentimes off Cape Horn receives a lesson which he carries to the grave, though the grave, as is too often the case, follows so hard on the lesson that no benefit comes from the experience. Other strangers who draw nigh to this Patagonian termination of our continent, with their souls full of its shipwrecks and disasters, topsails cautiously reefed and everything guarded snug, these strangers, at first unexpectedly encountering a tolerably smooth sea, rashly conclude that the Cape, after all, is but a bugbear. They have been imposed upon by fables, and founderings and sinkings hereabouts are all cock and bull stories. Out reefs, my hearties! Fore and aft, set t'gallant sails! Stand by to give her the foretopmast stunsail! But, Captain Rash, those sails of yours were much safer in the sailmaker's loft, for now, while the heedless craft is bounding over the billows, a black cloud rises out of the sea. The sun drops down from the sky, and horrible mist, far and wide, spreads over the water. Hands by the halyards! Let go! Clew up! Too late, for ere the rope's ends can be cast off from the pins, the tornado is blowing down to the bottom of their throats. The masts are willows, the sails ribbons, the cordage wool. The whole ship is brewed into the yeast of the gale. And now, if, when the first green sea breaks over him, Captain Rash is not swept overboard, he has his hands full, to be sure. In all probability his 3 masts have gone by the board, and raveled into list his sails are floating in the air. Or perhaps the ship broaches to, or is brought by the lee. In either case, heaven help the sailors, their wives, and their little ones, and heaven help the underwriters. Familiarity with danger makes a brave man braver, but less daring. Thus with seamen. He who goes the oftenest round Cape Horn goes the most circumspectly. A veteran mariner is never deceived by the treacherous breezes which sometimes waft him pleasantly toward the latitude of the Cape. No sooner does he come within a certain distance of it, previously fixed in his own mind, than all hands are turned to setting the ship in storm trim, and never mind how light the breeze, down come his topgallant yards. He bends his strongest storm sails, and lashes everything on deck securely. The ship is then ready for the worst. And if, in reeling round the headland, she receives a broadside, it generally goes well with her. If ill, all hands go to the bottom with quiet consciences. Among sea captains, there are some who seem to regard the genius of the Cape as a willful, capricious jade that must be courted and coaxed into complaisance. First, they come along under easy sails, do not steer boldly for the headland, but tack this way and that, sidling up to it. Now they woo the Jezebel with topgallant studding sail. Anon they deprecate her wrath with double-reefed topsails. When at length her inappeasable fury is fairly aroused, and all round the dismantled ship the storm howls and howls for days together, they still persevere in their efforts. First they try unconditional submission, furling every rag and heaving to, lying like a log for the tempest to toss wheresoever it pleases. This failing, they set a spencer or trysail, and shift on the other tack. Equally vain, the gale sings as hoarsely as before. At last the wind comes round fair. They drop the foresail, square the yards, and scud before it, their implacable foe chasing them with tornadoes, as if to show her insensibility to the last. Other ships, without encountering these terrible gales, spend week after week endeavoring to turn this boisterous world corner against a continual head wind. Tacking hither and thither, in the language of the sailors, they polish the Cape by beating about its edges so long. Lemaire and Schouten, 2 Dutchmen, were the first navigators who weathered Cape Horn. Previous to this, passages have been made to the Pacific by the Straits of Magellan, nor indeed at that period was it known to a certainty that there was any other route, or that the land now called Terra del Fuego was an island. A few leagues southward from Terra del Fuego is a cluster of small islands, the Diegos, between which and the former island are the Straits of Lemaire, so called in honor of their discoverer, who first sailed through them into the Pacific. Lemaire and Schouten, in their small, clumsy vessels, encountered a series of tremendous gales, the prelude to the long train of similar hardships which most of their followers have experienced. It's a significant fact that Schouten's vessel, the Horn, which gave its name to the Cape, was almost lost in weathering it. The next navigator round the Cape was Sir Francis Drake, who on Raleigh's expedition, beholding for the first time, from the Isthmus of Darien, the goodly South Sea, like a true-born Englishman, vowed, please God, to sail an English ship thereon, which the gallant sailor did, to the sore discomfort of the Spaniards on the coasts of Chili and Peru. But perhaps the greatest hardships on record in making this celebrated passage were those experienced by Lord Anson's squadron in 1736. 3 remarkable and most interesting narratives record their disasters and sufferings. The first jointly written by the carpenter and gunner of the Wager, the second by young Byron, a midshipman of the same ship, the third by the chaplain of the Centurion. White Jacket has them all, and they are fine reading of a boisterous March night, with the casement rattling in your ear and the chimney stacks blowing down upon the pavement, bubbling with raindrops. But if you want the best idea of Cape Horn, get my friend Dana's unmatchable 2 Years Before the Mast. But you can read, and so you must have read it. His chapters describing Cape Horn must have been written with an icicle. At the present day, the horrors of the Cape have somewhat abated. This is owing to a growing familiarity with it, but more than all to the improved condition of the ships in all respects, and the means now generally in use of preserving the health of the crews in times of severe and prolonged exposure. Ere the calm had yet left us, a sail had been discerned from the fore topmasthead, at a great distance, probably 3 leagues or more. At first it was a mere speck, altogether out of sight from the deck. By the force of attraction, or something equally inscrutable, 2 ships in a calm, and equally affected by the currents, will always approximate more or less, though there was not a breath of wind. It was not a great while before the strange sail was descried from our bulwarks. Gradually it drew still nearer. What was she, and whence? There is no object which so excites interest and conjecture, and at the same time baffles both, as a sail, seen as a mere speck on these remote seas off Cape Horn. A breeze, for lo, the stranger is now perceptibly nearing the frigate. The officer's spyglass pronounces her a full-rigged ship, with all sail set, and coming right down to us, though in our own vicinity the calm still reigns. She is bringing the wind with her. Hurrah! Aye, there it is! Behold how mincingly it creeps over the sea, just ruffling and crisping it. Our topmen were at once sent aloft to loose the sails, and presently they faintly began to distend. As yet, we hardly had steerage way. Toward sunset, the stranger bore down before the wind, a complete pyramid of canvas. Never before, I venture to say, was Cape Horn so audaciously insulted. Stunsails alow and aloft, royals, moonsails, and everything else. She glided under our stern, within hailing distance, and the signal quartermaster ran up our ensign to the gaff. "Ship ahoy!" cried the lieutenant of the watch through his trumpet. "Hallo!" bawled an old fellow in a green jacket, clapping one hand to his mouth, while he held on with the other to the mizzen shrouds. "What ship's that?" "The Sultan, Indiaman, from New York, and bound to Callao and Canton, 60 days out, all's well. What frigate's that?" "The United States ship Never Sink, homeward bound." "Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah!" yelled our enthusiastic countrymen, transported with patriotism. By this time the Sultan had swept past, but the lieutenant of the watch could not withhold a parting admonition. "Do you hear? You'd better take in some of your flying kites there. Look out for Cape Horn." But the friendly advice was lost in the now increasing wind. With a suddenness by no means unusual in these latitudes, the light breeze soon became a succession of sharp squalls, and our sail-proud braggadocio of an Indiaman was observed to let everything go by the run, his topgallant sails and flying jib taking quick leave of the spars. The flying jib was swept into the air, rolled together for a few minutes, and tossed about in the squalls like a football. But the wind played no such pranks with the more prudently managed canvas of the Never Sink, though before many hours it was stirring times with us. About midnight, when the starboard watch, to which I belonged, was below, the boatswain's whistle was heard, followed by the shrill cry of "All hands take in sail! Jump, men, and save the ship!" Springing from our hammocks, we found the frigate leaning over to it so steeply that it was with difficulty we could climb the ladders leading to the upper deck. Here the scene was awful. The vessel seemed to be sailing on her side. The main-deck guns had several days previous been run in and housed, and the portholes closed, but the lee carronades on the quarter-deck and forecastle were plunging through the sea, which undulated over them in milk-white billows of foam. With every lurch to leeward, the yardarm ends seemed to dip into the sea, while forward the spray dashed over the bows in cataracts and drenched the men who were on the foreyard. By this time the deck was alive with the whole strength of the ship's company, 500 men, officers and all, mostly clinging to the weather bulwarks. The occasional phosphorescence of the yeasting sea cast a glare upon their uplifted faces, as a night fire in a populous city lights up the panic-stricken crowd. In a sudden gale, or when a large quantity of sail is suddenly to be furled, it is the custom for the first lieutenant to take the trumpet from whoever happens then to be officer of the deck. But Mad Jack had the trumpet that watch, nor did the first lieutenant now seek to wrest it from his hands. Every eye was upon him, as if we had chosen him from among us all to decide this battle with the elements by single combat with the spirit of the Cape. For Mad Jack was the saving genius of the ship, and so proved himself that night. I owe this right hand, that at this moment is flying over my sheet, and all my present being, to Mad Jack. The ship's bows were now butting, battering, ramming, and thundering over and upon the head seas, and with a horrible wallowing sound, our whole hull was rolling in the trough of the foam. The gale came athwart the deck, and every sail seemed bursting with its wild breath. All the quartermasters and several of the forecastlemen were swarming round the double wheel on the quarter-deck, some jumping up and down with their hands upon the spokes, for the whole helm and galvanized keel were fiercely feverish with the life imparted to them by the tempest. "Hard up the helm!" shouted Captain Claret, bursting from his cabin like a ghost in his night-dress. "Curse you!" raged Mad Jack to the quartermasters. Hard down, I say." "Contrary orders," but Mad Jack's were obeyed. His object was to throw the ship into the wind, so as the better to admit of close reefing the topsails. But though the halyards were let go, it was impossible to clew down the yards, owing to the enormous horizontal strain on the canvas. It now blew a hurricane. The spray flew over the ship in floods. The gigantic mast seemed about to snap under the worldwide strain of the 3 entire topsails. "Clew down! Clew down!" shouted Mad Jack, husky with excitement, and in a frenzy beating his trumpet against one of the shrouds. But owing to the slant of the ship, the thing could not be done. It was obvious that before many minutes something must go, either sails, rigging, or sticks, perhaps the hull itself and all hands. Presently a voice from the top exclaimed that there was a rent in the main topsail, and instantly we heard a report, like 2 or 3 muskets discharged together. The vast sail was rent up and down like the veil of the temple. This saved the mainmast, for the yard was now clewed down with comparative ease, and the topmen laid out to stow the shattered canvas. Soon the 2 remaining topsails were also clewed down and close reefed. Above all the roar of the tempest and the shouts of the crew was heard the dismal tolling of the ship's bell, almost as large as that of a village church, which the violent rolling of the ship was now occasioning. Imagination cannot conceive the horror of such a sound in a night tempest at sea. "Stop that ghost!" roared Mad Jack. "Away, one of you, and wrench off the clapper!" But no sooner was this ghost gagged than a still more appalling sound was heard. The rolling to and fro of the heavy shot, which on the gun deck had broken loose from the gun racks, and converted that part of the ship into an immense bowling alley. Some hands were sent down to secure them, but it was as much as their lives were worth. Several were maimed, and the midshipmen who were ordered to see the duty performed reported it impossible until the storm had abated. The most terrific job of all was to furl the mainsail, which at the commencement of the squalls had been clewed up, coaxed, and quieted as much as possible with the bunt lines and slab lines. Mad Jack waited some time for a lull, ere he gave an order so perilous to be executed, for to furl this enormous sail in such a gale required at least 50 men on the yard, whose weight, superadded to that of the ponderous stick itself, still further jeopardized their lives. But there was no prospect of a cessation of the gale, and the order was at last given, At this time a hurricane of slanting sleet and hail was descending upon us. The rigging was coated with a thin glare of ice, formed within the hour. "Aloft, main yardmen, and all you main topmen, and furl the mainsail!" cried Mad Jack. I dashed down my hat, slipped out of my quilted jacket in an instant, kicked the shoes from my feet, and with a crowd of others sprang for the rigging. Above the bulwarks, which in a frigate are so high as to afford much protection to those on deck, the gale was horrible. The sheer force of the wind flattened out to the rigging as we ascended, and every hand seemed congealing to the icy shrouds by which we held. "Up, up, my brave hearties!" shouted Mad Jack, and up we got, some way or other, all of us, and groped our way out on the yard arms. "Hold on, every mother's son!" cried an old quarter-gunner at my side. He was bawling at the top of his compass, but in the gale he seemed to be whispering, and I only heard him from his being right to windward of me. But his hint was unnecessary. I dug my nails into the jackstays, and swore that nothing but death should part me and them until I was able to turn round and look to windward. As yet this was impossible. I could scarcely hear the man to leeward at my elbow. The wind seemed to snatch the words from his mouth and fly away with them to the South Pole. All this while the sail itself was flying about, sometimes catching over our heads, and threatening to tear us from the yard in spite of all our hugging. For about 3/4 of an hour we thus hung suspended right over the rampant billows, which curled their very crests under the feet of some 4 or 5 of us clinging to the lee yard arm, as if to float us from our place. Presently the word passed along the yard from windward that we were ordered to come down and leave the sail to blow, since it could not be furled. A midshipman, it seemed, had been sent up by the officer of the deck to give the order, as no trumpet could be heard where we were. Those upon the weather yard arm managed to crawl upon the spar and scramble down the rigging, but with us upon the extreme leeward side, this feat was out of the question. It was literally like climbing a precipice to get to windward in order to reach the shrouds. Besides, the entire yard was now encased in ice, and our hands and feet were so numb that we dared not trust our lives to them. Nevertheless, by assisting each other, we contrived to throw ourselves prostrate along the yard, and embrace it with our arms and legs. In this position the studding sail booms greatly assisted in securing our hold. Strange as it may appear, I do not suppose that at this moment the slightest sensation of fear was felt by one man on that yard. We clung to it with might and main, but this was instinct. The truth is that in circumstances like these the sense of fear is annihilated in the unutterable sights that fill all the eye and sounds that fill all the ear. You become identified with the tempest. Your insignificance is lost in the riot of the stormy universe around. Below us our noble frigate seemed thrice its real length, a vast black wedge, opposing its widest end to the combined fury of the sea and wind. At length the first fury of the gale began to abate, and we at once fell to pounding our hands as a preliminary operation to going to work, for a gang of men had now ascended to help secure what was left of the sail. We somehow packed it away at last and came down. At noon the next day the gale had so moderated that we shook 2 reefs out of the topsails, set new courses, and stood due east with the wind astern. Thus all the fine weather we encountered after first weighing anchor on the pleasant Spanish coast was but the prelude to this one terrific night, more especially that treacherous calm immediately preceding it. But how could we reach our long-promised homes without encountering Cape Horn? By what possibility avoid it? And though some ships have weathered it without these perils, yet by far the greater part must encounter them. Lucky it is that it comes about midway in the homeward-bound passage, so that the sailors have time to prepare for it, and time to recover from it after it is astern. But sailor or landsman, there is some sort of a Cape Horn for all. Boys, beware of it. Prepare for it in time. Graybeards, thank God it's past. And ye lucky livers, to whom by some rare fatality your Cape Horns are placid as Lake Leman, flatter not yourselves that good luck is judgment and discretion. For all the yolk in your eggs, you might have foundered and gone down, had the spirit of the Cape said the word. End of story 19.
Story 20, Part 1 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 20, Part 1. The Merchantman and the Pirate. From Hard Cash by Charles Reade. North latitude 23½, longitude east 113. The time March of this same year. The wind southerly. The port Whampoa in the Canton River. Ships at anchor reared their tall masts here and there, and the broad stream was enlivened and colored by junks and boats of all sizes and vivid hues, propelled on the screw principle by a great scull at the stern, with projecting handles for the crew to work, and at times a gorgeous mandarin boat, with two great glaring eyes set in the bows, came flying, rowed with 40 paddles by an armed crew, whose shields hung on the gunwale and flashed fire in the sunbeams. The mandarin, in conical buttoned hat, sitting on the top of his cabin, calmly smoking paradise, alias opium, while his gong boomed and his boat flew 14 miles an hour, and all things scuttled out of his celestial way. And there, looking majestically down on all these water ants, the huge Agra, cynosure of so many loving eyes and loving hearts in England, lay at her moorings, homeward bound. Her tea not being yet on board, the ship's hull floated high as a castle, and to the subtle, intellectual, doll-faced, bolus-eyed people that sculled to and fro, busy as bees, though looking forked mushrooms, she sounded like a vast musical shell, for a lusty harmony of many mellow voices vibrated in her great cavities, and made the air ring cheerily around her. The vocalists were the Cyclops, to judge by the tremendous thumps that kept clean time to their sturdy tune. Yet it was but human labor, so heavy and so knowing, that it had called in music to help. It was the third mate and his gang, completing his floor to receive the coming tea chests. Yesterday he had stowed his dunnage, many hundred bundles of light flexible canes from Sumatra and Malacca. On these he had laid tons of rough saltpetre in 200-pound gunny bags, and was now mashing it to music, bags and all. His gang of 15, naked to the waist, stood in line with huge wooden beetles called commanders, and lifted them high and brought them down on the nitre in cadence with true nautical power and unison, singing as follows, with a ponderous bump on the last note in each bar: Here goes one, oh me there one, one now it is gone, there's another yet to come, and away we'll go to Flanders, amongst our wooden commanders, where we'll get wine in plenty, rum, brandy, and Genevieve. Here goes two, oh me there two, etc. And so up to 15, when the stave was concluded with a shrill spell, oh, and the gang relieved, streaming with perspiration. When the saltpetre was well mashed, they rolled ton water butts on it, till the floor was like a billiard table. A fleet of chop boats then began to arrive, so many per day, with the tea chests. Mr. Grey proceeded to lay the first tier on his saltpetre floor, and then built the chests tier upon tier, beginning at the sides, and leaving in the middle a lane somewhat narrower than a tea chest. Then he applied a screw jack to the chests on both sides, and so enlarged his central aperture, and forced the remaining tea chests in, and behold, the enormous cargo was packed as tight as ever shopkeeper packed a box, 19,806 chests, 60 half chests, 50 quarter chests. While Mr. Grey was contemplating his work with singular satisfaction, a small boat from Canton came alongside, and Mr. Tickle, midshipman, ran up the side, skipped on the quarter deck, saluted it first, and then the first mate, and gave him a line from the captain, desiring him to take the ship down to second bar, for her water, at the turn of the tide. 2 hours after receipt of this order the ship swung to the ebb. Instantly Mr. Sharp unmoored, and the Agra began her famous voyage, with her head at right angles to her course; for the wind being foul, all Sharp could do was set his topsails, driver, and jib, and keep her in the tideway, and clear of the numerous craft, by backing or filling as the case required, which he did with considerable dexterity, making the sails steer the helm for the nonce. He crossed the bar at sunset, and brought to with the best bower anchor in 5 fathoms and a half. Here they began to take in their water, and on the 5th day the 6-oared gig was ordered up to Canton for the captain. The next afternoon he passed the ship in her, going down the river to Lin Tin to board the Chinese admiral for his chop, or permission to leave China. All night the Agra showed 3 lights at her mizzen peak for him, and kept a sharp lookout. But he did not come. He was having a very serious talk with the Chinese admiral. At daybreak, however, the gig was reported in sight. Sharp told one of the midshipmen to call the boatswain and man the side. Soon the gig ran alongside. 2 of the ship's boys jumped like monkeys over the bulwarks, lighting, one on the main channels, the other on the midship port, and put the side ropes assiduously in the captain's hands. He bestowed a slight paternal smile on them, the first the imps had ever received from an officer, and went lightly up the sides. The moment his foot touched the deck, the boatswain gave a frightful shrill whistle, the men at the sides uncovered, the captain saluted the quarter deck, and all the officers saluted him, which he returned, and stepping for a moment to the weather side of his deck, gave the loud command, "All hands heave anchor." He then directed Mr. Sharp to get what sail he could on the ship, the wind being now westerly, and dived into his cabin. The boatswain piped 3 shrill pipes, and "All hands up anchor" was thrice repeated, followed by private admonitions, "Rouse and bit, show a leg," etc., and up tumbled the crew, with "Homeward bound" written on their tanned faces. Pipe! Up all hammocks! In 10 minutes the 90 and odd hammocks were all stowed neatly in the netting, and covered with a snowy hammock cloth, and the hands were active, unbitting the cable, shipping the capstan bars, etc. "All ready below, sir," cried a voice. "Man the bars," returned Mr. Sharp from the quarter deck. "Play up, fifer; heave away." Out broke the merry fife with a rhythmical tune, and tramp, tramp, tramp went 120 feet round and round, and with brawny chests pressed tight against the capstan bars, 60 fine fellows walked the ship up to her anchor, drowning the fife at intervals with their sturdy song, as pat to their feet as an echo. Heave with a will, ye jolly boys, heave around, we're off from Chiney. Jolly boys, homeward bound. "Short stay apeak, sir," roars the boatswain from forward. "Unship the bars, way aloft, loose sails, let fall." The ship being now over her anchor, and the topsails set, the capstan bars were shipped again, the men all heaved with a will, the messenger grinned, the anchor was torn out of China with a mighty heave, and then run up with a luff tackle and secured, the ship's head cast to port. "Up with a jib, man the topsail halyards, all hands make sail." Round she came, slow and majestically, The sails filled, and the good ship bore away for England. She made the Bogue forts in 3 or 4 tacks, and there she had to come to again for another chop, China being a place as hard to get into as heaven, and to get out of as Chancery. At 3 P.M. she was at Macao, and hove to 4 miles from the land to take in her passengers. A gun was fired from the forecastle. No boats came off. Sharp began to fret, for the wind, though light, had now got to the northwest, and they were wasting it. After a while the captain came on deck and ordered all the carronades to be scaled. The 8 heavy reports bellowed the great ship's impatience across the water, and out pulled 2 boats with the passengers. While they were coming, Dodd sent and ordered the gunner to load the carronades with shot, and secure and apron them. The Agra had already shown great sailing qualities. The log was hove at sundown and gave 11 knots, so that with a good breeze abaft few fore and aft rigged pirates could overhaul her. And this wind carried her swiftly past one nest of them at all events, the Ladrone Isles. At 9 P.M. all the lights were ordered out. Mrs. Beresford had brought a novel on board, and refused to comply. The master-at-arms insisted. She threatened him with the vengeance of the company, the premier, and the nobility and gentry of the British realm. The master-at-arms, finding he had no chance in argument, doused the glim, pitiable resource of a weak disputant, then basely fled the rhetorical consequences. The northerly breeze died out, and light variable winds baffled the ship. It was the 6th April ere she passed the Macclesfield bank in latitude 16. And now they sailed for many days out of sight of land. Dodd's chest expanded. His main anxiety at this part of the voyage lay in the state cabin. Of all the perils of the sea, none shakes a sailor like fire. He set a watch day and night on that spoiled child. On the 1st of May they passed the great Nantuna, and got among the Bornese and Malay Islands, at which the captain's glass began to sweep the horizon again, and night and day at the dizzy foretop gallant masthead he perched an eye. They crossed the line in longitude 107 with a slight breeze, but soon fell into the doldrums. A dead calm, and nothing to do but kill time. After lying a week like a dead log on the calm but heaving waters, came a few light puffs in the upper air, and inflated the topsails only. The ship crawled southward, the crew whistling for wind. At last, one afternoon, it began to rain, and after the rain came a gale from the eastward. The watchful skipper saw it purple the water to windward, and ordered the topsails to be reefed and the lee ports closed. This last order seemed an excess of precaution, but Dodd was not yet thoroughly acquainted with his ship's qualities, and the hard cash round his neck made him cautious. The lee ports were closed, all but one, and that was lowered. Mr. Grey was working a problem in his cabin, and wanted a little light and a little air, so he just dropped his port, but not to deviate from the spirit of the captain's instructions, he fastened a tackle to it, that he might have mechanical force to close it with, should the ship lie over. Down came the gale, with a whoo, and made all crack. The ship lay over pretty much, and the sea poured in at Mr. Grey's port. He applied his purchase to close it, but though his tackle gave him the force of a dozen hands, he might as well have tried to move a mountain. On the contrary, the tremendous sea rushed in and burst the port wide open. Grey, after a vain struggle with its might, shrieked for help. Down tumbled the nearest hands, and hauled on the tackle in vain. Destruction was rushing on the ship, and on them first. But meantime the captain, with a shrewd guess at the general nature of the danger he could not see, had roared out, "Slack the main sheet!" The ship righted, and the port came flying to. and terror-stricken men breathed hard, up to their waists in water and floating boxes. Gray barred the unlucky port, and went aft, drenched in body and wrecked in mind, to report his own fault. He found the captain looking grim as death. He told him, almost crying, what he had done, and how he had miscalculated the power of the water. Dodd looked and saw his distress. "Let it be a lesson, sir," said he, sternly. "How many ships have been lost by this in fair weather, and not a man saved to tell how the craft was fooled away? Captain, bid me fling myself over the side, and I'll do it. I'm afraid I can't afford to lose a good officer for a fault he will never repeat." It blew hard all night until 12 the next day. The Agra showed her weak point. She rolled abominably. A dirty night came on. At 8 bells, Mr. Grey, touched by Dodd's clemency, and brimful of zeal, reported a light in Mrs. Beresford's cabin. It had been put out as usual by the master at arms, but the refractory one had relighted it. "Go and take it away," said Dodd. Soon screams were heard from the cabin. "Oh, mercy, mercy! I will not be drowned in the dark." Dodd, who had kept clear of her so long, went down and tried to reassure her. "Oh, the tempest!" she cried, "and to be drowned in the dark!" "Tempest? It is blowing half a gale of wind, that is all." "Half a gale! Ah, that is the way you always talk to us ladies. Oh, pray give me my light, and send me a clergyman." Dodd took pity, and let her have her light, with a midshipman to watch it. He even made her a hypocritical promise that should there be one grain of danger he would lie to, but said he must not make a foul wind of a fair one for a few lee lurches. The Agra broke plenty of glass and crockery, though, with her fair wind and her lee lurches. Wind down at noon the next day, and a dead calm. At 2 P.M. the weather cleared. The sun came out high in heaven's center, and a balmy breeze from the west. At 6:25 the grand orb set, calm and red, and the sea was gorgeous with miles and miles of great ruby dimples. It was the first glowing smile of southern latitude. The night stole on, so soft, so clear, so balmy, all were loath to close their eyes on it. The passengers lingered long on deck, watching the Great Bear dip and the Southern Cross rise, and overhead a whole region of glorious stars most of us have never seen, and never shall see in this world. No belching smoke obscured, no plunging paddles deafened. All was musical, the soft air sighing among the sails, the phosphorescent water bubbling from the ship's bows, the murmurs from the little knots of men on deck subdued by the great calm. Home seemed near, all danger far. Peace ruled the sea, the sky, the heart. The ship, making a track of white fire on the deep, glided gently yet swiftly homeward, urged by snowy sails piled up like alabaster towers against a violet sky, out of which looked 1,000 eyes of holy tranquil fire. So melted the sweet night away. Now carmine streaks tinged the eastern sky at the water's edge, and that water blushed. Now the streaks turned orange, and the waves below them sparkled. Thence splashes of living gold flew and settled on the ship's white sails, the deck, and the faces, and with no more prologue, being so near the line, she came up majestically, a huge fiery golden sun, and set the sea flaming liquid topaz. Instantly the lookout at the fore-top-gallant masthead hailed the deck below. "Strange sail! Right ahead!" The strange sail was reported to Captain Dodd, then dressing in his cabin. He came soon after on deck, and hailed the lookout. "Which way is she standing?" "Can't say, sir. Haven't seen her move any." Dodd ordered the boatswain to pipe to breakfast, and taking his deck glass, went lightly up to the fore topgallant mast cross trees. Thence, through the light haze of a glorious morning, he espied a long, low schooner, lateen rigged, lying close under Point Leat, a small island about 9 miles distant on the weather bow, and nearly in the Agra's course, then approaching the Straits of Gaspar, 4 latitude south. "She is hove to," said Dodd, very gravely. At 8 o'clock the stranger lay about 2 miles to the windward, and still hove to. End of Story 20, Part 1. Story 20, Part 2 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 20, Part 2. The Merchantman and the Pirate. From Hard Cash, by Charles Reade. By this time all eyes were turned upon her, and half a dozen glasses. Everybody, except the captain, delivered an opinion. She was a Greek, lying to for water. She was a Malay, coming north with canes, and short of hands. She was a pirate, watching the straits. The captain leaned silent and sombre, with his arms on the bulwarks, and watched the suspected craft. Mr. Fullalove joined the group, and leveled a powerful glass of his own construction. His inspection was long and minute, and while the glass was at his eye, Sharp asked him, half in a whisper, could he make out anything? "Wal," said he, "the varmint looks considerably snaky." Then, without removing his glass, he let drop a word at a time, as if the facts were trickling into his telescope at the lens and out at the sight. 1, 2, 4, 7 false ports. There was a momentary murmur among the officers all around. But British sailors are undemonstrative. Colonel Kenealy, strolling the deck with a cigar, saw they were watching another ship with maritime curiosity, and making comments, but he discerned no particular emotion nor anxiety in what they said, nor in the grave, low tones they said it in. Perhaps a brother seaman would, though. The next observation that trickled out of Fullalove's tube was this: "I judge there are too few hands on deck, and too many white eyeballs glittering at the portholes." "Confound it!" muttered Bayliss, uneasily. "How can you see that?" Fullalove replied only by quietly handing his glass to Dodd. The captain, thus appealed to, glued his eye to the tube. "Well, sir, see the false ports and the white eyebrows?" asked Sharp, ironically. "I see this is the best glass I ever looked through," said Dodd doggedly, without interrupting his inspection. "I think he is a Malay pirate," said Mr. Grey. Sharp took him up very quickly, and indeed angrily. "Nonsense! And if he is, he won't venture on a craft of this size." "Says the whale to the swordfish," suggested Fullalove, with a little guttural laugh. The captain, with the American glass at his eye, turned half round to the man at the wheel. "Starboard." "Starboard it is." "Steer south-southeast." "Aye, aye, sir." And the ship's course was thus altered 2 points. This order lowered Dodd 50 per cent. In Mr. Sharp's estimation. He held his tongue as long as he could, but at last his surprise and dissatisfaction burst out of him. "Won't that bring him out on us?" "Very likely, sir," replied Dodd. "Begging your pardon, captain, would it not be wiser to keep our course, and show the blackguard we don't fear him?" "When we do? Sharp, he has made up his mind an hour ago, whether to lie still or bite. My changing course 2 points won't change his mind, but it may make him declare it, and I must know what he does intend before I run this ship into the Narrows ahead." "Oh, I see," said Sharp, half convinced. The alteration in the Agra's course produced no movement on the part of the mysterious schooner. She lay to under the land still, and with only a few hands on deck, while the Agra edged away from her and entered the straits between Long Island and Point Leat, leaving the schooner about 2.5 miles distant to the northwest. Ah, the stranger's deck swarms black with men, his sham ports fell as if by magic, his guns grinned through the gaps like black teeth, his huge foresail rose and filled, and out he came in chase. The breeze was a kiss from heaven, the sky a vaulted sapphire, the sea a million dimples of liquid lucid gold. The way the pirate dropped the mask, showed his black teeth, and bore up in chase, was terrible. So dilates and bounds the sudden tiger on his unwary prey. There were stout hearts among the officers of the peaceable Agra, but danger in a new form shakes the brave, and this was their first pirate. Their dismay broke out in ejaculations not loud but deep. "Sharp," said Dodd, in a tone that conveyed no suspicion of the newcomer, "set the royals and flying jib. Port." "Port it is," cried the man at the helm. "Steer due south." And with these words in his mouth, Dodd dived to the gun deck. By this time elastic Sharp had recovered the first shock, and the order to crowd sail on the ship galled his pride and his manhood. He muttered indignantly, "The white feather!" This eased his mind, and he obeyed orders as briskly as ever. While he and his hands were setting every rag the ship could carry on that tack, the other officers, having unluckily no orders to execute, stood gloomy and helpless, with their eyes glued by a sort of sombre fascination on that coming fate. Realize the situation, and the strange incongruity between the senses and the mind in these poor fellows. The day had ripened in beauty. Beneath a purple heaven shone, sparkled, and laughed a blue sea, in whose waves the tropical sun seemed to have fused his beams, and beneath that fair, sinless, peaceful sky, wafted by a balmy breeze over those smiling, transparent, golden waves, a bloodthirsty pirate bore down on them with a crew of human tigers, and a lady babble, 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 babbled in their quivering ears. But now the captain came bustling on deck, eyed the loftier sails, saw they were drawing well, appointed 4 midshipmen astaff to convey his orders, gave Bayliss charge of the carronades, Gray of the cutlasses, and directed Mr. Tickle to break the bad news gently to Mrs. Beresford, and to take her below to the orlop deck, ordered the purser to serve out beef, biscuit, and grog to all hands, saying, "Men can't work on an empty stomach, and fighting is hard work," then beckoned the officers to come round him. "Gentlemen," said he, confidentially, "in crowding sail on this ship, I had no hope of escaping that fellow on this tack; but I was, and am, most anxious to gain the open sea, where I can square my yards and run for it if I see a chance. At present I shall carry on till he comes up within range, and then, to keep the company's canvas from being shot to rags, I shall shorten sail, and to save ship and cargo and all our lives, I shall fight while a plank of her swims. Better to be killed in hot blood than walk the plank in cold." The officers cheered faintly. The captain's dogged resolution stirred up theirs. "Shorten sail to the topsails and jib, get the colors ready on the halyards, and then send the men aft." Sail was no sooner shortened, and the crew ranged, than the captain came briskly on deck, saluted, jumped on a carronade, and stood erect. He was not the man to show the crew his forebodings. Pipe. Silence fore and aft. My men, the schooner coming up on our weather quarter is a Portuguese pirate. His character is known. He scuttles all the ships he boards, dishonors the women, and murders the crew. We cracked on to get out of the Narrows, and now we have shortened sail to fight this blackguard, and teach him not to molest a British ship. I promise in the company's name £20 prize money to every man before the mast if we beat him off or outmaneuver him, 30 if we sink him, and 40 if we tow him astern into a friendly port. 8 guns are clear below, 3 on the weather side, 5 on the lee. For if he knows his business, he will come up on the lee quarter. If he doesn't, that is no fault of yours nor mine. The muskets are all loaded, the cutlasses ground like razors. Hurrah! We have got women to defend. Hurrah! A good ship under our feet, the God of justice overhead, British hearts in our bosoms, and British colours flying, run 'em up, over our heads. The ship's colours flew up to the fore, and the Union Jack to the mizzen peak. Now, lads, I mean to fight this ship while a plank of her, stamping on the deck, swims beneath my foot. And what do you say? The reply was a fierce hurrah from 100 throats, so loud, so deep, so full of volume, it made the ship vibrate, and rang in the creeping-on pirate's ears. Fierce but cunning, he saw mischief in those shortened sails, and that Union Jack, the terror of his tribe, rising to a British cheer. He lowered his mainsail and crawled up on the weather quarter. Arrived within a cable's length, he double-reefed his foresail to reduce his rate of sailing nearly to that of the ship, and the next moment a tongue of flame and then a gash of smoke issued from his lee bow, and the ball flew screaming like a seagull over the Agra's mizzen top. He then put his helm up and fired his other bow chaser, and sent the shot hissing and skipping on the water past the ship. This prologue made the novices wince. Bayliss wanted to reply with a carronade, but Dodd forbade him sternly, saying, "If we keep him aloof, we are done for." The pirate drew nearer, and fired both guns in succession, hulled the Agra amidships, and sent an 18-pound ball through her foresail. Most of the faces were pale on the quarter-deck. It was very trying to be shot at and hit, and make no return. The next double discharge sent one shot smash through the stern cabin window, and splintered the bulwark with another, wounding a seaman slightly. "Lie down forward," shouted Dodd through his trumpet. "Bayliss, give him a shot." The carronade was fired with a tremendous report, but no visible effect. The pirate crept nearer, steering in and out like a snake to avoid the carronades, and firing those 2 heavy guns alternately into the devoted ship. He hulled the Agra now nearly every shot. The 2 available carronades replied noisily, and jumped as usual. They sent one 32-pound shot clean through the schooner's deck and side, but that was literally all they did worth speaking of. "Curse them!" cried Dodd. "Load them with grape. They are not to be trusted with ball. And all my 18-pounders dumb. The coward won't come alongside and give them a chance." At the next discharge the pirate chipped the mizzen-mast, and knocked a sailor into dead pieces on the forecastle. Dodd put his helm down ere the smoke cleared, and got 3 carronades to bear, heavily laden with grape. Several pirates fell, dead or wounded, on the crowded deck, and some holes appeared in the foresail. This one interchange was quite in favor of the ship. But the lesson made the enemy more cautious. He crept nearer, but steered so adroitly, now right astern, now on the quarter, that the ship could seldom bring more than 1 carronade to bear, while he raked her fore and aft with grape and ball. In this alarming situation Dodd kept as many of the men below as possible, but for all he could do 4 were killed and 7 wounded. Fullalove's word came too true. It was the swordfish and the whale. It was a fight of hammer and anvil. One hit, the other made a noise. Cautious and cruel, the pirate hung on the poor hulking creature's quarters, and raked her at point-blank distance. He made her pass a bitter time. And her captain, to see the splintering hull, the parting shrouds, the shivered gear, and hear the shrieks and groans of his wounded, and he unable to reply in kind. The sweat of agony poured down his face. Oh, if he could but reach the open sea, and square his yards, and make a long chase of it, perhaps fall in with aid. Wincing under each heavy blow, he crept doggedly, patiently on, towards that one visible hope. At last, when the ship was cloven with shot and peppered with grape, the channel opened. In 5 minutes more he could put her dead before the wind. No. The pirate, on whose side luck had been from the first, got half a broadside to bear at long musket shot, killed a midshipman by Dodd's side, cut away 2 of the Agra's mizzen shrouds, wounded the gaff, and cut the jib stay. Down fell that powerful sail into the water, and dragged across the ship's forefoot, stopping her way to the open sea she panted for. The mates groaned. The crew cheered stoutly, as British tars do in any great disaster. The pirates yelled with ferocious triumph, like the devils they looked. But most human events, even calamities, have 2 sides. The Agra being brought almost to a standstill, the pirate forged ahead against his will, and the combat took a new and terrible form. The elephant gun popped, and the rifle cracked in the Agra's mizzen top, and the man at the pirate's helm jumped into the air and fell dead. Both theorists claimed him. Then the 3 carronades peppered him hotly, and he hurled an iron shower back with fatal effect. Then at last the long 18-pounders on the gun deck got a word in. The old Niler was not the man to miss a vessel alongside in a quiet sea. He sent 2 round shot clean through him. The 3rd splintered his bulwark and swept across his deck. "His masts! Fire at his masts!" roared Dodd to Monk through his trumpet. Then he got the jib clear, and made what sail he could without taking all the hands from the guns. This kept the vessels nearly alongside a few minutes, and the fight was hot as fire. The pirate now for the first time hoisted his flag. It was black as ink. His crew yelled as it rose. The Britons, instead of quailing, cheered with fierce derision. The pirate's wild crew of yellow Malays, black chinless Papuans, and bronzed Portuguese served their side guns, 12-pounders, well and with ferocious cries, while the white Britons, drunk with battle now, naked to the waist, grimed with powder, and spotted like leopards with blood, their own and their mates', replied with loud undaunted cheers and deadly hail of grape from the quarter-deck, while the master gunner and his mates, loading with a rapidity the mixed races opposed could not rival, hulled the schooner well between wind and water, and then fired chain shot at her masts as ordered, and began to play the mischief with her shrouds and rigging. Meantime, Fullalove and Kenealy, aided by Vespasian, who loaded, were quietly butchering the pirate crew 2 a minute, and hoped to settle the question they were fighting for, smooth-bore versus rifle, but unluckily neither fired once without killing, so there was nothing proven. The pirate, bold as he was, got sick of fair fighting first. He hoisted his mainsail and drew rapidly ahead, with a slight bearing to windward, and dismounted a carronade and stove in the ship's quarter-boat by way of a parting kick. The men hurled a contemptuous cheer after him. They thought they had beaten him off. But Dodd knew better. He was but retiring a little way to make a more deadly attack than ever. He would soon wear and cross the Agra's defenseless bows, to rake her fore and aft at pistol-shot distance, or grapple and board the enfeebled ship 200 strong. Dodd flew to the helm, and with his own hands put it hard a-weather, to give the deck guns one more chance, the last, of sinking or disabling the destroyer. As the ship obeyed, and a deck gun bellowed below him, he saw a vessel running out from Long Island, and coming swiftly up on his lee quarter. It was a schooner. Was she coming to his aid? Horror! A black flag floated from her foremast head. While Dodd's eyes were staring almost out of his head at this death blow to hope, Monk fired again, and just then a pale face came close to Dodd's, and a solemn voice whispered in his ear, "Our ammunition is nearly done." Dodd seized Sharp's hand convulsively, and pointed to the pirate's consort coming up to finish them, and said, with the calm of a brave man's despair, "Cutlasses, and die hard." At that moment the master gunner fired his last gun. It sent a chain shot on board the retiring pirate, took off a Portuguese head, and spun it clean into the sea, ever so far to windward, and cut the schooner's foremast so nearly through that it trembled and nodded, and presently snapped with a loud crack, and came down like a broken tree, with the yard and sail, the latter overlapping the deck and burying itself, black flag and all, in the sea. And there, in one moment, lay the destroyer, buffeting and wriggling, like a heron on the water with its long wing broken, an utter cripple. The victorious crew raised a stunning cheer. "Silence!" roared Dodd with his trumpet. "All hands make sail!" He set his courses, bent a new jib, and stood out to windward, close hauled, in hopes to make a good offing, and then put his ship dead before the wind, which was now rising to a stiff breeze. In doing this, he crossed the crippled pirate's bows within 80 yards, and sore was the temptation to rake him, but his ammunition being short, and his danger being imminent from the other pirate, he had the self-command to resist the great temptation. He hailed the mizzen top. "Can you two hinder them from firing that gun?" "I rather think we can," said Fullalove. "Eh, Colonel?" and tapped his long rifle. The ship no sooner crossed the schooner's bows than a Malay ran forward with a linstock. Pop went the colonel's ready carbine, and the Malay fell over dead, and the linstock flew out of his hand. A tall Portuguese, with a movement of rage, snatched it up and darted to the gun. The Yankee rifle cracked, but a moment too late. Bang went the pirate's bow chaser, and crashed into the Agra's side, and passed nearly through her. "You missed him! You missed him!" cried the rival theorist joyfully. He was mistaken. The smoke cleared, and there was the pirate captain, leaning wounded against the mainmast, with a Yankee bullet in his shoulder, and his crew uttering yells of dismay and vengeance. They jumped and raged and brandished their knives, and made horrid gesticulations of revenge, and the white eyeballs of the Malays and Papuans glittered fiendishly, and the wounded captain raised his sound arm and had a signal hoisted to his consort, and she bore up in chase, and jamming her fore-lateen flat as a board, lay far nearer the wind than the Agra could, and sailed 3 feet to her 2 besides. On this superiority being made clear, the situation of the merchant vessel, though not so utterly desperate as before Monk fired his lucky shot, became pitiable enough. If she ran before the wind, the fresh pirate would cut her off. If she lay to windward, she might postpone the inevitable and fatal collision with a foe as strong as that she had only escaped by a rare piece of luck. But this would give the crippled pirate time to refit and unite to destroy her. Add to this the failing ammunition and the thinned crew. Dodd cast his eyes all around the horizon for help. The sea was blank. The bright sun was hidden now. Drops of rain fell, and the wind was beginning to sing, and the sea to rise a little. "Gentlemen," said he, "let us kneel down and pray for wisdom in this sore strait." He and his officers kneeled on the quarter-deck. When they rose, Dodd stood rapt about a minute. His great thoughtful eye saw no more the enemy, the sea, nor anything external. It was turned inward. His officers looked at him in silence. "Sharp," said he at last, "there must be a way out of them with such a breeze as this is now. If we could but see it." "Ay, if," groaned Sharp. Dodd mused again. "About ship," said he softly, like an absent man. "Ay, ay, sir." "Steer due north," said he. still like one whose mind was elsewhere. While the ship was coming about, he gave minute orders to the mates and the gunner to ensure cooperation in the delicate and dangerous manoeuvres that were sure to be on hand. The wind was west-northwest. He was standing north. One pirate lay on his lee beam, stopping a leak between wind and water, and hacking the deck clear of his broken masts and yards. The other, fresh and thirsting for the easy prey, came up to weather on him and hang on his quarter, pirate fashion. When they were distant about a cable's length, the fresh pirate, to meet the ship's change of tactics, changed his own, luffed up, and gave the ship a broadside, well aimed, but not destructive, the guns being loaded with ball. Dodd, instead of replying immediately, put his helm hard up and ran under the pirate's stern, while he was jammed up in the wind, and with his 5 18-pounders raked him fore and aft. Then, paying off, gave him 3 carronades crammed with grape and canister. The almost simultaneous discharge of 8 guns made the ship tremble, and enveloped her in thick smoke. Loud shrieks and groans were heard from the schooner. The smoke cleared, the pirate's mainsail hung on deck, his jib boom was cut like a carrot, and the sail struggling. His foresail looked lace. Lanes of dead and wounded lay still or writhing on his deck, and his lee scuppers ran blood into the sea. Dodd squared his yards and bore away. The ship rushed down the wind, leaving the schooner staggered and all abroad. But not for long. The pirate wore and fired his bow chasers at the now flying Agra, split one of the carronades in 2, and killed a lascar, and made a hole in the foresail. This done, he hoisted his mainsail again in a trice, sent his wounded below, flung his dead overboard, to the horror of their foes, and came after the flying ship, yawning and firing his bow chasers. The ship was silent. She had no shot to throw away. Not only did she take these blows like a coward, but all signs of life disappeared on her, except 2 men at the wheel, and the captain on the main gangway. Dodd had ordered the crew out of the rigging, armed them with cutlasses, and laid them flat on the forecastle. He also compelled Kenealy and Fullalove to come down out of harm's way, no wiser on the smooth-bore question than when they went up. The great patient ship ran environed by her foes, one destroyer right in her course, another in her wake, following her with yells of vengeance and pounding away at her, but no reply. Suddenly the yells of the pirates on both sides ceased, and there was a moment of dead silence on the sea. Yet nothing fresh had happened. Yes, this had happened. The pirates to windward, and the pirates to leeward, of the Agra had found out, at one and the same moment, that the merchant captain they had lashed and bullied and tortured was a patient but tremendous man. It was not only to rake the fresh schooner he had put his ship before the wind, but also, by a double, daring master stroke, to hurl his monster ship bodily on the other. Without a foresail she could never get out of his way. Her crew had stopped the leak, and cut away and unshipped the broken foremast, and were stepping a new one, when they saw the huge ship bearing down in full sail. Nothing easier than to slip out of her way could they get the foresail to draw, but the time was short, the deadly intention manifest, the coming destruction swift. After that solemn silence came a storm of cries and curses, as their seamen went to work to fit the yard and raise the sail, while their fighting men seized their matchlocks and trained the guns. They were well commanded by a heroic, able villain. Astern the consort thundered, but the Agra's response was a dead silence more awful than broadsides. For then was seen with what majesty the enduring Anglo-Saxon fights. One of that indomitable race on the gangway, one at the foremast, 2 at the wheel, conned and steered the great ship down on 100 matchlocks and a grinning broadside, just as they would have conned and steered her into a British harbour. "Starboard," said Dodd, in a deep, calm voice, with a motion of his hand. "Starboard it is." The pirate wriggled ahead a little. The man forward made a silent signal to Dodd. "Port." said Dodd quietly. "Port it is." But at this critical moment the pirate astern sent a mischievous shot, and knocked one of the men to atoms at the helm. Dodd waved his hand without a word, and another man rose from the deck and took his place in silence, and laid his unshaking hand on the wheel stained with that man's warm blood whose place he took. The high ship was now scarce 60 yards distant. She seemed to know. She reared her lofty figurehead with great awful shoots into the air. But now the panting pirates got their new foresail hoisted with a joyful shout. It drew, the schooner gathered way, and their furious consort close on the Agra's heels just then scourged her deck with grape. "Port," said Dodd calmly. "Port it is." The giant prow darted at the escaping pirate. That acre of coming canvas took the wind out of the swift schooner's foresail. It flapped. Oh, then she was doomed. Crash! The Indiaman's cutwater in thick smoke beat in the schooner's broadside. Down went her masts to leeward like fishing rods, whipping the water. There was a horrible shrieking yell. Wild forms leaped off on the Agra, and were hacked to pieces almost ere they reached the deck. A surge, a chasm in the ear, filled with an instant rush of engulfing waves, a long, awful, grating, grinding noise, never to be forgotten in this world, all along under the ship's keel, and the fearful, majestic monster passed on over the blank she had made, with a pale crew standing silent and awestruck on her deck, a cluster of wild heads and staring eyeballs bobbing like corks in her foaming wake, sole relic of the blotted out destroyer, and a wounded man staggering on the gangway, with hands uplifted and staring eyes. End of Story 20, Part 2. Biographical Notes. Charles Reade, English novelist and playwright, born 1814, died 1884. Studied at Oxford, and was called to the bar. He wrote several plays which proved very popular. Of his 18 novels may be mentioned Peg Woffington, Christy Johnson, It Is Never Too Late to Mend, The Cloister and the Hearth, Hard Cash, Griffith Gaunt, Foul Play, and A Terrible Temptation.
Story 21 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 21. A Gale of Wind. From John Holdsworth, Chief Mate. By W. Clark Russell. At midnight Holdsworth came on deck to relieve the second mate. A man out of the port watch came to the wheel, and stood yawning, scarcely awake. The night was dark, a hazy atmosphere, through which the stars gleamed sparely, and the sea like ebony. The rise and fall of the ship flapped the sails against the masts, and drove eddies of air about the decks, but in reality there was not a breath of wind. There was something stupendous in the black, profound, and breathless placidity of the night. The compass swung round in the binnacle, anywhere, but the swell made the rudder kick heavily now and again, and gave the wheel a twist that flung the spokes out of the man's hand and woke him up. This prolonged inactivity was galling. One longed to hear the rush of parting water and the singing of the wind in the shrouds. The mainsail flapped so heavily that Holdsworth ordered it to be furled. The song of the men brought the captain on deck. He flitted, shadow-like, about the binnacle, sniffed at the night impatiently, and then went to Holdsworth. "The glass has fallen half an inch since 8 bells," said he. "Yes, sir. There'll be a change before morning." "Better stow the royals and mizzen-top's gallants'l." "Aye, aye, sir." These, the topmost sails of the ship, were just discernible from the deck. In a few moments their dim outlines melted, and some dark figures went up into the gloom and vanished. The captain returned to his cabin, and Holdsworth strolled the deck. At 2 bells (1 o'clock) the haze went out of the sky, and the stars shone fiercely. Holdsworth, standing on the starboard side of the poop, felt a light air creeping about his face, and the sound of the flapping sails ceased. "How's her head?" "North a quarter west, sir." He sang out an order, and a crowd of figures came tumbling out of the forecastle and manned the port braces. The air died away, but presently came a quick puff which made the water bubble around the ship. Holdsworth's eyes were upon the weather horizon. The suns burned purely, but away upon the waterline was a thick shadow. Again the wind died out, and there was a breathless stillness, amid which you might hear a sound, vague, murmurous, indescribable, a distant echo, it might seem, of something infinitely distant. "Stand by the topgallant halyards!" A sense of expectation seemed to pervade the very ship herself as she stood upright, with her dim canvas flapping in the darkness above. The distant murmur grew more defined, and took such a tone as you may hear in a small sharp rain falling at a distance upon leaves. Then out of the murky horizon some clouds came rolling, long, attenuated shadows, resembling visionary arms clutching at the stars. The murmur approached. The clouds, swinging along the sky, formed into compact groups. Hark to the quick hissing of the water lashed by the wind! In a moment the sails were round and hard, the ship with her port chains under water, and the wind screeching fiercely over the ebony surface of the sea and whitening it with foam. The captain was on the poop, holding on to the main topgallant backstay, and shrieking orders like one possessed. It was, indeed, briefly, a case of "let go everything." Under full topsail, foresail, staysail, and jibs, the ship was too heavily weighted for the surprising violence of the wind, and was powerless to right herself. But every order given was the right one. And now you heard the deep tones of Holdsworth's powerful voice mingling with the agitated commands of the skipper, while yards came rushing down upon the caps, and sails banged and roared aloft, and men shouted lustily about the decks, and the sea fled in cataracts of foam under the vessel's bows. A time of deep excitement, but scarcely of suspense. There was too much hurrying for that. There would have been something incredible to an inexperienced landsman at the sight of the dark figures swarming up the shrouds to give battle to the wild array of canvas which groaned and bellowed like a dozen thunderstorms in the sky, a spectacle of human pluck not to be realized or in the faintest degree appreciated by those who have not beheld it. The night black, the yards slanting so that the extremity of the mainyard touched the water, the footing upon those yards a thin line which must be felt for by the feet, the canvas, loosened by the lowering of the yard, bellied by the force of the wind many feet above the heads of the reefers, and presenting to their hands a surface of iron, and the 3 masts quivering under the shocks and convulsions of the sails. All hands were at work now, and there were men enough to reef both big topsails at once, while others over their heads furled the topgallant sails. Holdsworth had been one of the first to spring up the main rigging. He knew the value of every pair of hands in that moment of danger, and away, active, daring, his hands and arms like steel, he clambered for the weather earing. But the boatswain was before him, so he made the lee yard arm. Figure a smooth spar, 45 feet long, sloping at a height of as many feet to the water's surface. The said surface not being a mill pond, but a sheet of foam, figure a pitch dark night, a line stretched along the yard down which you must slide to the extremity, a sail weighing 6 tons banging at your head and your feet, and doing its utmost to throw you. Then, having reached the extremity of the yard, figure your legs thrown across it as you might bestride a horse. Beneath you the foaming sea, almost at right angles the inclined deck of the ship, a long stone's throw distant. A deep darkness everywhere, save where a wave, breaking massively, flings out a phosphorescent light and deepens the blackness of his own chasm, while the gale yells about your ears and blinds you with the spray that stings like hail. Figure this, and then you will very faintly realize what taking the lee earing in a gale at sea means. The cries of the men aloft and the beating of the canvas sounded like an unearthly contest in mid-air, but they ceased presently, and then the hands came hurrying down the rigging and fell to the halyards. Holdsworth sprang on to the poop, his cap gone, his hair blown about his eyes, and roared out orders, while the captain, more easy in his mind about his spars, went aft and hung about the binnacle, watching the compass often. The ship was now under double-reefed topsails, and reeling through the darkness almost bare of sail. The wind was increasing in violence every 5 minutes, and an ugly Atlantic sea was running right athwart the ship's course, hurling great waves against her starboard beam, which ran in waterspouts of foam as high as the maintop, and was blown in big hissing flakes through the rigging to leeward. It was soon deemed expedient to close-reef the topsails, but even under these mere streaks of canvas the Meteor lay over to the gale down to her waterways, with the water bubbling in her lee scuppers. But luckily the gale was right abeam, and the vessel could hold her course, but her speed was comparatively small, and she laboured heavily. So passed the darkest hours of the night. At 4 o'clock the gale was at its worst. They had rigged up a hurricane-house in the mizzen-rigging, a square of tarpaulin, which the wind flattened hard against the shrouds, and under this shelter sat Holdsworth and the captain, scarce able to hear their own voices, pitched in the loudest key amid the howling of the tempest. Once Holdsworth went below to look at the glass, and came back saying it was steady. The skipper roared that he never before remembered so sudden a gale, and Holdsworth owned that only once was he so caught, in the Pacific, when they lost their foretopmast. There was nothing more to be done, unless they hove the ship to, but this was not needful. The dawn broke at 5, and the pale, cheerless light illuminated a wild and dreary scene of tumbling, desolate waters, billowing in mountains to the horizon. The Meteor, almost under bare poles, her yards pointed to the gale, her ropes and lines blown in semicircles to leeward, laboured heavily, caught now by a sea that threw her on her beam-ends, and now swooping into a chasm walled with boiling green water, making the gale screech like a million steam whistles through her rigging as she drove up against it, while coiling tongues of water ran in cataracts up her glistening sides and fell in dead weights upon her deck. The sky, from horizon to horizon, was a dark lead colour, along which underclouds, in appearance resembling volumes of smoke, were swept along, torn and rent, and discharging at intervals quick, biting showers of rain. Some of the passengers came on deck, the General, Mr. Holland, and Mr. St. Aubyn. The General turned about when he had advanced a few feet, and disappeared. Mr. Holland in a very short time followed his example, but the actor, with manifest looks of terror in his pallid face, pushed onward with outstretched hands for the hurricane-house. The captain advised him to go below, but at that moment the ship, rolling suddenly to windward, shipped a shower of spray which soaked the poor actor through and through. A moment after, the vessel heeled heavily over to leeward. Away rolled the actor, impelled both by the wind and the unerring law of gravitation, and was flung against the lee mizzen-rigging, to which he was pinned by the violence of the gale as effectually as if he had been lashed to the shrouds. He screamed for help, on which Holdsworth went over to him, took him by the arm, and dragged him against the wind to the companion hatchway. As Mr. St. Aubyn staggered below, clinging like a kitten to whatever he could lay his hands on, he was heard to implore Holdsworth to tell him if there was any danger. But, before the words were out of his mouth, Holdsworth was clinging to the weather-rigging, and calling the captain's attention to a brig, which had risen out of the sea like an apparition, and was tearing before the gale with full topsails and topgallant sails set. "A Yankee by her build," said the captain. "It's only a Yankee who would carry that sail in such a wind." It was a sight to see her flying along, sinking her hull sometimes out of sight, then poised on the giddy summit of a huge wave, whose crest broke under her bows, her copper bottom glistening like red gold against the slate-colored water. She passed within a quarter of a mile of the Meteor's weather beam, and up flew the stars and stripes, and stood like a painted board at her peak. The second mate answered the salutation by bending on the small ensign and running it up. Any further signalling was out of the question in that gale. The men on board the brig could just be made out. She was a smart vessel, black-hulled, with bows like a knife, and skysail poles, which gave her masts an aspect of perfect symmetry, and she was splendidly handled. She went like a swan over the seething billows, streaming a foaming wake, and in a very few moments was lost in the haze and gloom of the near horizon. As the morning advanced the gale decreased, but a terrible sea was up, which made the ship labour so furiously that to steady her in some degree they set the trysail and foresail. There was, however, the comfort of daylight abroad, and the men could see what they were about. Both Holdsworth and the captain went below to get a little sleep, and the vessel was left in command of the second mate, a young man named Thompson. There were 2 hands at the wheel, and 2 on the look-out of the forecastle, glittering in oilskins, and ducking now and again to the seas which swept over the ship's bows. The fore and main hatches were battened down, and the main deck was a foot deep in water, which washed to and fro as the ship rolled, and which, as fast as it ran through the scupper holes, was replaced by fresh and heavy inroads of the sea. But all this was trifling. The vessel was snug, the gale was moderating, and the extra sail that had been made was driving the ship through the water in fine style. Meanwhile the passengers below, having been reassured by the captain, were making what breakfast they could of the rolls, tea, and rashers of ham, which clattered about the table and tumbled into their laps. The trays swung wildly from the deck, and it demanded great vigilance and close attention to their convulsive movements to repossess oneself of the cup or plate one placed upon them for safety. The negro steward shambled round the table, halting every moment to take a grasp at anything that came in his road to steady himself. Now and again you heard a smash of crockery. Some conversation was attempted, and the general invited Mr. Holland to go up on deck and witness a scene which would probably exceed in majesty Niagara Falls. But Mr. Holland said he would wait until the vessel was steadier. Mr. St. Alban had changed his clothes and sat holding on to the table, looking the part of fear infinitely better than he could hope to impersonate it before the footlights. The ladies remained in their cabins. Mrs. Ashton, overcome with sickness and the fear of drowning, was driving her maid distracted with orders which it was out of the poor wretch's power to execute. In truth, the maid's legs were perfectly useless to her, which Mrs. Ashton, lying on her back, refused to understand. Cries were repeatedly coming from the direction of her cabin for "Harry! Harry!" which received no attention, owing to Harry's, in other words to Mr. Ashton's, utter incapacity to move a step without being flung upon the deck. A somewhat different scene was presented by the interior of the forecastle, where both watches were having breakfast. Men holding tin pannikins stepped easily round to the galley, where the cook was dispensing a milkless, sugarless black fluid called tea, and retreated into the twilight of the forecastle, carrying the steaming beverage. There sat the sailors, some swinging in hammocks with their legs dangling down, some on sea-chests, some on canvas bags, drinking from pannikins, swallowing lumps of biscuit hard as iron, and hacking with the knives they wore in their belts at bits of cold pork or beef floating in vinegar in tin dishes held between their knees, some smoking, some making ready to turn in, and all jabbering away as gaily as if they were comfortably seated in a Liverpool or Poplar singing-house, the mariner's earthly paradise, and each with his Sue or his Betsy by his side. Here, more than in any other part of the ship, you felt her motion, the mighty lifting of her bows, and the long sweeping fall as she pitched nose under, while the heavy seas boomed against her outside, as though at any moment the timbers must dispart and the green waves rush in. At 12 o'clock the gale had decreased to such a degree that they were able to shake 2 reefs out of the main topsail and set the topgallant sail. The action of the sea, moreover, was much less violent. The weather had cleared, the pale blue sky could be seen shining through the white mist that fled along it, and the sun stood round and clean and coppery in the heavens, throwing a dark red lustre upon the quick passionate play of the sea beneath. Some of the passengers crawled upon deck and gazed with wonderment around them. Certainly the panorama was a somewhat different one from what had been unrolled to their eyes the day before. The ship had a fagged and jaded look, with her drenched decks, her ropes blown slack with the violence of the wind, and the canvas made unequal to the eye by the reefs in the topsails. It was again Holdsworth's watch on deck. The captain walked up and down, chuckling over the improved aspect of the weather and on the wind, which was drawing more easterly and therefore more favourable. "You can shake out the reefs, Mr. Holdsworth. She'll bear it now," he called out. Out reefs it was. The ship felt the increased pressure and rushed forward like a liberated racehorse. "This is capital!" exclaimed the old general, tottering about with outstretched hands, ever on the alert for a special roll. "A week of this, captain, will carry us a good way on our road." "Aye, sir, and we must make up for lost time." And then presently he gave orders to set the mainsail and the other 2 topgallant sails. "The glass still keeps low, sir," said Holdsworth. "But let's take advantage of the daylight, Mr. Holdsworth. We mustn't lose an opportunity." The sky had now cleared. The sun shone cheerily. The wind, having drawn aft, was now no more than what sailors would call a main royal breeze. End of Story 21. Biographical Notes. W. Clark Russell was a sea story writer born in New York in 1844. He was the son of Henry Russell, the author of Cheer Boys, Cheer. He went to sea in a merchantman at 13½, but abandoned it after 7 or 8 years. His first nautical novel was John Holdsworth, Chief Mate, published in 1874. The Wreck of the Grosvenor is the most popular of his stories. He also wrote A Sailor's Sweetheart, Little Lou, An Ocean Free Lance, A Sea Queen, The Lady Maud, My Shipmate Louise, Round the Galley Fire, An Ocean Tragedy, The Emigrant Ship, List ye Landsmen, What Cheer, The 2 Captains, The Romance of a Midshipman, and many others.
Story 22 of the Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. Sea Stories by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 22. The Wreck of the Grosvenor. The story of the wreck of the Grosvenor is supposed to be told by Mr. Royley, the second mate of that unlucky ship. She was a small vessel bound from England to Valparaiso, with a heavy cargo and no passengers. Captain Coxon and his first mate Duckling were so brutal in their treatment of the crew, that before many days a mutiny arose, headed by Stevens, the ship's carpenter. The captain and the mate were murdered, but Royley was spared to guide the ship to the West Indies. The crew were a treacherous gang, and near Bermuda they scuttled the Grosvenor and abandoned her to sink with the skipper, the boatswain, and the steward, who remained faithful to him, and Mary Robinson, a girl whom Royley had rescued from a passing wreck. But the mutineers' plot had been discovered by the boatswain, who plugged up the holes in the ship's side, and when the crew deserted her, the Grosvenor cheerfully sailed away. Discovering their mistake, one boatload of the villains went in pursuit. In the ensuing skirmish all of this party, except Jim Cornish, were killed, and he was captured with the quarter-boat itself. But even with Cornish turned a faithful ally, the Grosvenor had not sufficient crew to man her, and she was soon crippled by a tremendous gale. Their signal of distress was disregarded by a Russian ship which might have rescued them, and the shock of this disappointment destroyed the poor steward's wits, and broke the heart of Cornish. The Grosvenor was fast sinking. There was no alternative but to take to the quarter-boat which they had captured from the mutineers. The following story tells how the 3 men and the girl were saved from the wreck of the Grosvenor. Saved from the wreck of the Grosvenor by W. Clark Russell. We had never yet had the leisure to inspect the stores with which the mutineers had furnished the quarter-boat, and we now found, in spite of their having shifted a lot of provisions out of her into the long-boat before starting in pursuit of us, that there was still an abundance left: 4 kegs of water, several tins of cuddy bread, preserved meats and fruits and sugar, flour, and other things, not to mention such items as boxes of lucifer matches, fishing tackle, a burning glass, a quantity of tools and nails; in a word, everything which men in the condition they had hoped to find themselves in might stand in need of to support life. Indeed, the foresight illustrated by the provisioning of this boat was truly remarkable, the only things they had omitted being a mast and a sail, it having been their intention to keep this boat in tow of the other. I even found that they had furnished the boat with the oars belonging to the disabled quarter-boat in addition to her own. However, the boat was not yet stocked to my satisfaction. I therefore repaired to my cabin and procured the boat's compass, some charts, a sextant, and other necessary articles, such as the nautical almanac, and pencils and paper wherewith to work out my observations, which I placed very carefully in the locker in the stern sheets of the boat. I allowed Mary to help me, that the occupation might divert her mind from the overwhelming thoughts which the gradual settling of the ship on which we stood must have excited in the strongest and bravest mind. And, indeed, I worked busily and eagerly to guard myself against any terror that might come upon me. She it was who suggested that we should provide ourselves with lamps and oil, and I shipped a lantern to hoist at our masthead when the darkness came, and the bull's-eye lamp to enable me to work out observations of the stars, which I intended to make when the night fell. To all these things, which sound numerous, but in reality occupied but little space, I added a can of oil, meshes for the lamps, top coats, oilskins, and rugs to protect us at night, so that the afternoon was well advanced before we had ended our preparations. Meanwhile the boatswain had stepped a topgallant stunsail boom to serve us for a mast, well stayed with a block and halyards at the masthead to serve for hoisting a flag or lantern, and a spare topgallant stunsail to act as a sail. By this time the wind had completely died away. A peaceful deep blue sky stretched from horizon to horizon, and the agitation of the sea had subsided into a long and silent swell, which washed up against the ship's sides, scarcely causing her to roll, so deep had she sunk in the water. I now thought it high time to lower the boat and bring her alongside, as our calculations of the length of time to be occupied by the ship in sinking might be falsified to our destruction by her suddenly going stern down with us on board. We therefore lowered the boat and got the gangway ladder over the side. The boatswain got into the boat first to help Mary into her. I then took the steward by the arms and brought him along smartly, as there was danger in keeping the boat washing against the ship's side. He resisted at first, and only smiled vacantly when I threatened to leave him. But on the boatswain's crying out that his wife was waiting for him, the poor idiot got himself together with a scramble, and went so hastily over the gangway that he narrowly escaped a ducking. I paused a moment at the gangway and looked around, striving to remember if there was anything we had forgotten which would be of some use to us. Mary watched me anxiously and called to me by my Christian name, at the same time extending her arms. I would not keep her in suspense a moment, and at once dropped into the boat. She grasped and fondled my hand, and drew me close beside her. "I should have gone on board again had you delayed coming," she whispered. The boatswain shoved the boat's head off, and we each shipped an oar, and pulled the boat about a quarter of a mile away from the ship, and then, from a strange and wild curiosity to behold the ship sink, and still in our hearts clinging to her, not only as the home where we had found shelter for many days past, but as the only visible object in all the stupendous reach of waters, we threw in the oars and sat watching her. She had now sunk as deep as her main chains, and was but a little higher out of the water than the hull from which we had rescued Mary and her father. It was strange to behold her even from a short distance, and notice her littleness in comparison with the immensity of the deep on which she rested, and recall the terrible seas she had braved and triumphed over. Few sailors can behold the ship in which they have sailed sinking before their eyes, without the same emotion of distress and pity, almost, which the spectacle of a drowning man excites in them. She has grown a familiar name, a familiar object. Thus far she has borne them in safety. She has been rudely beaten, and yet has done her duty. But the tempest has broken her down at last. All the beauty is shorn from her. She is weary with the long and dreadful struggles with the vast forces that nature arrayed against her. She sinks, a desolate abandoned thing, in mid-ocean, carrying with her a thousand memories which surge up in the heart with the pain of a strong man's tears. I look from the ship to realize our own position. Perhaps not yet could it be keenly felt, for the ship was still a visible object for us to hold on by, and yet, turning my eyes away to the far reaches of the horizon, at one moment borne high on the summit of the ocean swell, which appeared mountainous when felt in and viewed from the boat, then sinking deep in the hollow, so that the near ship was hidden from us. The supreme loneliness of our situation, our helplessness, and the fragility and diminutiveness of the structure on which our lives depended, came home to me with the pain and wonder of a shock. Our boat, however, was new this voyage, with a good beam, and showing a terribly bold side, considering her dimensions and freight. Of the two quarter boats with which the Grosvenor had been furnished, this was the larger and stronger built, and for this reason had been chosen by Stevens. I could not hope, indeed, that she would live a moment in anything of a sea, but she was certainly stout enough to carry us to the Bermudas, providing that the weather remained moderate. It was now 6 o'clock. I said to the boatswain, "Every hour of this weather is valuable to us. There is no reason why we should stay here." "I should like to see her sink, Mr. Royley. I should like to know that poor Jim found a regular coffin in her," he answered. "We can't make no headway with the sail, and I don't recommend rowing for the 2 or 3 mile we can fetch with the oars. It 'ud be worse nor pumping." He was right. When I reflected, I was quite sure I should not, in my exhausted state, be able to handle one of the big oars for even 5 minutes at a stretch, and, admitting that I had been strong enough to row for a couple of hours, yet the result to have been obtained could not have been important enough to justify the serious labour. The steward all this time sat perfectly quiet in the bottom of the boat, with his back against the mast. He paid no attention to us when we spoke, nor looked around him, though sometimes he would fix his eyes vacantly on the sky as if his shattered mind found relief in contemplating the void. I was heartily glad to find him quiet, though I took care to watch him, for it was difficult to tell whether his imbecility was not counterfeited by his madness to throw us off our guard, and furnish him with an opportunity to play us and himself some deadly trick. As some hours had elapsed since we had tasted food, I opened a tin of meat and prepared a meal. The boatswain ate heartily, and so did the steward, but I could not prevail upon Mary to take more than a biscuit and sherry and water. Indeed, as the evening approached, our position affected her more deeply, and often, after she had cast her eyes towards the horizon, I could see her lips whispering a prayer, and feel her hand tightening on mine. The ship still floated, but she was so low in the water that I every minute expected to see her vanish. The water was above her main chains, and I could only attribute her obstinacy in not sinking to the great quantity of wood, both in cases and goods, which composed her cargo. The sun was now quite close to the horizon, branding the ocean with a purple glare, but itself descending in a cloudless sky. I cannot express how majestic and wonderful the great orb looked to us who were almost level with the water. Its disk seemed vaster than I had ever before seen it, and there was something sublimely solemn in the loneliness of its descent. All the sky about it, and far to the south and north, was changed into the colour of gold by its lustre, and over our heads the heavens were an exquisite tender green, which melted into the east into a dark blue. I was telling Mary that ere the sun sunk again we might be on board a ship, and whispering any words of encouragement and hope to her, when I was startled by the boatswain crying, "Now she's gone! Look at her!" I turned my eyes towards the ship, and could scarcely credit my senses when I found that her hull had vanished, and that nothing was to be seen of her but her spars, which were all aslant sternward. I held my breath as I saw the mast sink lower and lower. First the cross-jack yard was submerged, the gaff with the ensign hanging dead at the peak, then the mainyard. Presently only the main topmast cross-trees were visible, a dark cross upon the water. They vanished. At the same moment the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and now we were alone on the great, breathing deep, with all the eastern sky growing dark as we watched. "It's all over," said the boatswain, breaking the silence, and speaking in a hollow tone. "No living man'll ever see the Grosvenor again." Mary shivered and leaned against me. I took up a rug and folded it around her, and kissed her forehead. The boatswain had turned his back upon us, and sat with his hands folded, I believe in prayer. I am sure he was thinking of Jim Cornish, and I would not have interrupted that honest heart's communion with its Maker for the value of the ship that had sunk. Darkness came down very quickly, and, that we might lose no chance of being seen by any distant vessel, I lighted the ship's lanterns and hoisted it at the masthead. I also lighted the bull's-eye lamp and set it in the stern sheets. "Mary," I whispered, "I will make you a bed in the bottom of the boat. While this weather lasts, dearest, we have no cause to be alarmed by our position. It will make me happy to see you sleeping, and be sure that while you sleep there will be watchful eyes near you." "I will sleep as I am here, by your side. I shall rest better so," she answered. "I could not sleep lying down." It was too sweet a privilege to forego. I passed my arm round her and held her close to me, and she closed her eyes like a child to please me, worn out as I was. enfeebled both intellectually and physically by the heavy strain that had been put upon me ever since that day when I had been ironed by Captain Coxswain's orders. I say, and I solemnly believe in the truth of what I am about to write, that had it not been for the living reality of this girl, encircled by my arm, with her head supported by my shoulder, had it not been for the deep love I felt for her, which localized my thoughts, and, so to say, humanized them down to the level of our situation, forbidding them to trespass beyond the prosaic limits of our danger, of the precautions to be taken by us, of our chances of rescue, of the course to be steered when the wind should fill our sail, I should have gone mad when the night came down upon the sea and enveloped our boat, a lonely speck on the gigantic world of water, in the mystery and fear of the darkness. I know this by recalling the fancy that for a few moments possessed me in looking along the water, when I clearly beheld the outline of a coast, with innumerable lights winking upon it, by the whirling, dizzy sensation in my head which followed the extinction of the vision, by the emotion of wild horror and unutterable disappointment which overcame me when I detected the cheat. I pressed my darling to me, and looked upon her sweet face, revealed by the light shed by the lantern at the masthead, and all my misery left me, and the delight which the knowledge that she was my own love, and that I held her in my arms, gave me, felt like an exorcism upon the demons of my stricken imagination. She smiled when I pressed her to my side, and when she saw my face close to hers, looking at her, but she did not know that she had saved me from a fate more dreadful than death, and that I, so strong as I seemed, so earnest as I had shown myself in my conflicts with fate, so resolutely as I had striven to comfort her, had been rescued from madness by her whom I had 1,000 times pitied for her helplessness. She fell asleep at last, and I sat for nearly 2 hours motionless, that I should not awaken her. The steward slept with his head in his arms, kneeling, a strange, mad posture. The boatswain sat forward with his face turned aft and his arms folded. I addressed him once, but he did not answer. Probably I spoke too low for him to hear, being fearful of waking Mary, but there was little we had to say. Doubtless he found his thoughts too engrossing to suffer him to talk, being anxious to take a star, as we say at sea, and not knowing how the time went. I gently drew out my watch and found the hour 11:15. In replacing the watch, I aroused Mary, who raised her head and looked round her with eyes that flashed in the lantern light. "Where are we?" she exclaimed, and bent her head to gaze at me, on which she recollected herself. "Poor boy," she said, taking my hand, "I have kept you supporting my weight. You were more tired than I, but it is your turn now. Rest your head on my shoulder." "No, it is still your turn," I answered, "and you shall sleep again presently. But since you are awake, I will try to find out where we are. You shall hold the lamp for me while I make my calculations and examine the chart." Saying which, I drew out my sextant, and got across the thwarts to the mast, which I stood up alongside of to lean on; for the swell, though moderate enough to pass without notice on a big vessel, lifted and sank the boat in such a way as to make it difficult to stand steady. I was in the act of raising the sextant to my eye, when the boatswain suddenly cried, "Mr. Royley, listen!" "What do you hear?" I asked. "Hush! Listen now," he answered in a breathless voice. I strained my ear, but nothing was audible to me but the wash of the water against the boat's side. "Don't you hear it, Mr. Royley?" he cried, in a kind of agony, holding up his finger. "Miss Robertson, don't you hear something?" There was another interval of silence, and Mary answered, "I hear a kind of throbbing." "It is so," I exclaimed. "I hear it now. It is the engines of a steamer." "A steamer?" "Yes, I hear it. Where is she?" shouted the boatswain, and he jumped on to the thwart on which I stood. We strained our ears again. That throbbing sound, as Mary had accurately described it, closely resembling the rhythmical running of a locomotive engine heard in the country on a silent night at a long distance, was now distinctly audible. But so smooth was the water, so breathless the night, that it was impossible to tell how far away the vessel might be. For so fine and delicate a vehicle of sound is the ocean in a calm, that, though the hull of a steamship might be below the horizon, yet the thumping of her engines would be heard. Once more we inclined our ears, holding our breath as we listened. "It grows louder," cried the boatswain. "Mr. Royley, bend your bull's-eye lamp to the end of one of the oars and swing it about, while I dip this masthead lantern." Very different was his manner now from what it had been that morning when the Russian heaved in sight. I lashed the lamp by the ring of it to an oar and waved it to and fro. Meanwhile the boatswain had got hold of the masthead halyards, and was running the big ship's lantern up and down the mast. "Mary," I exclaimed, "lift up the seat behind you, and in the left-hand corner you will find a pistol." "I have it," she answered in a few moments. "Point it over the stern and fire," I cried. She levelled the little weapon and pulled the trigger. The white flame leaped, and the smart report followed. "Listen now," I said. I held the oar steady, and the boatswain ceased to dance the lantern. For the first few seconds I heard nothing. Then my ear caught the throbbing sound. "I see her!" cried the boatswain, and, following his finger, my sight being keener than my hearing, I saw not only the shadow of a vessel down in the southwest, but the smoke from her funnel pouring along the stars. "Mary," I cried, "fire again!" She drew the trigger. Again! The clear report whizzed like a bullet past my ear. Simultaneously with the second report a ball of blue fire shot up into the sky. Another followed, and another. A moment after, a red light shone clear upon the sea. "She sees us!" I cried. "God be praised! Mary, darling, she sees us!" I waved the lamp furiously, but there was no need to wave it any longer. The red light drew nearer and nearer, the throbbing of the engines louder and louder, and the revolutions of the propeller sounded like a pulse heating through the water. The shadow broadened and loomed larger. I could hear the water spouting out of her side and the blowing off of the safety valve. Soon the vessel grew a defined shape against the stars, and then a voice, thinned by the distance, shouted, "What light is that?" I cried to the boatswain, "Answer, for God's sake, my voice is weak." He hollowed his hands and roared back, "We're shipwrecked seamen adrift in a quarter boat." Nearer and nearer came the shadow, and now it was a long black hull, a funnel pouring forth a dense volume of smoke, spotted with fire sparks, and tapering masts and fragile rigging, with the stars running through them. "Ease her!" The sound of the throbbing grew more measured. We could hear the water as it was churned up by the screw. "Stop her!" The sound ceased, and the vessel came looming up slowly, more slowly, until she stopped. "What is that?" "A boat!" exclaimed a strong bass voice. "Yes," answered the boatswain. "We've been shipwrecked. We're adrift in a quarter boat. Can you bring her alongside?" "Aye, aye, sir." I threw out an oar, but trembled so violently that it was as much as I could do to work it. We headed the boat for the steamer, and rowed toward her. As we approached, I perceived that she was very long, bark rigged, and raking, manifestly a powerful iron-built ocean steamer. They hung a red light on the forestay and a white light over her port quarter, and lights flitted about her gangway. A voice sung out, "How many are there of you?" The boatswain answered, "3 men and a lady." On this the same voice called, "If you want help to bring that boat alongside, we'll send to you." "We'll be alongside in a few minutes," returned the boatswain. But the fact was, the vessel had stopped her engines when further off from us than we had imagined, being deceived by the magnitude of her looming hull, which seemed to stand not 100 fathoms away from us, and by the wonderful distinctness of the voice that had spoken us. I did not know how feeble I had become until I took the oar, and the violent emotions excited in me by our rescue, now to be effected after our long and heavy trials, diminished still the little strength that was left in me, so that the boat moved very slowly through the water, and it was full 20 minutes starting from the time when we had shipped oars, before we came up with her. "We'll fling you a rope's end," said a voice. "Look out for it." A line fell into the boat. The boatswain caught it, and sung out, "All fast." I looked up the high side of the steamer. There was a crowd of men assembled around the gangway, their faces visible in the light shed not only by our own masthead lantern, which was on a level with the steamer's bulwarks, but by other lanterns which some of them held. In all this light we, the occupants of the boat, were to be clearly viewed from the deck, and the voice that had first addressed us said, "Are you strong enough to get up the ladder? If not, we'll sling you on board." I answered that if a couple of hands would come down into the boat so as to help the lady and a man who had fallen imbecile over the ship's side, the other 2 would manage to get on board without assistance. On this a short gangway ladder was lowered, and 2 men descended and got into the boat. "Take that lady first," I said, pointing to Mary, but holding on as I spoke, to the boat's mast, for I felt horribly sick and faint, and knew not, indeed, what was going to happen to me, and I had to exert all my power to steady my voice. They took her by the arms, and watching the moment when the wash of the swell brought the boat against the ship's side, landed her cleverly on the ladder, and helped her on to the deck. End of story 22.
Story 23 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Reynolds. Sea Stories. Edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 23. The Capture of the Cotton Ship. From Tom Kringle's log. By Michael Scott. The northwester still continued, with a clear blue sky, without a cloud overhead by day, and a bright cold moon by night. It blew so hard for the 3 succeeding days that we could not carry more than close-reefed topsails to it, and a reefed foresail. Indeed, towards 6 bells in the forenoon watch of the 3rd day, it came thundering down with such violence, and the sea increased so much, that we had to hand the fore topsail. This was by no means an easy job. "Ease her a bit," said the first lieutenant. "There, shake the wind out of her sails for a moment, until the men get the canvas in." Whirl, a poor fellow, pitched off the lee foreyard arm into the sea. "Up with the helm! Heave him the bight of a rope!" We kept away, but all was confusion, until an American midshipman, one of the prisoners on board, hove the bight of a rope at him. The man got it under his arms, and after hauling him along for 100 yards at the least, and one may judge of the velocity by which he was dragged through the water, by the fact that it took the united strain of 10 powerful men to get him in, he was brought safely on board, pale and blue, when we found that the running of the rope had crushed his broad chest below his arms as if it had been a girl's waist, indenting the very muscles of it, and of his back half an inch deep. He had to be bled before he could breathe, and it was an hour before the circulation could be restored by the joint exertions of the surgeon and the gunroom steward, chaffing him with spirits and camphor after he had been stripped and stowed away between the blankets in his hammock. The same afternoon we fell in with a small prize to the squadron in the Chesapeake, a dismantled schooner manned by a prize crew of a midshipman and 6 men. She had a signal of distress, an American ensign with a Union down, hoisted on the jury-mast, across which there was rigged a sultry lug sail. It was blowing so hard that we had some difficulty in boarding her. When we found that she was a Baltimore pilot boat built schooner of about 70 tons burden, laden with flour, and bound for Bermuda. But 3 days before, in a sudden squall, they had carried away both masts short by the board, and the only spar which they had been able to rig was a spare topmast, which they had jammed into one of the pumps. Fortunately, she was tight as a bottle, and stayed it the best way they could. The captain offered to take the little fellow who had charge of her and his crew and cargo on board, and then scuttle her. But no, all he wanted was a cask of water and some biscuit, and having had a glass of grog, he trundled over the side again and returned to his desolate command. However, he afterwards brought his prize safe into Bermuda. The weather still continued very rough, but we saw nothing until the second evening after this. The forenoon had been even more boisterous than any of the preceding, and we were all fagged enough with "make sail" and "shorten sail" and "all hands" the whole day through. And as the night fell, I found myself for the 4th time in the maintop. The men had just lain down from the main topsail yard when we heard the watch called on deck, "Starboard watch, ahoy!" which was a cheery sound to us of the larboard, who were thus released from duty on deck and allowed to go below. The men were scrambling down the weather shrouds, and I was preparing to follow them, when I jammed my left foot in the grating of the top and capsized on my nose. I had been up nearly the whole of the previous night, and on deck the whole of the day, and actively employed too, as during the greater part of it blew a gale. I stooped down in some pain to see what had bolted me to the grating, but I had no sooner extricated my foot than, overworked and over-fatigued as I was, I fell over in the soundest sleep that ever I have enjoyed before or since, the back of my neck resting on a coil of rope, so that my head hung down within it. The rain all this time was beating on me, and I was drenched to the skin. I must have slept for 4 hours or so, when I was awakened by a rough thump on the side from the stumbling foot of the captain of the top, the word having been passed to shake a reef out of the topsails, the wind having rather suddenly gone down. It was done, and now broad awake, I determined not to be caught napping again, so I descended and swung myself in on deck out of the main rigging, just as Mr. Treenail was mustering the crew at 8 bells. When I landed on the quarter-deck, there he stood abaft the binnacle, with the light shining on his face, his glazed hat glancing, and the raindrops sparkling at the brim of it. He had noticed me the moment I descended. "Heyday, Master Kringle! You are surely out of your watch. Why, what are you doing here, eh?" I stepped up to him and told him the truth, that, being over-fatigued, I had fallen asleep in the top. "Well, well, boy," he said, "never mind. Go below and turn in. If you don't take your rest, you will never be a sailor." "But what do you see aloft?" Glancing his eye upward, and all the crew on deck as I passed them looked anxiously up, also amongst the rigging, as if wondering what I saw there, for I had been so chilled in my snooze that my neck, from resting in the cold on the coil of rope, had become stiffened and rigid to an intolerable degree, and although, when I first came on deck, I had, by strong exertion, brought my caput to its proper bearings, yet the moment I was dismissed by my proper officer, I, for my own comfort, was glad to conform to the contraction of the muscle, whereby I once more staved along the deck, glowering up into the heavens as if I had seen some wonderful sight there. "What do you see aloft?" repeated Mr. Treenail, while the crew, greatly puzzled, continued to follow my eyes, as they thought, and to stare up into the rigging. "Why, sir, I have thereby got a stiff neck. That's all, sir." "Go and turn in at once, my good boy. Make haste now. Tell our steward to give you a glass of hot grog, and mind your hand that you don't get sick." I did as I was desired, swallowed the grog, and turned in. But I could not have been in bed above an hour when the drum beat to quarters, and I had once more to bundle out on the cold wet deck, where I found all excitement. At the time I speak of, we had been beaten by the Americans in several actions of single ships, and our discipline improved in proportion as we came to learn by sad experience that the enemy was not to be undervalued. I found that there was a ship in sight, right ahead of us, apparently carrying all sail. A group of officers were on the forecastle with the night glasses, the whole crew being stationed in dark clusters round the guns at quarters. Several of the American skippers were forward amongst us, and they were of the opinion that the chase was a man of war, although our own people seemed to doubt this. One of the skippers insisted that she was the Hornet from the unusual shortness of her lower masts and the immense squareness of her yards, but the puzzle was, if it were the Hornet, why she did not shorten sail. Still, this might be accounted for, by either wishing to make out what we were before she engaged us, or she might be clearing for action. At this moment, a whole cloud of studding sails were blown from the yards, as if the booms had been carrots, and to prove that the chase was keeping a bright lookout, she immediately kept away, and finally bore up dead before the wind, under the impression, no doubt, that she would draw ahead of us, from her gear being entire, before we could rig out our light sails again. And so she did for a time, but at length we got within gunshot. The American masters were now ordered below. The hatches were clapped on, and the word was passed to see all clear. Our shot was by this time flying over and over her, and it was evident she was not a man of war. We peppered away. She could not even be a privateer. We were close under her lee quarter, and yet she had never fired a shot. And her large, swaggering Yankee ensign was now run up to the peak, only to be hauled down the next moment. Hurrah! A large cotton ship from Charleston to Bordeaux, prize to HMS Torch. She was taken possession of and proved to be the Natchez, of 400 tons burden, fully loaded with cotton. By the time we got the crew on board and the second lieutenant, with a prize crew of 15 men, had taken charge, the weather began to lower again. Nevertheless, we took the prize in tow and continued on our voyage for the next 3 days without anything particular happening. It was the middle watch when I was startled by a violent jerking of my hammock and a cry that the brig was amongst the breakers. I ran on deck in my shirt, where I found all hands and a scene of confusion such as I had never witnessed before. The gale had increased, yet the prize had not been cast off, and the consequence was that by some mismanagement or carelessness, the sway of the large ship had suddenly hove the brig in the wind and taken the sails aback. We accordingly fetched stern away and ran foul of the prize, and there we were, in a heavy sea, with our stern grinding against the cotton ship's high quarter. The main boom, by the first rasp that took place after I came on deck, was broken short off, and nearly 12 feet of it hove right in over the taffrail. The vessels then closed, and the next rub ground off the ship's mizzen channel as clean as if it had been sawed away. Officers shouting, men swearing, rigging cracking, the vessels crashing and thumping together, I thought we were all gone, when the first lieutenant seized his trumpet. "Silence, men! Hold your tongues, you cowards, and mind the word of command!" The effect was magical. "Brace round the foreyard! Round with it! Set the jib! That's it! Fore topmast staysail! Haul! Never mind if the gale takes it out of the bolt rope!" A thundering flap, and away it flew, in truth down to leeward, like a puff of white smoke. "Never mind, men, the jib stands. Belay all that. Down with the helm. Now don't you see she has stern way yet? Zounds, we shall be smashed to atoms if you don't mind your hands, you lubbers. Main topsail sheets let fly. There she pays off and has headway once more. That's it. Right your helm now. Never mind the spanker boom. The foresail will stand it. There. Up with helm, sir. We have cleared him. Hurrah!" And a near thing it was, too, but we soon had everything snug. And although the gale continued without any intermission for 10 days, at length we ran in and anchored with our prize in 5-fathom hole off the entrance to St. George's Harbor. It was lucky for us that we got to anchor at the time we did, for that same afternoon one of the most tremendous gales of wind from the westward came on that I ever saw. Fortunately it was steady and did not veer about, and having good ground tackle down, we rode it out well enough. The effect was very uncommon. The wind was howling over our mastheads, and amongst the cedar bushes on the cliffs above, while on deck it was nearly calm, and there was very little swell, being a weather shore. But half a mile out at sea all was white foam, and the tumbling waves seemed to meet from north and south, leaving a space of smooth water under the lee of the island, shaped like the tail of a comet, tapering away and gradually roughening and becoming more stormy, until the roaring billows once more owned allegiance to the genius of the storm. Then we rode with 3 anchors ahead in safety through the night and next day, availing of a temporary lull, we ran up and anchored off the tanks. 3 days after this, the American frigate President was brought in by the Endymion and the rest of the squadron. End of story 23. Biographical notes. Scott Michael, English author, born 1789, died 1835. Spent a great deal of his life in the West Indies and finally established himself in business in Glasgow, where he died. He wrote Tom Cringle's Log and The Cruise of the Midge and contributed largely to Blackwood's Magazine, in which these stories first appeared. Recording by Scott Reynolds. www.scottreynoldsvoice.com.
Story 24 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Sea Stories. Edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 24. Treasure Island. Jim Hawkins, the boy hero of Stevenson's tale, had sailed with a party of adventuresome gentlemen on the ship Hispaniola to find the pirate gold which, as they had private proof, lay buried on Treasure Island. Unfortunately, the crew was largely composed of ruffians, who had themselves been pirates, and who also knew of the buried treasure. On reaching the island, these fellows mutinied, and tried to kill brave Captain Smollett and the party of gold seekers. As their only means of safety, the latter went ashore and entrenched themselves in a stockade which former visitors had built there, while the Hispaniola, anchored in the harbour, fell into the hands of the pirates, who promptly hoisted the black flag. One foggy night, Jim, who was an adventurous and inquisitive lad, secretly stole out from the stockade and found hidden in a cove a tiny home-made boat, clumsy and queer. This boat was buoyant and clever in a seaway, but the most cross-grained lopsided craft to manage. Turning round and round was the manoeuvre she was best at. However, he managed to paddle out to the Hispaniola, intending to cut her moorings. With some difficulty he accomplished this design, but immediately a change of wind and current seized both ship and coracle, and sent them spinning out through the narrows towards open sea. Expecting to be dashed in pieces on some bar or in the raging breakers, Jim lay down helpless, and overcome by weariness and anxiety fell asleep. The cruise of the coracle begins at this point. The Cruise of the Coracle, from Treasure Island, by Robert Louis Stevenson. It was broad day when I awoke, and found myself tossing at the south-west end of Treasure Island. The sun was up, but was still hid from me behind the great bulk of the spy-glass, which on this side descended almost to the sea in formidable cliffs. Haulbowline Head and Mizzenmast Hill were at my elbow, the hill bare and dark, the head bound with cliffs 40 or 50 feet high, and fringed with great masses of fallen rock. I was scarce a quarter of a mile to seaward, and it was my first thought to paddle in and land. That notion was soon given over. Among the fallen rocks the breakers spouted and bellowed, loud reverberations, heavy sprays flying and falling, succeeded one another from second to second, and I saw myself, if I ventured nearer, dashed to death upon the rough shore, or spending my strength in vain to scale the beetling crag. Nor was that all, for crawling together on flat tables of rock, or letting themselves drop into the sea with loud reports, I beheld huge slimy monsters, soft snails as it were, of incredible bigness, 2 or 3 score of them together, making the rocks to echo with their barkings. I have understood since that they were sea lions, and entirely harmless, but the look of them, added to the difficulty of the shore and the high running of the surf, was more than enough to disgust me of that landing place. I felt willing rather to starve at sea than to confront such perils. In the meantime I had a better chance, as I supposed, before me. North of Haulbowline Head, the land runs in a long way, leaving, at low tide, a long stretch of yellow sand. To the north of that again there comes another cape, Cape of the Woods, as it was marked upon the chart, buried in tall green pines, which descended to the margin of the sea. I remembered what Silver had said about the current that sets northward along the whole west coast of Treasure Island, and seeing from my position that I was already under its influence, I preferred to leave Haulbowline Head behind me, and reserve my strength for an attempt to land upon the kindlier looking Cape of the Woods. There was a great smooth swell upon the sea, the wind blowing steady and gentle from the south. There was no contrariety between that and the current, and the billows rose and fell unbroken. Had it been otherwise, I must long ago have perished. But as it was surprising how easily and securely my little and light boat could ride. Often, as I still lay at the bottom, and kept no more than an eye above the gunwale, I would see a big blue summit heaving close above me. Yet the coracle would but bounce a little, dance as if on springs, and subside on the other side into the trough as lightly as a bird. I began after a little to grow very bold, and sat up to try my skill at paddling. But even a small change in the disposition of the weight will produce violent changes in the behaviour of a coracle, and I had hardly moved before the boat, giving up at once her gentle dancing movement, ran straight down a slope of water so steep that it made me giddy, and struck her nose, with a spout of spray, deep into the side of the next wave. I was drenched and terrified, and fell instantly back into my old position, whereupon the coracle seemed to find her head again, and led me as softly as before among the billows. It was plain she was not to be interfered with, and at that rate, since I could in no way influence her course, what hope had I left of reaching land? I began to be horribly frightened, but I kept my head for all that. First, moving with all care, I gradually bailed out the coracle with my sea cap. Then, getting my eye once more above the gunwale, I set myself to study how it was she managed to slip so quietly through the rollers. I found each wave, instead of the big, smooth, glossy mountain it looks from shore, or from a vessel's deck, was for all the world like any range of hills on the dry land, full of peaks and smooth places and valleys. The coracle, left to herself, turning from side to side, threaded, so to speak, her way through these lower parts, and avoided the steep slopes and higher toppling summits of the waves. Well now, thought I to myself, it is plain I must lie where I am, and not disturb the balance. But it is plain also that I can put the paddle over the side, and from time to time, in smooth places, give her a shove or two towards land. No sooner thought upon than done. There I lay on my elbows, in the most trying attitude, and every now and again gave a weak stroke or two to turn her head to shore. It was very tiring, and slow to work, yet I did visibly gain ground, and as we drew near the Cape of the Woods, though I saw I must infallibly miss that point, I had still made some 100 yards of easting. I was indeed close in. I could see the cool green tree tops swaying together in the breeze, and I felt sure I should make the next promontory without fail. It was high time, for I now began to be tortured with thirst. The glow of the sun from above, its thousand-fold reflection from the waves, the sea-water that fell and dried upon me, caking my very lips with salt, combined to make my throat burn and my brain ache. The sight of the trees so near at hand had almost made me sick with longing, but the current had soon carried me past the point, and, as the next reach of sea opened out, I beheld a sight that changed the nature of my thoughts. Right in front of me, not half a mile away, I beheld the Hispaniola under sail. I made sure, of course, that I should be taken, but I was so distressed for want of water that I scarce knew whether to be glad or sorry at the thought, and, long before I had come to a conclusion, surprise had taken entire possession of my mind, and I could do nothing but stare and wonder. The Hispaniola was under her mainsail and 2 jibs, and the beautiful white canvas shone in the sun like snow or silver. When I first sighted her, all her sails were drawing. She was lying a course about north-west, and I presumed the men on board were going round the island on their way back to the anchorage. Presently she began to fetch more and more to the westward, so that I thought they had sighted me and were going about in chase. At last, however, she fell right into the wind's eye, was taken dead aback, and stood there a while helpless, with her sails shivering. "Clumsy fellows," said I, "they must still be drunk as owls," and I thought how Captain Smollett would have set them skipping. Meanwhile the schooner gradually fell off, and filled again upon another tack, sailed swiftly for a minute or so, and brought up once more dead in the wind's eye. Again and again this was repeated. To and fro, up and down, north, south, east, and west, the Hispaniola sailed by swoops and dashes, and at each repetition ended as she had begun, with idly flapping canvas. It became plain to me that nobody was steering, and, if so, where were the men? Either they were dead drunk, or had deserted her, I thought, and perhaps if I could get on board, I might return the vessel to her captain. The current was bearing coracle and schooner southward at an equal rate. As for the latter's sailing, it was so wild and intermittent that she hung each time so long in stays that she certainly gained nothing, if she did not even lose. If only I dared to sit up and paddle, I made sure that I could overhaul her. The scheme had an air of adventure that inspired me, and the thought of the water beaker beside the fore companion doubled my growing courage. Up I got, was welcomed almost instantly by another cloud of spray, but this time stuck to my purpose, and set myself with all my strength and caution to paddle after the unsteered Hispaniola. Once I shipped a sea so heavy that I had to stop and bail, with my heart fluttering like a bird. But gradually I got into the way of the thing, and guided my coracle among the waves, with only now and then a blow upon her bows and a dash of foam in my face. I was now gaining rapidly on the schooner. I could see the brass glisten on the tiller as it banged about, and still no soul appeared upon her decks. I could not choose but suppose she was deserted. If not, the men were lying drunk below, where I might batten them down perhaps, and do what I chose with the ship. For some time she had been doing the worst thing possible for me, standing still. She headed nearly due south, yawing of course all the time. Each time she fell off, her sails partly filled, and these brought her in a moment right to the wind again. I have said this was the worst thing possible for me, for helpless as she looked in this situation, with the canvas cracking like cannon, and the blocks trundling and banging on the deck, she still continued to run away from me, not only with the speed of the current, but by the whole amount of her leeway, which was naturally great. But now at last I had my chance. The breeze fell for some seconds very low, and the current gradually turning her, the Hispaniola revolved slowly round her centre, and at last presented me her stern, with the cabin window still gaping open, and the lamp over the table still burning on into the day. The mainsail hung drooped like a banner. She was stock still, but for the current. For the last little while I had even lost, but now redoubling my efforts, I began once more to overhaul the chase. I was not 100 yards from her when the wind came again in a clap. She filled on the port tack and was off again, stooping and skimming like a swallow. My first impulse was one of despair, but my second was towards joy. Round she came, till she was broadside on to me, round still till she had covered a half, and then 2/3, and then 3/4 of the distance that separated us. I could see the waves boiling white under her forefoot. Immensely tall she looked to me from my low station in the coracle. And then, of a sudden, I began to comprehend. I had scarce time to think, scarce time to act and save myself. I was on the summit of one swell, when the schooner came stooping over the next. The bowsprit was over my head. I sprang to my feet, and leaped, stamping the coracle under water. With one hand I caught the jib boom, while my foot was lodged between the stay and the brace, and I still clung there, panting. A dull blow told me that the schooner had charged down upon, and struck, the coracle, and that I was left without retreat on the Hispaniola. End of Story 24. Biographical Notes. Robert Louis Stevenson was born in Edinburgh, 1850, and died in 1894. He was trained as a lawyer, but soon turned his attention to literature. From his childhood he had written constantly. Among essays and stories he wrote An Inland Voyage, Travels with a Donkey, Virginibus Puerisque, New Arabian Nights, Treasure Island, Kidnapped, The Master of Ballantrae, Prince Otto, The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, etc., and A Child's Garden of Verse.
Story 25 of Sea Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Ogilvie. Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady. Story 25. The Landing on the Island. From the Swiss Family Robinson by Jean Rudolph Wise. For many days we had been tempest-tossed. 6 times had the darkness closed over a wild and terrific scene, and returning light as often brought but renewed distress, for the raging storm increased in fury until on the 7th day all hope was lost. We were driven completely out of our course. No conjecture could be formed as to our whereabouts. The crew had lost heart, and we were utterly exhausted by the incessant labour. My heart sank as I looked round upon my family in the midst of these horrors. Our 4 young sons were overpowered by terror. "Dear children," I said, "if the Lord will, he can save us, even from this fearful peril. If not, let us calmly yield our lives into his hand, and think of the joy and blessedness of finding ourselves forever and ever united in that happy home above." At these words my weeping wife looked bravely up, and, as the boys clustered around her, she began to cheer and encourage them with calm and loving words. I rejoiced to see her fortitude, though my heart was ready to break as I gazed into my dear ones. Amid the roar of the thundering waves I suddenly heard the cry of "Land! Land!" while at the same instant the ship struck with a frightful shock, which threw everyone to the deck and seemed to threaten her immediate destruction. Dreadful sounds betokened the breaking up of the ship, and the roaring waters poured in on all sides. Then the voice of the captain was heard above the tumult, shouting, "Lower away the boats! We are lost!" Throughout the night my wife and I maintained our prayerful watch, dreading at every fresh sound some fateful change in the position of the wreck. At length the faint dawn of day appeared. The long weary night was over, and with thankful hearts we perceived that the gale had begun to moderate. Blue sky was seen above us, and the lovely hues of sunrise adorned the eastern horizon. I aroused the boys, and we assembled on the remaining portion of the deck. when they, to their surprise, discovered that no one else was on board. "Hallo, Papa! What has become of everybody? Are the sailors gone? Have they taken away the boats? Oh, Papa, why did they leave us behind? What can we do by ourselves?" "My good children," I replied, "we must not despair, although we seem deserted. See how those on whose skill and good faith we have depended have left us so cruelly to our fate in the hour of danger. God will never do so. He has not forsaken us, and we will trust him still. Only let us bestir ourselves, and each cheerily do his best. Let us each try to procure what will be of most use to us." Fritz brought out a couple of guns, shot-belt, powder-flasks, and plenty of bullets. Ernest produced a capful of nails, an axe, and a hammer, while pincers, chisels, and augers stuck out of all his pockets. Little Franz carried a box, and eagerly began to show us the nice sharp little hooks it contained. "Well done, Franz," I cried. "These fish-hooks, which you, the youngest, have found, may contribute more than anything else in the ship to save our lives by procuring us food." "Fritz and Ernest, you have chosen well." "Will you praise me too?" said my dear wife. "I have nothing to show, but I can give you good news. Some useful animals are still alive: a cow, a donkey, 2 goats, 6 sheep, a ram, and a fine sow. I was but just in time to save their lives by taking food to them." "All these things are excellent indeed," said I, "but my friend Jack here has presented me with a couple of huge, hungry, useless dogs, who will eat more than any of us." "Oh, Papa, they will be of use. Why, they will help us to hunt when we get on to shore." "No doubt they will, if ever we do get on shore, Jack, but I must say I don't know how it is to be done." "Can't we each get into a big tub and float there?" returned he. "I have often sailed splendidly like that, round the pond at home." "My child, you have hit on a capital idea," I cried. "Now, Ernest, let me have your tools, hammers, nails, saws, augers, and all, and then make haste to collect any tubs you can find." We very soon found 4 large casks, made of sound wood and strongly bound with iron hoops. They were floating with many other things in the water in the hold, but we managed to fish them out and drag them to a suitable place for launching them. They were exactly what I wanted, and I succeeded in sewing them across the middle. Hard work it was, and we were glad enough to stop and refresh ourselves with wine and biscuits. My 8 tubs now stood ranged in a row near the water's edge, and I looked at them with great satisfaction. To my surprise, my wife did not seem to share my pleasure. "I shall never," she said, "muster the courage to get into one of those." "Do not be too sure of that, dear wife. When you see my contrivance completed, you will perhaps prefer it to this immovable wreck." All being ready, we cast off, and moved away from the wreck. My good, brave wife sat in the first compartment of the boat. Next her was Franz, a pretty little boy, nearly 8 years old. Then came Fritz, a handsome, spirited young fellow of 15. The 2 centre tubs contained the valuable cargo. Then came our bold, thoughtless Jack. Next him Ernest, my second son, intelligent, well-formed, and rather indolent. I myself, the anxious, loving father, stood in the stern, endeavouring to guide the raft with its precious burden to a safe landing-place. The elder boys took the oars, and every one wore a float-belt, and had something useful close to him in case of being thrown into the water. Tide was flowing, which was a great help to the young oarsmen. We emerged from the wreck and glided into the open sea. All eyes were strained to get a full view of the land, and the boys pulled with a will, but for some time we made no progress, as the boat kept turning round and round until I hit upon the right way to steer it, after which we merrily made for the shore. We had 2 large dogs, Turk and Juno, on the wreck. As being both large mastiffs, we did not care to have their additional weight on board our craft. But when they saw us apparently deserting them, they set up a piteous howl, and sprang into the sea. I was sorry to see this, for the distance to the land was so great that I scarcely expected them to be able to accomplish it. They followed us, however, and occasionally resting their forepaws on the outriggers, kept up with us well. Jack was inclined to deny them this, their only chance of safety. "Stop," I said. "That would be unkind as well as foolish. Remember, the merciful man regardeth the life of his beast." Our passage, though tedious, was safe, but the nearer we approached the shore, the less inviting it appeared. The barren rocks seemed to threaten us with misery and want. Many casks, boxes, and bales of goods floated on the water around us. Fritz and I managed to secure a couple of hogsheads, so as to tow them alongside. With the prospect of famine before us, it was desirable to lay hold of anything likely to contain provisions. By and by we began to perceive that between and beyond the cliffs green grass and trees were discernible. Fritz could distinguish many tall palms, and Ernest hoped they would prove to be cocoanut trees, and enjoyed the thought of drinking fresh milk. "I'm very sorry I never thought of bringing away the captain's telescope," I said. "Oh, look here, father," cried Jack, drawing a little spyglass joyfully out of his pocket. By means of this glass I made out that at some distance to the left of the coast was much more inviting. A strong current, however, carried us directly towards the frowning rocks, but I presently observed an opening, where a stream flowed into the sea, and saw that our geese and ducks were swimming towards this place. I steered after them into the creek, and we found ourselves in a small bay or inlet where the water was perfectly smooth and of moderate depth. The ground sloped gently upwards from the low banks of the cliffs, which here retired inland, leaving a small plain, on which it was easy for us to land. Every one sprang gladly out of the boat, but little Franz, lying packed in his tub like a potted shrimp, had to be lifted out by his mother. Fritz, meanwhile, leaving a loaded gun with me, took another himself, and went along the rough coast to see what lay beyond the stream. This fatiguing sort of walk not suiting Ernest's fancy, he sauntered down to the beach, and Jack scrambled among the rocks, searching for shellfish. I was anxious to land the 2 casks which were floating alongside our boat, but on attempting to do so, I found that I could not get them up onto the bank on which we had landed, and was therefore obliged to look for a more convenient spot. As I did so, I was startled by hearing Jack shouting for help, as though in great danger. He was at some distance, and I hurried toward him with my hatchet in my hand. The little fellow stood screaming in a deep pool, and as I approached, I saw that a huge lobster had caught his leg in its powerful claw. Poor Jack was in a terrible fright. Kick as he would, his enemy still clung on. I waded into the water, and seizing the lobster firmly by the back, managed to make it loosen its hold, and we brought it safe to land. Jack, having speedily recovered his spirits, and anxious to take such a prize to his mother, caught the lobster in both hands, but instantly received such a severe blow from its tail that he flung it down, and passionately hit the creature with a large stone. This display of temper vexed me. "You are acting in a very childish way, my son," I said. "Never strike an enemy in a revengeful spirit." Once more lifting the lobster, Jack ran triumphantly toward the tent. "Mother, mother, a lobster! Ernest, look here! Franz, mind, he'll bite you! Where's Fritz?" All came crowding around Jack and his prize, wondering at its unusual size, and Ernest wanted his mother to make the lobster soup directly, by adding it to what she was now boiling. She, however, begged to decline making any such experiment, and said she preferred cooking one dish at a time. Having remarked that the scene of Jack's adventure afforded a convenient place for getting my casks on shore, I returned thither and succeeded in drawing them up on the beach, where I set them on end, and for the present left them. On my return I resumed the subject of Jack's lobster, and told him he should have the offending claw all to himself. When it was ready to be eaten, congratulate him on being the first to discover anything useful. As to that, said Ernest, I found something very good to eat, as well as Jack, only I could not get at them without wetting my feet. Pooh! Cried Jack. I know what he saw. Nothing but some nasty mussels. I saw them too. Who wants to eat trash like that? Lobster for me. I believe them to be oysters, not mussels, returned Ernest calmly. Be good enough, my philosophical young friend, to fetch a few specimens of these oysters in time for our next meal, said I. We must all exert ourselves, Ernest, for the common good, and pray never to let me hear you object to wetting your feet. See how quickly the sun has dried Jack and me. I can bring some salt at the same time, said Ernest. I remarked a good deal lying in the crevices of the rocks. It tasted very pure and good, and I concluded it was produced by the evaporation of sea water in the sun. Extremely probable, learnt, sir, I cried. But if you had bought a bag full of this good salt instead of merely speculating so profoundly on the subject, it would have been more to the purpose. Run and fetch me some directly. It proved to be the salt sure enough, although it impure that it seemed useless, till my wife dissolved and strained it when it became fit to put in the soup. Why not use the sea water itself? Asked Jack. Because, said Ernest, it is not only salt but bitter too. Just try it. Now, said my wife, tasting the soup with the stick with which she had been stirring it, dinner is ready. But where can Fritz be? She continued, a little anxiously. He presently appeared before us, his hands behind his back, and a look of disappointment upon his countenance. Unsuccessful, said he. Really, I replied. Never mind, my boy. Better luck next time. Oh, Fritz, exclaimed his brothers, who had looked behind him. A suckling pig, a little suckling pig. Where did you get it? How did you shoot it? Do let us see it. It was one of several, said Fritz, which I found on the shore. Most curious animals they are. They hopped rather than walked, and every now and then would squat down on their legs and rub their snouts with their forepaws. Had not I been afraid of losing them all, I would have tried to catch one alive. They seemed so tame. Meanwhile, Ernest had been carefully examining the animal in question. This is no pig, he said, and except for its bristly skin does not look like one. See, its teeth are not like those of a pig, but rather those of a squirrel. In fact, he continued, looking at Fritz, your suckling pig is an agouti. Dear me, said Fritz, listen to the great professor lecturing. He's going to prove that a pig is not a pig. You need not be so quick to laugh at your brother, said I, in my turn. He's quite right. I too know the agouti by descriptions and pictures, and there is little doubt that this is a specimen. The little animal is a native of North America, where it makes its nest under the roots of a tree, and lives upon fruit. But Ernest, the agouti not only looks like something like a pig, but most decidedly grunts like a porker. While we were thus talking, Jack had been vainly endeavouring to open an oyster with his large knife. Here is a simpler way, said I, placing an oyster on the fire. It immediately opened. Now, I continued, who will try this delicacy? All at first hesitated to partake of them, so unattractive did they appear. Jack, however, tightly closing his eyes and making a face, though about to take medicine, gulped one down. We followed his example, one after the other, each doing so rather to provide himself with a spoon than with any hope of cultivating a taste for oysters. Our spoons were now ready, and gathering around the pot we dipped them in, not, however, without sundry scalded fingers. Ernest then drew from his pocket the large shell he had procured for his own use, and scooping up a good quantity of soup, he put it down to cool, smiling at his own foresight. "Prudence should be exercised for others," I remarked. "Your cool soup will do capitally for the dogs. My boy, take it to them, and then come and eat it like the rest of us." By this time the sun was sinking beneath the horizon, and the poultry, which had been straying up some distance, gathered around us and began to pick up the crumbs of the biscuits which had fallen during our repast. My wife hereupon drew from her mysterious bag some handfuls of oats, peas, and other grain, and with them began to feed the poultry. She showed me at the same time several other seeds of various vegetables. "That was indeed thoughtful," said I, "but pray be careful of what will be such value to us. We can bring plenty of damaged biscuits from the wreck, which, though of no use as food to us, will suit the fowls very well indeed." The pigeons now flew upon the crevices into the rocks, the fowls perched themselves on our tent-pole, and the ducks waddled off, cackling and quacking, to the marshy margin of the river. We, too, were ready for repose, and having loaded our guns, and offered up our prayers to God, thanking him for his many mercies to us, we commended ourselves to his protecting care, and as the last ray of light departed, closed our tent and lay down to rest. End of Story 25. Wise, J.R., born in Switzerland, 1781, died 1830 at Bern, where he was Professor of Philosophy and Chief Librarian. The Swiss Family Robinson is a work by which his name is best remembered. It appeared in 2 volumes in 1812-13, was translated into English, the first volume in 1820, the second in 1849. Since then countless editions have appeared. Recording by Chris Ogilvie, York, United Kingdom. End of Sea Stories, edited by Cyrus Townsend Brady.